Hey folks, welcome you all to a new session. This is CA Ganesh Bharadwaj. So now let's get started with the first chapter. Officially, this is the first chapter of management accounting, right? So as per our textbook, right, as per the concept decoder as well as the solved question bank, this is going to be chapter number 2. Please go to your notes, take the heading chapter 2, activity based costing, popularly called as ABC. Please take the heading activity based costing, ABC. Now guys, now as I told you in the introduction video, before you start watching this particular chapter ABC, please watch your basic concepts and overhead chapters, which are ideally a part of cost accounting, but that is a prerequisite before you enter into activity based costing, right? That is already uploaded in your for paper 12 management accounting students as well, though it is a part of your paper 8 cost accounting. Now guys, now in the basic concepts, right, that is a common introduction for both cost and management accounting. We saw that our subject, cost and management accounting put together, has three objectives. What are the three objectives? Everyone answer. So stock valuation, profit computation, decision making and control. And there in the first chapter, basic concepts, I clearly told you, strictly speaking, decision making and control forms under the ambit of management accounting, while stock valuation, profit computation alone is ideally a part of cost accounting. However, even in cost accounting, we saw some decision making control areas, but recall those chapters were marginal costing, standard costing, budget and all. Those chapters are also there in management accounting, right? In management accounting, we will be seeing in detail about these chapters as well. So understand one thing, all the chapters that we will be seeing in management accounting paper 12 will either go on to achieve the objective of decision making or the objective of control, or maybe both. But here we will not be seeing anything relating to stock valuation, profit computation in your paper 12. Are you all clear with this? So this entire subject of management accounting revolves around decision making and control. So for the purpose of decision making and control, how do I use these costing techniques is what we are going to see throughout the course of this particular subject. Clear with this, guys? Ideally speaking, cost accounting and management accounting are together, should be read together, but there is a very thin line of difference. What is that? I told you, objective A covered in cost accounting, objective B and C covered in management accounting, but generally what happens is these things will coincide. There will be a common area for both these particular the subjects. Clear with this, guys? So that is the reason why we had a common introduction of basic concepts for both your cost accounting and management accounting. So in my opinion, you need to see both of these papers together. That's why in CA Inter they have cost and management accounting. Even earlier, under the earlier syllabus 2016 of CMA Institute, they have cost and management accounting as a particular part, right? Reason is these two are interrelated disciplines, interrelated subjects, so it needs to be read together. Clear with this, guys? Right? Now, on that note, let us get started with this beautiful chapter called as activity based costing. This chapter carries a weightage of, I think, about 10 marks in your exam, if I'm not wrong. It carries a weightage of 10%. Yes, 10%. So in this subject, management accounting, we have only 10 chapters. I told you in the introduction video. Out of the 2 are theory, 8 are practical. So every single chapter definitely will be tested in every single attempt. So it's not that you can leave a chapter and go and all. Absolutely not. Now guys, this chapter, activity based costing. Before we start, as usual, first please write down learning objectives. Write down what are we going to study in this chapter. You write down and then I will walk you through. Write down, take a green ink, write down heading learning objectives. learning objectives. Write down. Number one, traditional costing system. Traditional costing system. Please write down. Black ink. Write down. This is whenever I dictate something, I told you the color coding and all. Formal notes. Right? Traditional costing system. Traditional costing system. Point number two. Point number two. Activity based costing. ABC. Activity based costing. Within bracket ABC. Activity based costing within bracket ABC. Activity based costing within bracket ABC. Done? Done? Then write down. Point number three. Traditional costing system versus activity based costing. Traditional costing system versus activity based costing. Traditional costing system versus activity based costing. Right? That's all. That's all. These three are the learning objectives of this particular chapter. This is what we will be doing in this chapter. The entire chapter revolves around this. Clear with this, guys? Shall we get started? Shall we get started? Yes. Now, recall the discussion we saw in overheads chapter. First of all, what was the objective of overheads chapter? What was the objective of overheads chapter? You had multiple line items of indirect costs like factory rent, supervisor salary, repairs and maintenance, depreciation, so on. You had multiple line items, right? And on the other side, you had to convert these indirect cost into overhead cost per unit of each and every product. Let's say product A, product B. So overhead cost per unit of A, overhead cost per unit of B. This is what we had to calculate in our overheads chapter, paper 8. Correct? So the objective of the chapter was to calculate the overhead cost per unit of A, per unit of B, or whatever is the product. Men's wear, ladies wear, kids wear, footwear and all per unit of the product. Clear with this, guys? In this chapter also, the objective is to calculate the overhead cost per unit of the product only. Clear with this, guys? What is the overall objective of this particular chapter? To calculate the overhead cost per unit of the product. Sir, I have indirect manufacturing cost, right? Convert this and arrive at the overhead cost per unit of every product. Maybe men's wear, ladies wear, kids wear, footwear, 4 product I'm dealing in. Overhead cost per unit of men's wear, overhead cost per unit of ladies wear, overhead cost per unit of kids wear, overhead cost per unit of footwear. Basically, you need to convert this bulk line items into overhead cost per unit of the product. That is the objective of this particular chapter. Are you all able to understand? Ideally speaking, this chapter ABC is like a brother to your overheads chapter. It's an extension of this overheads chapter. Clear with this, guys? Now, sir, why are we studying this in management accounting? If the objective is to calculate the overhead cost per unit of the product, simple prime cost components are readily available on a per unit level. To that, add your overhead cost per unit. You will arrive at the total cost. This is ideally part of objective A, stock valuation profit computation. But why are we studying this under management accounting, which covers the ambit of decision making and control? Now, here the objective of this chapter is to calculate the overhead cost per unit. It talks about the manner in which you do it. How do you do it? How do you do it, right? And this involves certain degree of decision making and control. How? You will understand as we proceed into this chapter. So here in this chapter also, the starting point that is multiple line items of expenses, and the ending point is calculate, convert these into overhead cost per unit of every product. This is what we need to do. Starting point and destination is exactly the same as overheads chapter which you learnt in paper 8, but the journey alone is different, and during the course of this journey it will help you achieve the objective of decision making and control. How? We will get to it in a few minutes from now, but before that there is certain basic ground rules and background which we need to set for this chapter. Are you all clear with this, guys? So it is very much a part of decision making and control. In the process it also helps you achieve the objective A, stock valuation, profit computation. Clear with this, guys? Now this chapter became a game changer in one of the modern techniques of costing. Basically, guys, cost accounting came a little earlier, and the techniques of management accounting came pretty much recently after the industrial revolution and all that, right? During the late second half of 20th century, 1970s, 80s, that was when slowly the concept of management accounting picked up. This concept of activity based costing became a game changer in the industry. It helped many companies save a lot of cost, and trust me when I say this, you and I can use it in our everyday life. And I'm not kidding. I have multiple clients for whom I do personal finance, personal CFO services. I plan their finances, wealth management and all that. I still today, even for my personal finances and for my clients, I use the concept of activity based costing. How and all, I will share it with you, right, during the course of this chapter's discussion. One of the game changer in the industry. Now before that, first let us get back to what we have learned till now. Now in our basic concepts, and of course in this overheads chapter and all, we have learned that direct cost means a cost which is directly traceable to every unit, correct? Material, labor, direct expense, prime cost components. And indirect cost means it is not directly traceable to every unit. It is a common cost incurred, shared by multiple different products, and I need to use some basis to properly apportion it to every product. This is what we have seen. So direct cost means directly traceable on a per unit level. Indirect cost is not readily available on a per unit level, guys, correct? Now slowly let me just refine the statement that I said. Can I say direct cost is a cost which is directly traceable to a cost object? What do you mean by a cost object? The object for which I am computing the cost. For example, I am saying 20 rupees. You'll ask me, sir, 20 rupees? 20 rupees. 20 rupees for what? I'm saying 20 rupees per pen, which means here the cost object is one pen. For the pen, I am computing the cost. So the object for which you are computing the cost is called as a cost object. Agreeing with me? If I want to collect the cost for 1 unit of a pen, for me the cost object is pen. Guys, correct? Let us say I have multiple branches. Chennai branch, Hyderabad branch. Let us say I have Cochin branch. 3 branches I have. I want to collect the cost for every branch, not for every unit, right? Not for every pen I manufacture. I want to collect the cost for every branch. In this case, one branch, Chennai branch itself becomes a cost object for me. Guys, correct? Bangalore branch, Hyderabad branch itself becomes a cost object for me. Cochin branch itself becomes a cost object for me. Guys, are you clear with this? I can collect cost for anything. I can collect cost based on geographical location, or I can calculate cost for every unit produced. For whatever object for which I am computing the cost is called as a cost object. Agreeing with me, guys? This is what we have seen. So now can I say a direct cost means a cost which is directly traceable to a cost object? Agreeing with me, guys? Whereas indirect cost means a cost which is not directly traceable to a cost object. For example, I am manufacturing a pen, right? So my cost object is one pen. Correct? For me to produce one pin, let us say I need 10 grams of plastic. 1 gram of plastic cost me 50 paise, which means to produce one pin, I need 10 grams of plastic. Every gram cost me 50 paise. 10 into 0.5. 5 rupees is the material cost per unit of a pin. Clear? I can directly trace it to every unit or every unit of a cost object. Agreeing with me? It is readily available. To produce one pin, I need 1 labor hour. 1 labor hour I pay 10 rupees. So 10 into 1. To produce 1 unit of pin, labor cost is 10 rupees. Guys, correct? So it is readily available on a per unit level. Whereas, to produce every unit, how much rent you need to pay? No. I can't trace a rent cost on a per unit level. Whether I produce or I don't produce, rent needs to be paid to the landlord. It is an amount that is not dependent on or not incurred on a per unit level. It is incurred in total. So I can't bring in a direct relationship between the two. That's why we saw that we need to use something called as absorption and all, so that it enters into the product and convert a bulk figure into overhead cost per unit. Guys, we've seen all that in overhead area. Now, coming back here to this particular discussion. Now, can I say a direct cost means a cost which is directly traceable on a per unit level? Indirect cost, to a cost object. Indirect cost means a cost which is not directly traceable to a cost object. Guys, agreeing with me? Cost object means what? The object for which I'm computing the cost is called as a cost object. Now, this is where ABC became a game changer in the industry. ABC, under this methodology, look at the perspective with which they are looking at the cost. They said all costs are direct and indirect. What it said? All costs are direct and indirect. Sir, how can you say this, sir? How can you say this? How can you say all the costs are direct as well as indirect? Now, under ABC, what they said is the problem is not with the cost, the problem is with the cost object. For example, when I take 1 unit, let's say I'm manufacturing a pen. When I take 1 unit as the cost object, for every unit of pen, material cost is direct, labor cost is direct, but factory rent paid and all is indirect. Agreeing with me? Agreeing with me? So factory rent, let us say I have a Chennai branch, a Chennai plant. So Chennai plant factory rent paid is actually indirect cost when my cost object is a pen. Guys, agreeing with me? Agreeing with me? Suppose I want to collect the cost for every branch that I have in my company. I have a branch in Chennai. I have a branch in, let us say, Hyderabad. I have a branch in Kochi. Now here, a cost object is what? One branch itself. Guys, correct? Now, suppose if I shut down my Chennai branch, I need not incur this factory rent. Guys, correct? So, if I keep my cost object as Chennai branch, in that case, the very same rent becomes a direct cost, no? Guys, correct? It is directly traceable for every cost object. In this case, when cost object is one branch itself. Are you clear with this? So, the same factory rent was a direct cost if the cost object was a particular branch. And the same factory rent was an indirect cost if the cost object was a unit of a pin. Or in other words, here this ABC says, look, all the costs are direct and indirect. It depends on what you keep as the cost object. For one cost object, the same cost could be direct. For another cost object, the very same cost could be indirect. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? Any problem here? Are you all clear with this? This was a game changer in the industry. Look at the perspective with which they started looking at cost. Are you all clear with this? The very same factory rent, if I take one factory itself as a cost object, then it becomes fully a direct cost. You shut down the factory, you will not incur the cost. It's clear. Whereas from the perspective of looking at every unit of a pen, yes, now in this case it is indirect. So don't say that factory rent always is indirect. In our example, it is indirect if you keep one unit of pen as a cost object, but it will be direct if you keep the branch itself as a cost object. Are you clear with this? The perspective changes. So I can keep anything as a cost object and compute, but always remember, sir, I can have one division let's say I'm deal in multiple products. I manufacture, let's say, plastic water bottles. I also manufacture, let us say, glass tumblers, right? So these are multiple divisions. I can take one division as a cost object and compute costs, or I can take one location as a cost object and compute cost, one division as a cost object and compute cost, or one unit as a cost object and also compute cost. You can take anything as compute the cost, but always remember, you can have multiple cost objects, but every company will have only one ultimate cost object. They will have only one ultimate cost object. What do you mean by ultimate cost object? That cost object which generates revenue for them. Now, my company, I can say a cost object can be one unit of pen, or a cost object can be one factory itself, or I can keep anything, division, location, anything. But ultimately, the ultimate cost object for me will be pen. Why? Because only if I sell a pen, it will generate a revenue for me. I can't say my, let us say, Chennai branch is a cost object. No, it's not the ultimate cost object. It is no doubt a cost object, but I can't sell my branch. What can I do? I can't sell a branch. Are you clear with this? So a company can have multiple cost objects, but there will be one ultimate cost object. What do you mean by an ultimate cost object? That cost object that generates revenue for the company. Clear with this, guys? So that is the reason why generally we look at cost only from the perspective of ultimate cost object. Correct? Generally one unit is a cost object. That's why we always say, from a perspective of a unit, factory rent is always indirect. Correct? Supervisor salary is always indirect. Guys, clear with this? You change the cost object, it becomes direct. But generally we look at cost from the perspective of the ultimate cost object. Why? That only yields me a selling price. Guys, correct? So from that perspective only, I need to compute the cost, add a profit, arrive at the selling price. So generally we look at cost from an ultimate cost object perspective and categorize cost as direct and indirect cost. Clear with this? But remember one thing, if you change the cost object, the very same indirect cost can also turn into a direct cost. Are you all clear with this? But generally we look at cost from the perspective of ultimate cost object. Are you all clear with this? This was a revolutionary change in the perspective of looking at the cost, which resulted in a huge amount of cost saving. It helped companies improve their decision making and control. How and all, we will be seeing it now, guys. Coming back to our core of discussion in activity based costing. Now you guys understood the background, right? All costs are direct and indirect, right? So it only depends on the cost object from which perspective you are looking at the cost. But generally all the costs will be looked at from the perspective of ultimate cost object. This is what we have seen till now. Now with this background, let's get into activity based costing. Now guys, you all are aware of what we learned in overheads chapter. Now what did we learn in overheads chapter? You had multiple line items of overheads, correct? Right? Then what did we do? These multiple line items, we distributed it to all the departments. You guys remember that? We distributed to all the departments. We call it as primary distribution, right? Then service department overheads, we redistributed it back to production department, call it as secondary distribution. Then all the production department overheads, we charge it to the product. This is called as absorption. And with this, what happened? All these items of overheads vanished and we arrived at the overhead cost per unit. This was the objective, right, of our overheads chapter. This is what we did. And ultimately we also learned some advanced level concepts like under absorption, over absorption, all those things. Those are core of stock valuation profit computation, which we will not be seeing here. Here, this chapter, I told you, has an objective of once again calculating the overhead cost per unit only. Guys, correct? Right? And the starting point will be multiple line items of expenses, indirect expenses, like I told you, factory rent, supervisor's salary, depreciation, right? All these things will be there. And with these multiple line items, you need to arrive at the overhead cost per unit of every product the company manufactures. But Sir, we have already done this in overheads. Why should we have a separate chapter here as ABC? Here, though the starting point and the destination are the same, the journey which our overheads chapter told us, our chapter ABC says this is completely wrong. This is completely wrong. I will give you the correct journey as to how these line items of cost should be meaningfully charged to the products. Clear with this, guys? What it says is wrong and what is the correct approach is what we are going to study throughout the course of this particular chapter. That's why I first gave you the learning objectives. Traditional costing system is nothing but your overheads chapter. Then we will learn what is activity based costing, and then the clash between these two guys, your overheads versus ABC. Traditional costing system versus ABC is what we are going to study in this particular chapter. Clear with the overall approach to this particular chapter, guys? Yes? Now, going forward. Now, guys, recall, I am just setting you the context right. Please catch up running notes. Recall, I told you, I will just give you a brief background on about what we did in overheads chapter. Let us say we have two departments, P1, P2, right? Let us say primary distribution all is done. Secondary distribution summary. Let us say P1 department overheads value is 20,000 rupees. P2 department overheads value is 15,000 rupees. Let us take the base quantity as labor hours. Recall, how many base quantities can be there? 6 different base quantities. You guys are aware of that? 6 different base quantities. What are the 6 different base quantities? Labor hour, machine hour, then percentage of direct material, direct labor, prime cost, and production units method. Right? 6 different bases of apportionment or absorption. Let us say the total labor hours spent in P1 is 5,000 hours and total labor hours spent in P2 is 3,000 hours. Example. Which means what is going to be my absorption rate for P1 department? 20,000 divided by 5,000. So it's going to be rupees 4 per hour. Similarly, P2 department 15,000 by 3,000. It's going to be how much? Rupees 5 per hour. Correct, guys? Yes. Now, let us say I have a product A and this product passes through P1 as well as P2 department. Let us say it spends 3 hours in P1 and 2 hours in P2. Earlier in traditional costing, what do? Every hour spent in P1 should be charged with 4 rupees. Every hour spent in P2 should be charged with 5 rupees. Correct? Just now we saw the absorption rate 4 and 5. So every hour spent in P1 should be charged with 4. Every hour spent in P2 should be charged with 5. Is correct? Which means 3 into 4 is 12 and 2 into 5 is 10. And overall the overhead cost per unit of A is going to be rupees 22. This is how we charge it, guys. Correct? Similarly, let us say I have another product called as product B. It also passes through P1 and P2 departments, right? Let's say it takes 2 hours in P1, 3 hours in P2. Now, every hour spent in P1 should be charged with how much rupees? 4 rupees, correct? And every hour spent in P2 should be charged with 5 rupees, right? Which means how much will be the overhead cost here? So 2 into 4 it's going to be 8, 3 into 5 it's going to be rupees 15. Add up the two, you get a total of rupees 23. So this is going to be the overhead cost per unit of product B. This is what we do in overheads chapter, traditional costing system. Agreeing with me, guys? Agreeing with me? Hello? And recall, this is also, in this case, what we do, department wise, we calculate the overhead rate, right? And we meaningfully charge it to the product. Correct? Recall our discussion. We had something called as departmental rate versus blanket overhead rate. You guys remember that? If I am following a blanket overhead rate, in that case, what will I do? I don't retain the identity of department. I will take totally, sir, in this entire factory, what is the overheads incurred? 20,000 plus 15,000. How much is that? Totally 35,000 rupees of overheads is incurred. So in this entire factory, how much is the total labor hours? 5,000 plus 3,000, it's going to be 8,000 labor hours. So which means what is going to be the absorption rate per hour of labor. So how much is going to be the absorption rate? 35,000 divided by 8,000. How much you get? How much you get? 4.375. So you get rupees 4.375 rupees is the overhead that needs to be charged to every product, right? Every hour spent in the factory, whether it is spent in department P1 or in P2, I'm not bothered. Guys, are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? So now, if I am charging my overheads on the basis of blanket overhead rate, in that case, what happens? Product A spends a total of how many hours in the factory? It spends 3 hours in P1, 2 hours in P2. I am not bothered about in which department it spends how much. Overall in the factory it spends how much? 3 plus 2, 5 hours. Guys, correct? So product A's share of overhead will be 5 hour. Every hour I will charge it with how much? Rupees 4.375. In that case, what will be the overhead cost per unit of the product? How much, guys? Come on. 21.875. Similarly, product B. How many hours it spends in the factory? 2 hours in P1, 3 hours in P2. I am not bothered about where it spends. Overall, it spends how many hours in the factory? 5 hours it spends in the factory. Every hour should be charged with how much? Rupees 4.375. So product B also will get a share of 2.875 if I am following a blanket overhead rate. Guys, correct? If I am following a blanket rate, in this case, this is how this will be the overhead cost per unit of the product. If I am following a departmental rate, in that case, so 22 and 23 will be the overhead cost per unit of the product. Guys, are you clear with this? Now, you tell me, ideally speaking, between the two departments, P1 and P2, which is a costlier department, P2, every hour spent in P2 should be charged with 5 rupees. Whereas every hour spent in P1 is charged with only 4 rupees. Correct? Now, if you look at product A and B, right? Product B spends more time in a costlier department, relatively lesser time in a cheaper department. That's why when we follow departmental basis of overhead, product B was rightfully given a relatively more share of overhead cost. Every unit of product B was given 23 rupees of overhead. Product A was given only 22 rupees of overhead. Why? Because it spent more time in a cheaper department, whereas B spent more time in a costlier department. Properly it got more share of overhead cost. Suppose if you don't follow departmental rate, what happens? All the products are charged an equal amount of overheads, though product B spent more time in a costlier department. Agreeing with me? In that case, both the products are valued alike, 21.875 only. Guys, are you all clear with this? So clearly we saw that blanket rate is not a very correct way of apportionment. Departmental rate is better than blanket rate. We have seen it in overheads chapter. Guys, agreeing with me? We are going to enter into ABC only from this discussion. Are you all clear with this? So your departmental rate is always better than overhead rate because of two reasons we saw. Reason number one, more accurate charging of overheads. Just now I told you product B spends more time in a costly department. Obviously its overall share of overhead should be slightly more than what you have given for product A. Agreeing with me, guys? Hello? Agreeing with me? Now, the second and the most important reason, please look at this. Now, I have already told you in overheads chapter, but once again, let us say department P1 is a machining department. Department P2 is an assembly department. Okay? Department P1 is what? Machining department. Department P2 is an assembly department. Now, in this case, the overheads incurred in department P1, machining department, will be driven predominantly by machine hours. Agreeing with me? Why? Sir, it has full machines, right? Now, very limited labor, fully mechanized. Now, more the number of hours for which the machines are being run, please focus here, more the number of hours for which the machines are run, obviously I will be incurring more cost in this department. So it makes sense to take the base quantity as machine hours for this department, right, instead of taking it as labor hours, because predominant portion of the cost is driven by machine hours, whereas assembly department is it's human related, that is it has a lot of labor intense, it requires a lot of labor efforts. For this department it makes sense to choose the appropriate base quantity as labor hours, or in other words, if I am breaking down the entire blanket overheads into department wise overhead, I have the flexibility to choose the respective base quantity, right, depending on the factor that drives my departmental cost. Agreeing with me on this? So going based on that, maybe for P1 I can use machine hours as a base quantity and meaningfully charge P1 department overheads, the products, based on machine hours. Guys, correct? Maybe P2 department is driven significantly by labor hours. For department P2, I can apportion the costs taking into account my labor hours as the base quantity. Agreeing with me on this? Agreeing with me on this? This is one of the biggest advantages of using my departmental rate over my blanket rate. If I use a blanket rate, I can use only one denominator as a base quantity, either fully apportionate using machine hours or fully apportionate using what, labor hours. You can't take partly both, because one numerator, one denominator can only be one. Are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? I have the flexibility to choose my base quantity, right, based on the factor that drives the cost of the respective department. Are you clear with this? This way your departmental rate is much better than your blanket overhead rate. Are you all clear with this, guys? Now let's move on to activity based costing. This method, activity based costing, says even your departmental rate is not correct. Even if you are apportioning overheads for every department separately, even then it is not correct. Even then it is not correct. How, sir? I will give you an example. I will give you a small example, right? With this we will understand. Let us take an example. Let us take an example. There is a department P1. There is a department P1. Example, guys. The department overheads, right? The overheads incurred in department P1 is, example, I'm telling you, rupees 1 lakh. Rupees 1 lakh. Just an example, right? Now, let us say in this department P1, it is a machine department. The total machine hours spent in this department was, example, I'll tell you, 10,000 machine hours, right? Now, even if you are following a departmental rate, what will you do? This entire 1 lakh alone, right? Similarly, there could be multiple departments, P2, P3, I'm not talking about that. P1 department, machining department, 1 lakh divided by 10,000, you will arrive at the absorption rate 10 rupees per machine hour for this department alone, right? Remaining departments you leave it. For example, I'm taking only one department. You apportion the overheads to the respective products, correct? Keeping machine hours as the base. Now, I am giving you guys a breakup of this 1 lakh rupees. It is incurred in department P1 only. It is incurred in department P1, but I'm giving you guys a breakup. Let us say in this department P1, 60,000 rupees is incurred, right, for machining activity. 60,000 rupees is incurred for machining activity. Let us say 15,000 rupees is incurred for setup activity, and let us say 25,000 rupees is incurred for inspection activity. Now, what is the meaning of this? Now, guys, this P1 department is a machining department, no doubt. But remember one thing, before you start the machine, it first needs to be set up. What do you mean by setup? Now guys, look, I'm coming and starting the session, correct? Now, before I start the session, first we need to do the setup, no? right? The green screen, camera needs to be turned on, light needs to be turned on, we need to start the system and all these things, the screen, everywhere, everything needs to be done, guys, correct? This setup activity, let us say I am hiring someone, every time he comes and sets up, let us say I pay him some rupees, let's say I pay him 500 rupees, example I'm telling you. Now before every time in factory also you start the production, first the setting up needs to be done. So you need to start the machine, right? It is connected to a system, so you need to make sure that everything is on and all these things, and only then you can start the production, guys, correct? Now this setup activity, coming back to the example of classroom, now you tell me, this guy who comes and sets up for me, I'm paying him 500 rupees, is he bothered whether I take a 2-hour session or an 8-hour session today? No, he is not bothered about the duration of the class. He is only bothered about how many times he needs to come and do the setup. Suppose total subject, our entire management accounting, example 100 hours, right? Example 100 hours. Let us say every day I will come and teach only 2 hours, which means you will be having 50 sessions, which means 50 times that guy needs to come and do the setup activity. Suppose what I'm doing, per day I'm going to take 10 sessions, 10 hours. Per day I'm going to teach for 10 hours. In that case, I can complete the entire subject in just the 10 sessions. Now he needs to come and do the setup activity only for 10 times. Now you tell me, in both the cases, the total duration of the course has not changed, correct? But the cost I incur will differ. Here 50 times into every time, let us say I'm paying him 1000 rupees, 50,000 I will incur. Whereas if I take a 10-hour session every day, I will just need to incur 10,000 rupees overall for setup cost. Or in other words, this setup cost is not driven by my machine hours, it is driven by the number of setups. Agreeing with me? So the factor that drives this 15,000 rupees is not my machine hours, it is the number of setup. Are you all clear with this? Are you all able to understand this? Are you all able to understand this? Yes. 25,000 was the inspection. The moment the product comes out of the machine, I have a team to do this inspection. If you notice, in all the plastic articles and all, there will be a sticker called tested OK or QC passed. One tick will be there. That is nothing but your quality control is done. You tell me, this guy, what they will do? They will put the head inside the machine and do the inspection, or the product will come out and then they will carry out the inspection. The product will come out, then they will do the inspection. Does this, for these guys I need to pay some salary? Does this have anything to do with the machine hours? No. Maybe the particular inspection activity, right, the cost incurred for this activity may be driven based on the inspection time, or maybe the number of units inspected, or there could be something else that drives to this 25,000 rupees of cost. But definitely this 25,000 rupees is not driven by machine hours. Are you all agreeing with me on this? Or in other words, suppose I am following departmental rate, entire 1 lakh I will be apportioning it using this machine hours as a base quantity. Though this machine hours only drives 60,000 rupees of cost in the production, in the machining department itself, there could be certain other activities which are not driven by my machine hours. Are you all agreeing with me? Are you all agreeing with me? This is where activity based costing comes. It says, look, first of all, blanket overhead rate is absolutely wrong, right? That is a blunder. Departmental rate slightly better than blanket rate, but that is also wrong, because in your machining department example also, if you take sir, I'm taking the correct base quantity, I'm taking the correct driver of cost, what machine hours, it only drives, look at the 60,000 means 60% of the cost here in our example. There could be certain other activities which are driven by certain other parameters, but still without a choice you end up apportioning them using machine hours, which is wrong. Or in other words, activity based costing says, starting point line items of expense, ending point calculate the overhead cost per unit. The journey, what we do under traditional costing is that you have multiple line items of expense, apportion it to all the departments, guys, correct? And then reapportion the service department back to production department, and finally charge it to the product. It says, why do you incur the cost? The logic in overheads, costs are incurred because we have multiple departments. Activity based costing comes back and says that is wrong. You don't incur cost because you have a department, you incur cost because you have activities. Are you clear with this? So don't give a categorization of department, deep dive into it. You incur a cost because you have activities inside a department, not because of the department itself. I am just keeping on board department. Just because I have one department, the cost will not be incurred. Inside the department, multiple activities are there. For every activity, there could be a cost that is driven by its own cost driver. Hence, what you need to do, have multiple line items, right? And segregate it into activity wise cost. Overall, for machining activity, what is the total cost? Setup activity, what is the total cost? Inspection activity, what is the total cost? Activity wise, you segregate the cost. For every cost, find out the factor that drives this cost, and based on this you calculate the absorption rate, apportion it to the products. It will be more meaningful. Are you all able to understand this, guys? Are you all able to understand this? Guys, you are all able to understand this? This is what our chapter says. This is what our chapter activity based costing says. This is a more meaningful way of apportioning cost. So now don't say P1, P2, P3, P4 departments and all. Across all the 4 departments, where you have whatever machining activity is there, take machining activity cost so much. Across all the departments, wherever you find setup activities, setup activity, this is the total cost, total number of setups. How much is it? What is the cost per setup? You calculate. For every time I come and set up, this is the cost. So now product A, B, C, D, every product requires how many number of setups. Overall, you find out. Based on that, you apportion properly to the product. This is a more meaningful way of apportionment. So here also in ABC, starting point and destination is the same, but the journey alone is different. There we do it through departments, here we do it through activities. Logic, you don't incur the cost because you have a department, you incur the cost because you have activities. Remember this, you run activities. Every time you have an activity, having an activity will consume resources, and resource consumption will lead in incurrence of cost. So this is the logic for this. Always remember this. Always remember this. Because I have activities, I consume resources. Correct, guys? I consume resources. And because I consume resources, I incur cost. Hence, we have this activity based costing system, which is the name of this chapter, called as activity based costing. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all able to understand this? More details about this, how do you calculate, jargons, terminologies, we will understand when we are doing this numerical sums. You will have a crystal clear clarity, nothing to worry about that. For the time being, are you all able to understand this? Are you all able to understand this, guys? You're all able to understand? Any problem here? Any problem here? Clear with this? Clear? So first, what will I do? I have multiple line items of expenses, right? Now, this entire line items of expenses, what I will do, first I will try to find out what are all the activities I incur in the factory. Sir, what are the activities I do? And for every activity, what is the overall cost? Clear with this, guys? We try to calculate the overall cost for every single activity, and from then onwards, for every activity there will be a factor that drives the cost. I will calculate what is the factor that drives the cost. Based on that, we apportion it to the products. Clear with this, guys? Are you all able to understand? And one more thing I want to tell you. Now, sir, in a factory there could be so many activities, no? For example, just now we saw machining is an activity, setup is an activity, inspection is an activity. Why, there could be many activity. Sweeping is an activity, walking is an activity, talking is an activity. Now there could be so many activities, correct? What generally the company does, now this is where you get into decision making and control. When they are listing out the activities, they might be having hundreds of activities in the factory. As a thumb rule, generally, they take maximum in real life only the top 10 activities. Then, sir, other unrelated, non-value added activities, they combine it and put it as others. Generally, in real life, I'm telling you. Why? There also, for example, let us say sweeping activity. To go and collect this cost and find out what drives the cost, you need to have one person going behind the sweeper to find out what is happening there. Is correct? So the cost collection exercise itself will exceed the cost. Instead, why இந்த வடிவேல் சொல்ற மாதிரி தான் பஸ் டிக்கெட் 5 ரூபா பூ 50 ரூபா, right? Why do you have to do all these things? It doesn't make any sense at all. So what you do during the process of listing out the activities, you find out which are all value added activities, which are all non-value added activities. Once you do that, you try to mitigate your non-value added activities, focus more on your value added activities. Are you clear with this, right? This way it helps the company to exercise good level of control. The company will focus more on value added activity. What do you mean by value added activity? Any activity that adds value to the product and in the result it adds value to my end customer, it is called as value added activity. Clear with this, guys? So it helps the company focuses more on their value added activity. You can do all these things only if you are classifying the costs based on activity, not if you do it based on departments. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all able to understand this? This background and introduction is sufficient to enter into this chapter. More details about this, as we do some numerical problems, you will have a complete hold of this particular area. Now guys, shall we get started? Shall we get started with the numerical problems? Yes, shall we get started? Perfect. So please take your solved question bank. So please take your solved question bank. 1 second. Yes. So question, chapter 2, activity based costing. So that please take question number 1. Don't worry, chapter number 1 is a theory chapter which we'll be doing towards the end. Now I don't want to just read the chapter line by line and tell you okay this is what it is and all. Then you will first get a false hope that oh this chapter is the subject itself is a theory subject. No. And there is a logical way in which you should learn the subject. So I didn't want to hinder with the logical flow of understanding. That's why I'm doing it in a most practical manner as possible. Shall we get started, guys? Yes. So please take question number 1. Okay, this was one illustration in your institute study material. They have just mentioned. Let us now recap the various overhead rates that are used in the concept of absorption of overhead cost, the products, job, customer or work order, etc. Now this is something to do with overheads chapter, traditional costing system, not the ABC. Quickly let's do it. There are several different methods which can be used to absorb overheads. The following data to determine the total cost, total production cost of job number M626. First of all, total cost center overhead is 62,100. Production output 13,800 units. Direct labor hours 27,000 hours. Machine hours 34,500. Direct wage cost 17,500 rupees. Material cost 49,680. Prime cost is 66,930. Now guys, now we saw in overheads chapter there are 6 different base quantities, right? What are they? Machine hour, labor hour, 2 hours are there. Then 3 figures are there. What is this? Material cost, labor cost, prime cost, sum total of these 2. Then production units method, 2 plus 3 plus 1, correct? 6 methods are there. Now they are just asking you to calculate absorption rate. Simple. First, if I'm using production units method, what will be the absorption rate per unit? That is the total departmental overhead divided by the total number of units produced. How much is that? Calculator, you just do it. 62,100 divided by 13,800. How much is it, guys? How much is it? 4.5 per unit. That's all. So if I use this as the base quantity, absorption rate will be 4.5 per unit. Nothing great here, right? Suppose if I use labor hours as the base quantity, what will it be? Per labor hour will be the absorption rate. So 62,100 divided by 27,000. How much is it? Divided by 27,000. How much is it? 2.3 rupees per hour. Guys, correct? So for every hour spent in this department, I will charge the product with 2.3 rupees. If I use machine hours as a base quantity, it's going to be 62,100 by 34,500. How much is that? Please do the calculation. 62,100 divided by 34,500. How much is it? 1.8 rupees per machine hour. Clear with this? Similarly, direct wage cost 17,250 is the total direct wages. So now what is going to be the absorption rate? 62,100 divided by 17,250 into 100. It's expressed as a percentage. Numerator is in rupees, denominator also in rupees. So 62,100 divided by 17,250. How much is that? Into 100, it's going to be 360 percentage of direct wages. So in this case, what I will do, whatever is the wage cost spent in this department, on that 360 percentage is going to be that particular product's share of overheads. Material cost, so 62,100 divided by 49,680 into 100. How much is that? 49,680 into 100. It's going to be 125 percentage of material cost. Prime cost, how much is it? 62,100 divided by 66,930 into 100. How much is it? I think it's close to about 92.78%. Please calculate 62,100 divided by 66,930 into 100. How much is that? 92.7835 percentage roughly. Guys, clear with this. This is ideally not a part of your ABC. It is only your overheads. Just a direct calculation. Don't expect these kind of questions in your exam. This is a direct to set the context. They have mentioned, let us now recap and all these things. I have also kept the same terminologies. It's nothing great here, guys. What you need to do, overheads divided by the respective base quantity, you will get it. Production units method, it will be per unit. Direct labor hours, it will be per labor hour. Machine hours will be per machine hour. Wage cost will be percentage of wage cost. This will be percentage of material cost. This will be percentage of prime cost. We have seen this. We have seen this in overheads chapter itself. Nothing great, right? With the calculator itself, you can directly do it. And of course, I've just given the solution also here. Beyond this, you need not spend time on this particular area. But this was there to set the context. So they have kept it in your institute study material. In P12 only, I have also kept it. Clear with this, guys? Right? Done? Done? Clear with this? You want to do this fully once again, right? Is this okay? Fine. Nothing great here. If you want, once again, you need to write everything. That's all. Nothing great here beyond this. Maybe in the book itself, you can write this is per unit. This is per labor hour. This is per machine hour. These are given 360% of direct wages, 125% of direct materials, 93% roughly of prime cost. Okay. Now, what I want you guys to do is that please go to the last page of your notebook. Last page. Lastest page. Okay. Yes. Now, there on the top of the page, take the heading Library of Adjustments. Library of Adjustments. What it is, I will tell you. Now, on that page, in that page, take this heading, chapter number, small column, just a number 1, 2, 3, whatever it is. That's all. Then question number, small column only. Be question number 1, question number 2, 5, 10, 20, whatever it is. Here also only number. Sorry, reference also should be given. Fine, thanks for reminding. Our existing P8 students know this. Yes, please give this also page number. One more small column, page number, reference page number. This is also small. Don't waste much of your space. The first 3 columns should be small. This alone I will dictate every time. Here it can be big because you need to write. These three you leave it small. This alone you give a big space. Whatever is the remaining length of the page, you can use it. What is this? For example, this particular sum we did right now. What was it? Chapter number 2, question number 1. In your solved question bank, it was covered in page number 1, right? For example, so page number 1, I think the page numbering is not yet finalized. So I think the first chapter, okay, yeah, this is finalized. Yes, this is the final page number. Okay, this is in your question bank. This is page number 1. Correct? Your question bank, this is page number 1. Suppose we do the in-depth solution, certain sums. This was a basic sum. We didn't do it in our notebook. If we do it in the notebook, your notebook page number also should be mentioned here. Fine. And I want you guys to number your notebook pages. Your notebooks, please number it. Else there is no point at all. Now here adjustment I will dictate. Write down. TCS, traditional costing system. You know what it means for. This is for your understanding. Write down TCS hyphen 6 different overhead absorption rates. That's all. 6 different overhead absorption rate. TCS hyphen 6 different overheads absorption rates. Now guys, this is going to be your life savior. How? Every time we do a question, we will come and update it here. The first 3 columns I want you to update by yourself. That I will not be doing. Chapter number, question number, then the page number reference. You guys can do it. Too much to ask? No, you guys can do it. This alone I will dictate. Now just imagine you want to revise one particular concept. For example, in marginal costing, there is one concept called as volume analysis. You want to, somehow you feel volume analysis, you want to revise something, you are not confident. Now, how will you know which sums cover volume analysis? Go to your library of adjustment. Wherever you find volume analysis, go refer these sums. Now once you go to these sums, if you have properly done this note taking that I have told you, mistakes will pop up in your red item, red ink, right? The sequence of steps will pop up in your blue ink, your green ink. Automatically, where to refer, which sums to refer, this will tell you. In that, what mistakes, red ink will tell you, right? What steps, green ink will tell you. Quickly you can finish off. Clear with this? Every time we spend, every time that we spend in the classroom, whatever questions we do, I will update the scoreboard, library of adjustment. So it should keep on going. Suppose if I miss also, you please remind me. You please remind me to write down the library of adjustment. Clear with this, guys? I will dictate. So as you do this, by the end of this particular discussion, by the end of this particular subject, you would have prepared one full-fledged library. I call this as a library of adjustments, right? This is how I learned it. This is how, when I learned, we had a faculty called MP Vijay Kumar sir. He's not teaching anymore. So legendary faculty. This was something he taught us. I learned it from him. It did wonders in my exam. I still have complete control. He taught me accounts, right? But these are some hygienes that I maintained for all papers, though he taught me only accounts. It helped a lot, and I am just passing on the legacy to you all, right? In fact, he never, he feels we should not spoon feed, so he never dictates library of adjustment. He will ask us to write library of adjustment in our own language. But here I'm going one step above. I know if I ask you to do that, you will not do. I am dictating the library of adjustment. So please make sure that you are, properly doing and writing it down, so that in one space, one place, you will have everything you need. Beyond that, you need not go running after this. Clear with this, guys? Will you follow this? Right? And revision with this, you can effectively revise the entire subject in half a day. Definitely possible, because you have taken so much time in compiling everything. So first time preparation will take time. then revision will not take that much amount of time. That's why I told you a 2-hour session. A 2-hour session will only take hardly 10 minutes to revise. That's all it is. Clear with this, guys? And one more thing, the last one page only, no sir, is it enough? It will not be enough. So I want you guys to go from the back. So last page is there. Suppose that page is over. Turn the page like this. Go from reverse, it's okay. Right? I don't want you guys to leave some space. Last pages, sir, last 10 pages I will leave. No, I cannot plan the space like that. From back you come. Right? No problem at all. From the front you will be going. I mean, you will be writing all your questions and solutions and all that. From the back you write the library of adjustment. Hardly it will take a few pages. That's okay. Whatever it is. Sir, suppose this notebook is over. Take the next notebook. Continue doing the sums from the front. Once again, for that notebook you have library of adjustment from the back. Clear with this? Right? That's about it. Don't worry about you need not plan the space. Clear? It's very, very simple. Will you guys follow this? Okay, fine. This is something that I've done even for cost accounting. The students who have attended know this. So for the sake of others who are attending my management accounting lectures directly, so yes, this is how it is. Clear with this, guys? Right. Now shall we move on to the next question? Shall we move on to the next question? The first question is done and dusted. Right? By the way, guys, whatever you see here, no, within bracket, this was there in the study material, I've kept it. This is ideally an adjustment, but what is the adjustment will not be mentioned in all the questions. First, initially few questions they have also kept. In question 2 it is not there. Right? That's why I dictate library of adjustments every time. Shall we go on to the second sum? Hello? Shall we? Yes. A company is manufacturing two products, product A and product B, and the annual outputs of the two products are 10,000 units and 20,000 units respectively. The total annual overheads of the products of the company is 3 lakh rupees. The machine hours required for product A are 20,000 hours and that of product B are 10,000 hours respectively. Then the overhead absorption rate under the traditional costing system using machine hours as the base quantity. So they are asking us to compute the overhead absorption rate keeping machine hours as the base quantity. Now, how will you do it, guys? How will you do it? They are asking us to calculate the machine hour rate. Will we be able to do that? Hello? What is the total overheads? Hello? What is the total overheads? Guys, answer. No, please answer. How much is it? 3 lakh. Divided by total machine hours, you will get the overhead absorption rate per machine hour. What is the total machine hour? Product A requires a total of 20,000. B requires a total of 13,000. Overall machine hours is 30,000. So 3 lakhs divided by 30,000 gives you how much? 3 lakh divided by 30,000 is not 30. It is 3 lakh by 30,000 is 10 rupees is the absorption rate per machine hour. Guys, correct? Per machine hour, what is it going to be? 10 rupees. So totally for product A, it's going to be how many machine hours? 20,000 into 10. It is going to be 2 lakh rupees is the overheads attributable to product A. 10,000 into 10, 1 lakh rupees is the overhead attributable to product B. Product A, product B, divided with the respective number of units in product A, product B, you will get the overhead cost per unit of A, overhead cost per unit of B. But remember, this is also under traditional costing system only. Guys, are you all clear with this? Shall we quickly do this sum? Shall we do this sum quickly? Go down. Question number 2. Write down. Question number 2. Write down. Step 1, calculation of absorption rate per machine hour. Green ink. Calculation of absorption rate per machine hour. Absorption rate is equal to total overheads divided by everybody. Total in this case machine hours, base quantity is machine hours, total machine hours. Correct, guys? Hello? So tell me, what is the total overheads? So total overheads was how much? 3 lakh rupees. You guys have the book with you, right? Right? Sure. Please have that. Divided by, what is the total machine hours? Total machine hours is 20,000 plus 10,000. Going to be 20,000 machine hours plus 10,000 machine hours. Going to be 30,000 machine hours. So 3 lakh by 30,000 is going to be how much? Rupees 10 per unit. Rupees 10 per machine hour. Guys, clear with this? This is going to be my absorption rate. Are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? Yes. Write down. Step 2. Calculation of overhead cost per unit. Calculation of overhead cost per unit. Take the template, particulars, A, B. Write down under that 1. Total machine hours. Totally, product A as a whole requires how many machine hours? Guys, how many machine hours? 20,000 machine hours. Write down 20,000 machine hours. Product B requires a total of how many machine hours? 10,000 machine hours. Write down 10,000 machine hours. Write down number 2. Absorption rate. How much is the absorption rate? 10 rupees per machine hour. Whether it's A or B, per machine hour it's going to be 10. Correct, guys? Write down 3. Total overheads within bracket 0.1 into 0.2. 20,000 into 10. How much is that? No, 20,000 into 10. Add 1 0. That's all. 2 lakh rupees is the overhead cost for A. 10,000 into 10. 1 lakh rupees is the total overheads for product B. Number 4. Units. How many units of A? How many units of B have we achieved? It's given here. 10,000 units of A and 20,000 units of B. Nice, correct? So 10,000 units of A and 20,000 units of B. Right, guys? So 5th, write down overhead cost per unit within bracket what by what? Line item 3 divided by line item 4. How much is it? 2 lakh by 10,000. 2 lakh by 10,000. How much is it? Huh? Remove 4 zeros. That's all. You will get 20 rupees per monkey or donkey per unit. Then here 1 lakh divided by 20,000 units. How much is that? 1 lakh by 20,000 units. How much is it? Guys, 1 lakh by 20,000 units. 10 by 2 is 5, no? Rupees 5 per unit. Okay. Right. Done? Guys, are you all clear with this? Fairly simple, isn't it? We have not yet started ABC. It's just your traditional overhead accounting or basically traditional costing system, TCS. That's nothing but overhead. So, shall we just go and update a library of adjustments? Write down, guys. Write down. So, see, 2-step procedure and we completed this. We calculated the absorption rate and then we charged the product and arrived at the overhead cost per unit, but this was fully under traditional costing system. Write down TCS hyphen. TCS hyphen. Please write down quickly, guys. Give all the cross-referencing, chapter number, question number, page number, everything I want you guys to give. Write down TCS hyphen. TCS hyphen. Calculation of machine hour rate, MH rate. MH rate, semicolon. Semicolon is this. You know that? Semicolon. Semicolon. calculation of overhead cost per unit. Calculation of overhead cost per unit. Done, guys? Yes. Now we saw that this traditional costing system is not a very correct way of charging overheads the product, right? A better way is what? A better way is what? Activity based costing system, ABC. Correct? Because you don't incur the cost directly because you have a department. You incur the cost because you have multiple activities. It is the activity that consume resources, and resource consumption will result in incurrence of cost. Hence, it is more meaningful to calculate activity wise cost and apportion it to the products. Are you clear with this? Right? This is what they have mentioned here. From the above, the following inferences can be made for traditional costing system. Ideally speaking, this is not a part of this question, right? It was mentioned in the study material after this question. I retained it here so that it will make more sense to explain the concept. Clear with this, guys? So now the following inferences can be made for the traditional costing system. Means what? Overheads costing system. What are the inferences you can make? Number one, the finished products consume resources in proportion to the production volume. It is not necessary, no, right? In traditional costing system, more the volume means more share of overheads. It is not the case. That is not correct. Maybe for some products, maybe lesser volume, but let us say it might need more setup. Example, setup cost. In that case, though the volume is less, since the number of setups is more, the setup cost attributable to that product would be more, no? Guys, correct? So don't charge overheads just based on units. Every cost has its own factor that drives the cost. Look at the cost driver, that is the base quantity for that particular activity which are used for producing that product. That's how you should apportion. This is not correct. Next, the proper identification of value added and non-value added activities cannot be made if you're following traditional system. Why? You do it based on departments, not based on activities. Only when you bifurcate it into activities, you know which is value added, which is not value added. It does not facilitate the control of those activities which cause fixed overheads. Control cannot be exercised. A single or a blanket rate is used to absorb the overhead cost, the cost object, causing in cost distortion. What is cost distortion? We'll be seeing it, but basically it is not a correct way of charging overheads to the product. It is a subjective approach since the system uses arbitrary basis for apportionment of overhead cost over the cost object. I just told you for the entire department you use machine hour as the base quantity. In that example, I told you, no, 1 lakh rupees, 10,000 hours. I told you out of that only 60,000 rupees was pertaining to machine running activity, right? But there were setup cost, inspection cost and all that is driven by certain other cost driver, right? For that also we use only machine hours as a base quantity. If you are following traditional costing system, it is not correct. So this is the reason why we have a separate chapter called as activity based costing. How to do, what to do, we will understand in this question number 3. Ideally in this question only we are getting started with that activity based costing system. Now shall I read this question out for you? Shall we get started, guys? Yes. Now let's spend more time here. Read it patiently and let us solve the sum. This way you will get a full overview and a very good picture about this particular chapter. Shall we get started, guys? Shall we get started? Yes. Now ABC company manufactures 3 products, A, B and C. The data for the period just ended is as follows. Product A, product B, product C. Product wise, how many units got produced is given. Product wise selling price is given. Product wise material cost per unit is given. Product wise how many labor hours are required. To produce 1 unit of A I need 2 hours. 1 unit of B requires 1 hour. 1 unit of C requires 1 hour each. And labor is paid at the rate of 5 rupees per hour. Okay. Overheads for the period. What is the total overheads incurred, guys? 1,90,000. Now, this 1,90,000, they have broken it up into multiple activities. What is the breakup of 1,90,000? 90,000 rupees is related to setup cost. 30,000 rupees is related to receiving cost. 15,000 is relating to dispatch cost. 55,000 is relating to machining cost. This is the activity wise breakup of this entire 1,90,000 rupees of cost. Clear with this, guys? Clear with this? Next, cost driver data. What do you mean by a cost driver? The factor that drives the cost. Machine hours per unit is given ABC. Number of setup product wise given. Number of deliveries received product wise is given. Number of orders dispatched product wise is given. Now look at this. Why have they given this? Now guys, setup cost 90,000 rupees. Now, why am I incurring this 90,000? For the purpose of setting up. This is the activity. Now setup cost will be driven by, why do you incur the setup cost? Because you have multiple setups in the factory. Is correct? So can I say setup cost makes sense to be apportioned on the basis of number of setups? Agreeing with me, guys? Agreeing with me, guys? Right? Here setup cost is not driven based on machine hours or anything or volume. It depends on how many number of setups is required, guys. Correct? For product A, totally, let's say I'm manufacturing 20,000 units of product A. I'm not bothered about this. Totally, how many setups you need? 10 setups, sir. Total 10 setups with this entire 20,000 units of product A can be manufactured. So product A 10. Product B requires 13. With 13 setups, entire 25,000 units can be manufactured. Product C, 2 setups, entire 2,000 units can be manufactured. I am not bothered about this units. Here, I am bothered about the setup, guys. Correct? So in this factory, what is the total number of setup? 13 plus 10 plus 13 plus 2. How much is that? 25. Overall, I have 25 setups. Because I had 25 setups, I incurred a total cost of how much? 90,000 rupees. So 90,000 divided by 25. How much you get? 90,000 divided by 25. How much you get, guys? 3,600 rupees you get. Correct? So this 3,600 rupees is going to be it is going to be the cost incurred for every setup, guys. Correct? The 3,600 into 10 gives me the total setup cost attributable to product A. 3,600 into 13 gives the total setup cost attributable to product B. 3,600 into 2 gives the total setup cost attributable to product C. Are you clear with this? So meaningfully, we have apportioned this line item of setup cost. Are you all clear with this, guys? Similarly, receiving cost, how much is it? 30,000 rupees. Now, this receiving cost, right? What is the cost driver? Cost driver is nothing but base quantity. For receiving cost, it could be number of deliveries received, Guys, correct? Receiving cost is nothing but from my supplier location, I receive, For this, I incur some cost. I will be having some people to go collect it or whatever it is, right? This is based on number of deliveries received. So I have the number of deliveries received. On that basis, I will apportion this 30,000. Dispatch cost, this is driven by the total number of orders dispatched. Guys, based on that, I will apportion this 15,000. Machining cost 55,000. This is driven by the total machine hours. Keep that as a base and do it. But remember one thing, be careful. Here, machine hour per unit is only given. Multiplied with the respective units, arrive at the total machine hours, use that as the base to apportion the machining cost. Clear with this, guys? So, sir, only these are the different base quantities? No. Look at the activities. For every activity, whatever is the reasonable base quantity that you can find out, right? You pick that base quantity and apportion it. Use that as the base quantity to apportion the cost. Are you all clear with this, guys? Any problem here? Are you guys able to understand this? Are you guys able to understand? Any problem here, guys? Any problem here? No. Now look at this. What have they asked? Calculate the cost and profit per unit, absorbing all the overheads on the basis of labor hours, which means here they are asking you to do it under a traditional costing system. Take labor hours as the base quantity, right? Apportion the overheads to products based on labor hours as the base quantity. Number 2, calculate the cost and the profit per unit by absorbing the overheads using an activity based costing approach. In that case, what you need to do, activity wise, take the respective base quantity. Instead of taking a single base quantity as labor hours, take activity wise base quantity and you need to charge it to the products. Arrive at the cost and the profit per unit. Shall we do this question now, guys? Shall we do this question? Yes, shall we get started? Yes. Okay, guys, let's do this now. Please take the heading question number. No. Question number 3. Question number 3. Take the heading, guys. Part, what have they given? A or 1? A, yeah? Okay. Part A. Write down. Traditional costing system. Traditional costing system. Now, in this case, guys, what will I do? In this case, what will I do? This entire 1,90,000 I will apportion it on the basis of what? I will apportion on the basis of labor hours. So for that, I should calculate the absorption rate. Now, how will you calculate the absorption rate? Total overheads divided by total labor hours. What is the total labor hours? What do you have? What is the total labor hours, pa? Can you calculate the total labor hours? How can you calculate? Just tell me how you calculate. Excellent. Now, every unit of A requires 2 hours. I am manufacturing 20,000 units. Every unit of B requires 1 labor hour. I am manufacturing 25,000 units of B. 1 hour per unit of C. Totally 2,000 units of C. So, C, it's going to be 2 into 20,000 plus 1 into 25,000 plus 1 into 2,000. Overall, you get the total labor hours. So, now what will you do? Total overheads divided by total labor hours. Get the absorption rate, guys. And now with this absorption rate, what will you do? Meaningfully charge it to the product. Are you all clear with this? Totally, how many labor hours are there? 67,000. Okay, very good. Shall we do this quickly? Shall we do this quickly? Fine. Write down. Under this, write down step 1. Step 1. Calculation of absorption rate. Calculation of absorption rate. Within bracket, what is the absorption rate base quantity? Labor hours. Because it could be any of 6 different base quantities. In this case, we are using labor hours. Guys, this is the reason I asked you to first complete your overheads chapter and come here. Though overheads is not in this particular subject, don't say it is out of syllabus and all. Institute will not allow you. So you need to know, even if it's in a different group, paper 8 is in group 1, still they expect you to know this chapter. Write down. Absorption rate is equal to what by what? Come on, guys, please. Total overheads divided by total labor hours. Correct? Right. Now, what is the total overheads? How much is the amount? Rupees 1,90,000. I am not bothered about the inside breakup of activity wise breakup or whatever it is. Divided by total labor hours. Total labor hours. How will I compute? Right? We can just put a star here. So you can come down and write total labor hours is equal to, tell me, guys, what into what? Yes, come on, guys, tell me. It's going to be, yes, 20,000 hours. Sorry. 20,000 units into 2 hours plus 25,000 units into 1 hour. Good. Plus 2,000 units into 1 hour again. So this is going to be 20 to 2 is 40,000 hours plus 25,000 hours plus 2,000 hours. How much is it, guys? Come on. It's going to be 67,000 hours. Go up and update it here. 67,000 hours. So how much is going to be my absorption rate? 190,000 divided by 67,000. 2.835. Okay, rupees 2.8358 something. Okay, ideally you should not round off, but okay, in your study material they have rounded off. You put it as 2.834. 2.834. Done. Right, guys? Now, what do we do now? What do we do now? Finally, they have asked us to calculate the cost and the profit per unit. No, guys, shall we do it? Write down. Step 2 in this particular. Step 2 in this particular part A. Write down. Statement of cost and profit per unit. They had asked per unit, we will also do per unit. So, and they asked this fully, we will do fully. We would have done it fully. Shall we get started, guys? Okay. Take this template, particulars and 3 columns. Particulars, 3 columns. What are the 3 columns? A, B, and C. A, B, and C. Come on, guys. Let us do it. Now, they've asked for the total cost and the total profit. Now, first write down material cost. Is it given in the question? Hello? Per unit material cost is given, huh? Yes. How much have they given? Material cost directly given 5, 10, and 10. Write down here. Write down here. It's going to be how much? Rupees 5, rupees 10, and rupees 10. Next one. Labor cost. Labor cost. Is it given in the question? Not directly, but labor hours is given, and the labor is paid at the rate of 5 rupees per hour. So 5 into 2, 5 into 1, and 5 into 1. So write down labor cost at the rate of rupees 5 per hour. How much is it? 5 into 2 is 10, 5, and 5. That's all. Then you have overheads. Overheads is at the rate of how much, guys? Just now we calculated 2.834 per hour. So write down at the rate of rupees 2.834 per hour. Ideally speaking, should not be rounded off, but anyways. Right? Now, every unit requires how many labor hours? A requires 2 labor hours, B and C 1 each. So fine, it's going to be 2.834 into 2. How much is that? 5.668. So write down here rupees 5.668. So per hour, this is the absorption rate. Every unit of A requires 2 labor hours. So every unit of A, what will be the overhead cost? 2.834 into 2. That is 5.668. Any problem here? Yes. Now the next one. For B, only 1 hour is required for every unit. Directly 2.834. Here it's going to be how much? Once again, 2.834. That's about it. Write down total cost per unit. Add up how much you get. Rupees 20.668. Rupees 17.834. And here you get the same 17.834. Right? Then total cost. Now selling price is given in the question. Yes, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, and 20, which means how much is the profit or loss per unit? Product A within bracket 0.668, 0.668. Product B 20 minus 17.834. How much is that? 2.166. Then 2.166 is going to be the profit per unit. A, B, and C. Guys, any problem here? Any problem here? Please do your own calculations. Don't pick the figures from the screen. Do it by yourself. Whatever I'm doing here is just to assist you. In the classroom, have the habit of doing things by yourself. Be self-reliant. Never be dependent on anyone. Are we done here? Are we done here? And that's about the first part of the question, wherein we need to solve under traditional costing system. Shall we now go ahead and do this question under activity based costing, guys? Okay, let's do this. This is part B. Part B. Please take the heading activity based costing within bracket A, B, C. A, B, C. Shall we begin? Shall we begin, guys? Okay. Right. Now, under this, write down step 1. Write down calculation of cost driver rate. Please write down calculation of cost driver rate. Written down. Now drop your pens. Please follow here. Right? Please follow. I will do it first. I will give you the time to copy. Certain jargons alone are new. Right? Jargons means terminologies. Certain terminologies alone are new here. Everything else is same. Right? I will give you guys a template, a very structured way to do this chapter. Now, certain questions they have followed this template in your study material. Certain questions they have not. Preferably follow this. It is the best way to do this particular chapter. Clear with this, guys? Now, just to follow here, nothing more you need to do. Okay, and I will give you the time to write down. First one, there we have department. Here we call that as good activity. Right, I will give you the time to write down, don't worry. Right, every single thing logically we will understand. Now, department wise, P1, P2, P3, whatever it is, we have department wise. Department wise, we have a cost that is called as departmental overheads. Here we call that as cost pool. What do we call it as? Cost pool. Clear with this, guys? Cost pool means what? Nothing. Pooling means putting everything together. So for every activity we collect the cost, For example, machine running activity, what is the cost? You are pooling multiple line items. For machine running activity, so many people, workers, certain materials I purchase, whatever it is. Overall, you pool, and for this activity, whatever is the cost, it is called as cost pool. Activity cost pool. Are you clear with this? Cost pool means the amount incurred for that particular activity. Clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Perfect. Next. Then we will have cost driver name. Cost driver is nothing but base quantity. There 6 base quantities were there. Here, depending on the activity, you can have any base quantity. Setup cost, what is the base quantity? Number of setups. Correct? In this question, what other thing you have? Dispatch. Correct? So you have for dispatch activity number of dispatches. Order receipts, some order receiving is there. For that you have number of delivery receipts, whatever it is. Machining, machine hours. Clear with this, guys? So what is the cost driver name you mention? Clear with this, guys? Once you mention the cost driver name, you should mention the cost driver quantity. Base quantity, Guys, cost driver quantity. What is the base quantity? Name of the base quantity, and how much is it in amount? So cost driver name will be machine hours. Totally how many machine hours were consumed? Clear with this? Guys, are you clear with this? Logical, isn't it? Then what you need to do? finally arrive at the cost driver rate. This cost driver rate is nothing but absorption rate. In traditional costing system, we call it as absorption rate. Here we call it as cost driver rate. Why is the cost driver? The the factor that drives the cost is called as base quantity. Cost driver is correct. Cost driver rate. Cost pool divided by cost driver quantity. Total, for example, machining cost divided by machine hours, you arrive at the machine hour rate, that is called as a cost driver rate. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Any problem here? So I'll put this as column number 1, this is column number 2, this is column number 3, this is column number 4, this column number 5 is equal to 2 divided by 4. Clear with this, guys? Are you all able to understand this? Guys, are you all able to understand this? Boss, you guys are able to understand this? Any problem here? Any problem here? No. Quickly just write down the template and we will go ahead and fill it. That's all. That's all. Go ahead and fill it slowly. Once we find the rate, then we will charge it to the products. That is the next step. Come on, guys. Do it. Quickly do it. Only 10 seconds time I will give you. Come on. Quickly do it. Make it fast. Cost driver quantity pa. Cost driver name, cost driver quantity, cost driver rate. Done, guys. Shall we proceed forward? Shall we proceed forward? Okay, fine. Now list out the activities. What are the different activities, guys? Come on, list out. You have 4 activities here. Huh? Yes, setup, receiving, dispatch, and machining. Please write down. Setup, then receiving, then dispatch, then machining. Right? Now what is the cost pool? Come on, guys. What is the cost pool readily available? Yes, very good. Come on, tell me. 90,000, 30,000, 15,000, 55,000. Populate. Rupees 90,000, rupees 30,000, rupees 15,000, rupees 55,000. What was the total? 1,90,000. There, entire 1,90,000 we apportioned using labor hour, but that was wrong. Every activity has a different factor that drives the cost, called as cost driver. Clear with this, guys? Now setup activities. The setup looks like shut up. One second. For whatever it's worth. Okay, setup. Okay, now guys, for setting up activities, what is the cost driver? Number of setups. Just write it here. That's all. Number of setup. Then receiving activity. Number of deliveries. That's all. Number of deliveries. Then dispatch activity. Number of orders. Very good. Number of orders dispatched. Then machining activity, machine hours. Clear with this? This is just you are writing the name of it. Clear with this, guys? Now totally for this year, how many number of setups were made? Come on, guys. Totally for this year, how many number of setups were made? 25. How did you get? 10 plus 13 plus 2. Guys, correct? Here I am writing it down. 10 plus 13 plus 2. How much you get total? Guys, 25 setups. Next, receiving activity. Totally how many deliveries, guys, received? 10 plus 10 plus 2 is 22. So 10 plus 10 plus 2. I get a total of how much? 22 deliveries. Any problem here? No. Dispatch. How many number of orders dispatched? 20 plus 20 plus 20 is going to be 60. 20 plus 20 plus 20. It's going to be how much? 60. Now, machine hours. Machine hours. In this year, totally how many machine hours? Hello? In this year, totally how many machine hours? Machine hours per unit is only given 2. Now, totally how many units are there? So, 20,000, 25,000, 2,000 respectively. Total machine hours will be, so total machine hours will be 2 into 20,000 plus 2 into 25,000 plus 2 into 2,000. How much does it come out to? How much does it come out to? 94,000. Okay, so now here machine hours, right? We will put one asterisk mark and hash you put, come here. Total machine hours is equal to product A, 20,000 units I produce, every unit requires 2 hours, plus product B, 25,000 units into 2 hours, plus C, 2,000 units into 2 hours. Going to be 40,000 plus 50,000 plus 4,000, right? How much is that, guys? 94,000 machine hours. Just go here and update 94,000 machine hours. Clear with this? Hello? Any problem here, guys? So now arrive at the cost driver rate. Now, for setting up activity, I incur a total of 90,000 rupees. I made a total of 25 setups. What is the cost driver rate per setup? 90,000 divided by 25. So how much is it? So it is going to be 3,600 rupees per setup. Clear with this? Always write the cost object. Here I am collecting the cost per setup. So which means the cost object, the object for which I am computing the cost is what? Setup, guys, correct? So per setup the cost is how much? 36,000. Is correct. Next, 30,000 divided by 22. How much was that? Yes, this is going to be receiving, no? Yes, how much is it? Okay, 1363.63. Okay, no problem. We will do it, but retain the decimals in your calculator. M plus you can put 1363.636363 per delivery. Next, dispatch 15,000 divided by 60. How much is it? Rupees 250 per dispatch. Correct, guys? I mean, sorry, 250 per order. Yes, per order. Here the cost object is 60 orders. Per order it is 250 rupees. Then machining 55,000 divided by 94,000. Am I right? 55,000 by 94,000. How much is it? Okay, rupees 0.585. Here also it is running into decimals. Okay, we will see. Per machine hour. Clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? Yes, guys? Now here if you look at it, these are all the cost objects. Guys, clear? Now setup cost 90,000. Now this is where I started off by saying all costs are direct as well as indirect. I told you 90,000 rupees setup cost. It is indirect if the cost object is 1 unit. So for every unit it is not directly attributable. But if you change the cost object to number of setups, then I can say, sir, per setup the cost is 3600 rupees. Guys, correct? Suppose if you want to reduce the setup cost, what will you do? If I reduce the number of units, it will not reduce. You should try to reduce the number of setups. So here for every activity you try to figure out what is the cost driver. If you want to reduce the respective cost, go hit the cost driver quantity, try to reduce the cost driver. Are you all clear with this? So don't say that if I reduce the production these costs will reduce. No, If you want to reduce a particular cost, go find out what drives the cost. Try to control that. Are you clear with this? Now the same setup cost is indirect if you keep the cost object as one unit, but it becomes direct if you keep one cost object as setup. Clearly, I can save 3,600 rupees every time one setup is saved. Or in other words, I can say I will have to incur 3,600 rupees more every time I have an additional setup. That is the meaning of this, no? Guys, correct? Inside that setup, I can set up once, I can produce 10 units or 10,000 units. That is completely my choice, but it is not driven by the units, it is driven by the setup. Are you all able to understand this? Guys, are you all able to understand this? Similarly, receiving also, this is the cost per delivery. Here, if you keep delivery as the cost object, it is direct. Guys, clear with this? But if you keep one unit as a cost object, it becomes indirect. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all able to understand? This way, company knows. Now just imagine you are running a company. You can list out what are all the activity. For every activity, arrive at the cost pool, arrive at the cost driver. Now you can see the factor that drives your cost. Sir, overall 1,90,000, how can I save? Don't tell me like this. Break it up into multiple activities. Find out what drives the cost. See out of this. For example, setup cost I want to reduce. The 25 setups I do, sir, in a year. If you want to reduce the setup cost, go try to reduce the number of setups. See if you can, if there is a scope for reducing the number of setups or so on. Clear with this? So now you know where to look at in order to reduce your overall cost. This way ABC helps in your control. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all able to understand this? Right? So that's about it. Now first we have arrived at what? The cost driver rates. Now let's go and charge this overheads the respective product. Shall we do it? Write down step number 2. Step 2. Apportionment of overheads to products. Apportionment of overheads to products. Write down under this, 1 second. I'll give you a template. Wait. Activity. How many products are there? ABC, no? 3 products, huh? The company deals in 4 products, huh? No. I'm saying the company deals in how many products? 3 products only, no? A, B, C. Right? Okay. 1 second. A, B, and C. Under that, CDQ amount, CDQ amount, CDQ amount. This is the template. Please write down. What do you mean by CDQ? Cost driver quantity, right? Amount. Please write down activity, then A, B, and C products. Under every product, cost driver quantity amount, cost driver quantity amount, cost driver quantity amount. Please write down. Quick. Done? Now, first, what is the activity, guys? What is the first activity? Come on. Setup activity. Write down. Setup activity. Now, how many number of setups for A, B, and C? How many number of setups for A, B, and C? 10, 13, 2. Product wise, write down here. 10, 13, 2. Correct? Now, for every setup, what is the cost? 3,600. So now, can I directly say 3,600 into 10 will be A's share of setup cost. 3,600 into 13 will be B's share of setup cost. 3,602 will be C's share of setup cost. Now, guys, you guys know that calculated trick? You guys know that calculated trick? What is it? Not M plus. Okay. Into. So this I covered in basic concepts. Huh? Where did I cover this? Basic concepts are overheads. I covered this in overheads, is it? Okay. For the sake of everyone, once again, I'll tell you. This common number is there, 3,600, right? This simple piece of machine can actually do wonders, I will tell you. This 3600 is there as a common number. You need to multiply it once with 10, the same number once again with 13, same number once again with 2. So now 3600. Now what will you do? 3600 into first 10, once again 3600 into 13, once again 3600 into 2. Now don't waste your time like this. In exam you don't have the time. I will tell you very simple way. Instead of using memory and all, I will tell you m plus m minus, no need to use here. So just to do as I say in your calculator, just type 3600. Click on the multiply button 2 times. Into 10 is equal to, just write 10, put 1 is equal to, how much you get? Write down the figure, 36,000. Okay. Now don't do anything. What is the next number you want to multiply? 13. Don't do anything. Directly put 13 and click is equal to. How much you get? 46,800. That's all. Then next number you want to multiply, 2. Put 2 and click is equal to. How much you get? 7,200. Every time you want to multiply, once again don't put into and type the number. No. So 3600 into 10 is equal to, write down. 13 is equal to, write down. 2 is equal to, write down. That's all. A common number, if you want to multiply it with different numbers, this is how you need to do it. In your calculator, it saves a lot of your time. Clear with this, guys? Saves a lot of time in exam. Don't waste your time by doing it once again. Right? Non-value added activities. Right? It is an absolute waste of time. Fine, guys. Done. What is the second activity? Receiving activity. Write down here. Receiving activity. Perfect. Now, receiving activity is driven by number of deliveries, right? How many deliveries product wise? 10, 10 and 2. Just go and write down 10, 10 and 2. Now, how is the cost per delivery? Okay, we have the fractions. Now in your calculator, 30,000 divided by 22 is equal to, how much you get? 1363.63636363. It keeps on going, right? Just to retain that number. Now this common number you need to multiply with these things. So what will you do? Into 10 is equal to, write down, how much you get? 13,636.36. The same 10 is equal to the same number only, 13,636.36. Then 2 is equal to, how much you get? 2727.2727. Correct? That's about it. Guys, clear with this? That's all. Simple. Next activity, what is it? Dispatcher. Dispatch activity. Now, what is the cost driver quantity? Number of orders dispatched, 20, 20, 20. So 20, 20, 20. What is the cost per dispatch? 250. So 250 into 20 is equal to 5,000. So once again you click 20 and all, it will not change. So mathematics is same for all the columns. So don't do that. So I have given a time saving activity. Don't use this activity and waste your time much more. It's only the same figure, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Okay, done. The next one, what activity? Machining activity. Machining activity. Now machining activity, how much? Now don't say 2, 2, 2. Now here we have 40,000, 50,000, 4,000 total machine hours into the respective products and all. Write down here 40,000, 50,000 machine hours and then 4,000 machine hours. Now here also we have the fractions, no? 0.58 something. Okay, once again let's calculate this. 55,000 divided by 94,000. How much you get? 0.5851063 something. Don't do anything. Keep that number into 40,000 is equal to, how much you get? How much you get? 23,404.25 something. Okay, write down here 23,004. Okay, put it as 404. It's enough. Okay, then the next number, 50,000 is equal to, how much you get? 29,255. That's all, right? So okay, this you can round up to 29,256 if you want. Okay, or you can keep it as such. It's okay, not a problem. Then 4,000 is equal to how much you get? 2340.42. Yes, you can round off to 2340. Here also, guys, we will do the rounding off. I mean, if you want to do the round off, or you can just keep it as such, not a problem. I'll make it 2728. I'm making it here. Okay. If you want, you retain the decimals. It's okay. Finally, you can round off. That's not a problem. Now, what you will do? Line gap and total. Line gap and total. Which one will you total, guys? Which one will you total? Amount or even CDQ? CDQ. What can you total it? This is number of setups plus number of orders plus number of deliveries plus number of machine hours. So 5 monkey plus 4 donkey is equal to what? So you can't add dissimilar items. This can never be added. Only the total amount can be added. Come on, total it up. Tell me how much is this? How much for? 78040. Okay, I have rounded off, guys. I rounded off. Remove the decimals there. Here, how much is it? 46,800 plus 13636 plus 5,000 plus 29,256. 94. Very good. 94,692. And here it's going to be 7200 plus 2728 plus 5,000 plus 2340. 17,268. This is going to be the product wise share of total overheads, guys. Correct? Now divided by the respective number of units, you will arrive at the overhead cost per units. Continue. Write down. Units. How many units of A, B, C respectively, guys? 20,000 units of A, 25,000 units of B, 2,000 units of C. Correct? So what is going to be the overhead cost per unit, guys? So 78,040 divided by 20,000. How much is it? 3.902. Okay. Rupees 3.902. Then here 94,692 divided by 25,000. 3.787. Okay. Round it off to 3.79. Rupees 3.79. Then 17,268 divided by 2,000. How much is it? 8.634. Round it off to 8.63. Clear with this, guys? Clear with this? So we got the overhead cost per unit of A, B and C respectively. Guys, that's all. Sum is over. What have they asked? They have asked us to calculate the cost per unit and the profit per unit. So this we need to add it to material and labor. With that, if you add overhead, you get the total cost per unit. From that, selling price minus cost gives you what? The final profit. Write down step number 3. Step number 3, statement of cost and profit per unit. Write down statement of cost and profit per unit. Step 3, statement of cost and profit per unit. Particulars in 3 columns. A, B and C. First one, guys, material, good. Materials. How much is material cost? How much? 5, 10, 10. How did you get? It's given in the question. That's all. Next one, labor costs. Labor cost, I think it's also given, no? At the rate of 5 rupees per hour. Correct? At the rate of 5 rupees per hour. So, no, material, yeah, labor cost into 2 into 1 and 1. So we know. So at the rate of 5 rupees per hour, Going to be how much? We already did this. 10, 5 and 5. Next, overheads within bracket, step 2. Copy paste. These three figures. Using ABC, we are now calculating overhead cost per unit of ABC. How much, how much, how much? Rupees 3.902, rupees 3.79 and rupees 8.63. Now total it up, you get the total cost per unit. How much? Rupees 18.902. Then this is rupees 18.79. Here it's rupees 23.63. Clear with this, guys? Now, selling price, I think it's already given in the question. 20, 20 and 20. So how much is the profit per unit? The 20 minus 18.902 rupees 1 point. 20 minus 18.902 is going to be 1.098, no? 1.098, correct? Then 20 minus 18.79 gives you rupees 1.21, no? Then this gives you negative rupees 3.63. 20 minus 23.63 gives you negative 3.63 rupees per unit. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this, guys? Any problem here? Any issues here? Guys are able to understand? So now, if you are following ABC, what will you do? First, you will arrive at the cost driver rate. Absorption rate is called as cost driver rate. How will you do? Activity, cost pool amount, then cost driver name, then cost driver quantity, then cost driver rate. Cost driver rate is nothing but your cost pool divided by cost driver quantity. Arrive at the rate. Now, once you arrive at the absorption rate, cost driver rate, charge it to the product. Step number 2. So, your activity wise, CDQ and amount, respective cost driver base quantity consumed into absorption rate, that is cost driver quantity consumed into cost driver rate. You will arrive at the respective products share of overheads, total it up. Product wise, you get the total overheads divided by respective units. You get the product wise overhead cost per unit using ABC. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all able to understand? Any problem here? Any issues? You guys are able to follow this, right? Fine, guys. Can we just go and update our library of adjustments? Write down. Write down. TCS versus ABC. Write down. TCS versus ABC hyphen comprehensive sum to calculate cost and profit per unit. To calculate cost and profit per unit. To calculate cost and profit per unit. To calculate cost per and profit per unit. Now, guys, one small summary I will tell you between traditional costing system and ABC. Now, quiz time. I will tell you the name under traditional costing. You tell me the corresponding name under activity based costing system. First, there we have departments. Here we call it as activities. Correct? There we have departmental overheads, that is in amount. Here we have what is it called as cost pool. Correct? No? Here we have cost pool. Very good. Maybe you can also write it down. Next, third, there we use the name absorption rate. Here we use the name cost driver rate. That's all. Here it's called as cost driver rate. Then there we have base quantity. Here we use the word cost driver quantity. That's all, guys. That's all. This entire chapter is ideally over now. We will just practice much more sums in this regard. Different varieties of problem, of course, certain level of complexities, whatever is there, we will be learning it. But predominantly in this chapter, don't think all chapters will be like this. Every chapter will be certain chapters like marginal costing and all. It will be having more concepts, right? So we will do some concept, maybe one or two sums, then another concept and a few more questions. But this chapter is different. Predominant portion of the conceptual discussion is over right now. We just need to go and solve the remaining sums in the upcoming sessions. That's about this entire chapter as a whole. Clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this, guys? Done? Right, guys? So in this particular session, we got introduced to ABC. We learned what this chapter does, right? Ultimately, we need to calculate the overhead cost per unit. So the starting point and the destination are same as overheads chapter, traditional costing system, only the journey is different. There we used departments to apportion overheads. Here we use activities to apportion the overheads, and why the logic and all we saw. Activities consume resources, resource consumption results in incurring the cost. Clear with this, guys? This is what we do in this particular chapter. Are you all able to understand? Are you all able to understand this? Clear with this, guys? Guys are able to understand this, right? Activity wise, we need to list out and arrive at the cost pool, arrive at the cost driver quantity. Cost pool by cost driver quantity gives you the cost driver rate, and charge this cost driver rate to the respective products. So product A, B, C, under that CDQ amount, cost driver quantity amount. So multiply with the respective cost driver quantity consumed by the respective products. You will arrive at the product wise share of overheads divided with the number of units. You'll get the overhead cost per unit. That's all, guys. Simple. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all able to understand? Now, I told you, remember, ABC is a game changer. It can be used in real life also. How, sir? One practical example from students' perspective I will tell you, and with that we'll wind up the session. Now, let us say, now I'm taking this batch for management accounting, correct? Now, let us say there are two students, two categories of students. Genuinely, we have two categories of students. One is a face-to-face student. The other one is an online student. So significantly, predominantly, there are only online students we have, but face-to-face student, limited students we have. Now, let me take the perspective here. You will now understand clearly. Now, guys, if you are a face-to-face student, now every day you need to physically come to the class, correct? You need to physically come to the class, correct? Now, let us say from your home you need to come here. You come by an auto, right? Or you come by your own vehicle, whatever it is. Now, every time you come to the class, you incur a cost, correct? Every time you come to the class, you incur a cost. Agreeing with me, guys? Agreeing with me? Now, let us say every day the class happens only for 2 hours. Overall, the class duration is 100 hours, right? Every day the class happens only for 2 hours, example, then which means the class will go on for 50 days. This is just an example. Don't think in reality. Okay, just an example. Okay, the class will go on for 50 days, which means 50 times you need to come and go. There will be 50 visits. So now what happens in this case? You will be incurring costs based on the number of sessions, not based on the duration of the session. You will be more interested about, sir, how many number of days the class will be held, because I need to come and go every day. Guys, are you clear with this? So your cost will be driven significantly by the number of sessions, not by the total duration of the session. Agreeing with me? Agreeing with me? Suppose this 100 sessions per day, I am taking a 10-hour session. In 10 days itself, the batch will get over. I would have taken the same content only. But for you, what happens? For you, what happens? Only 10 days you need to come and go. Significantly, there will be a cost saving for you. Guys, clear with this? Whereas, if this is an online student, he is not bothered about the number of sessions. Now, guys, you come here. Every day, you need to incur the cost and come here. Once you come here, AC, fan, and tube light and all these things we only provide, no? You incur the electricity cost or we incur the electricity cost? So, we only incur the electricity cost. Suppose if you are watching this in your house, you need not incur all the traveling cost and all. You're sitting in your house, but you will be only incurring all the electricity and other cost. So for every hour the class is going on, of course you need to connect this with a charger and all these things, electricity cost, fan. So without AC and all we will not live, no? So some students, so even AC and all these things cost is incurred, guys, correct? Now if you are an online student, for you the very same cost is driven based on the number of hours. So 120 hours means for more number of hours I need to turn on my fan, electricity and all these costs will be incurred for more number of hours, guys, correct? So there he is not driven by number of sessions. Sir, 50 session, you keep it as 50 different videos or 100 videos, we are not bothered. Or half an hour video you keep, you 200 videos you give for 100 hours classes, we are not bothered about it. We are only bothered about the overall duration. So from their perspective, they can minimize the cost, right? If the total duration is less, from your perspective, you are not bothered about the duration. From your perspective, you can minimize the cost if the number of sessions is minimized. So here, the very same class only, management accounting class, look at the perspective from which two different category of students can look at it to save the cost. Are you all clear with this, guys? But sir, if I don't attend the class, then much more savings in cost, that I'm not talking about, right? In that case, I'm not talking about the qualitative factors. Then you can say, sir, then in that case, then for me, I get a lot of insight, input from attending the classes. I'm not talking about the non-monetary aspect. Clear with this, guys? And sir, face-to-face different fee, online life is, no, I'm not talking about all those things. I'm just talking about from a perspective, I just gave an example from a perspective of what? From a perspective of cost object, right? Clear with this, guys? Clear with this, guys? So maybe if you don't attend the class, then you need to spend more time sitting in your house and figuring out, so more AC hours for you. So all those things, other aspects, I'm not talking about it. Just an example which is very much relatable for you. Now in your everyday life, you can follow this activity based costing. For example, you go to your dad, he will say, in a month I'm incurring so much amount of cost. How do I save it? Wait, don't just try to directly save the overall cost. Break it down into multiple activity. What are all the activities for which you incur the cost? For every cost you will definitely have a cost driver. Now if you want to reduce your overall cost, list out the activities, list out the cost driver, try to mitigate, reduce the cost driver, automatically the cost will reduce. Clear with this, guys? If you do this every month in your expenses, you can save a lot of money. Every time you see this, you can actually find out what drives my cost, and based on that, if you reduce a cost driver quantity, your cost pool will also reduce. No? Are you all clear with this? This is how activity based costing has become a game changer in the industry. This is how people use it as a method of reducing their overall cost. Are you all clear with this, guys? And this is what I told you, I use it in my personal finance as well. Even to date, I'm using it. Are you guys able to follow this, guys? Are you guys able to follow? Right? So that's about the introduction to this particular chapter, activity based costing. And of course, we have done 3 numerical problems. Sir, so much time you've spent, about 2.5 hours we have spent, close to 2.5 hours, just we have done 3 sums. No, that is a beautiful Abraham Lincoln saying, if you give me 6 hours to chop down a tree, I will spend the first 4 sharpening the axe. Which means preparation, the base takes a lot of time, execution will not take much time. Now we have spent more time on the basic background concepts and all. Now in a matter of next 1 or 2 sessions more, that's about it, we can complete this entire chapter itself. Other sums we'll just have to do it. Now we have learned the subject, you just need to practice it by different varieties of numerical problems. Clear with this, guys? Are you all able to understand? So we have covered the most important background and the logic and even the basics and formats of this particular chapter. Now the remaining sums in the upcoming few sessions we will just do and close off this chapter, and we will go to the next one. Clear with this, guys? So on that note, I'm signing off in this session. Please revise and practice all the sums and concepts we have covered till now, and I will see you all in the next one. Thank you all so much. Bye. Hey folks, welcome you all to a new session. This is CA Ganesh Bharadwaj. Now, let's continue our discussion in this chapter, activity based costing. So, now till now, we've finished three questions, question 1, 2, and 3. So, now let's go to question number 4. Shall we, guys? Yes. Now, a company manufactures the following two products: X, a standard product, Y, a low volume complex product requiring specialized skills and activities. The cost of production is as under. Rupees are given in thousands. Material cost, right? 3 lakh rupees, 300,000. That's what is given. And they have mentioned that it is equal for both. Labor, 5,000 hours at the rate of 10 rupees per hour. It's going to be 50,000. Overheads is going to be 100,000, which is 1 lakh. The total cost is going to be 4 lakh 50,000. To apply ABC, the following information was collected after detailed analysis of operation. Now, the following activities are given. Setup activity. Product X requires 5 setups, Y requires 10 setups, and the setup cost is going to be 20,000. Right? Everything is in thousands. Material handling, 30% of the times it is required for product X, 70% for product Y, and the total material handling cost is going to be 15,000. Inspection, 45%, 55% respectively, it's 35,000 in total. Maintenance request, 15 times for X, 20 times for Y, and the total maintenance cost is going to be 30,000 rupees. If you add up the total overheads is 100,000, 1 lakh rupees. The breakup for this 1 lakh is given as activity wise, and they have also given us product wise the cost driver quantity. Clear with this, guys? Next, activities are also given here. Okay, so they have mentioned product X, product Y, material, labor, and for overheads they have broken it up into all the activities: setup, material handling, inspection, maintenance cost. They have arrived at the per unit cost of product X, product Y. They themselves have done it. Clear with this? How they would have done it? So the total activity cost divided by the total cost driver quantity, they will get the cost driver rate. Multiply that with the product's respective cost driver quantity, CDQ amount. You guys remember that? So you will get the total product's overall share of overheads divided by the number of units. You will arrive at the per unit cost of overheads using ABC. Clear with this, guys? In this question, they themselves have done it, and they have arrived at the total cost per unit of X and Y under ABC. Clear with this, guys? But the total cost under traditional system means what? Your absorption costing, overheads chapter, they have arrived at the figures, right? And the percentage increase or decrease. Now, if you look at it, as per ABC, every unit of X is costing how much? 219.75. Correct? As per traditional method, traditional costing system, every unit of product X is valued at how much? 240. How much is the difference between the two? 240 minus 219.75. You get 20.25 rupees. Hello? Correct? 20.25 rupees is 20.25 is the the difference, guys. Correct? Divided by 240 you do into 100. How much is the difference in terms of percentage? How much is the difference in terms of percentage? It comes close to 8.44%. Or in other words, every unit of product X, the correct values as per ABC is correct, 219.75. However, what happens? Every unit under traditional costing is being valued at how much? 240 rupees. So ideally, the correct value should be less by 8.44%. Similarly, for product B, every unit, the correct value is 230.25. However, as per traditional costing, it's only 210. So here, how much is the difference? I think it's 20.25 divided by 210 into 100. So 9.64 percentage. It should be more. That is the correct value. Are you all clear with this, guys? Right? Everything they have given wait. As a management accountant of the company, you are required to comment on the impact of pricing of the two products. Overheads are recovered under traditional system on the basis of labor hour rate. Notes have been given. Activities, basically they have given material cost X and Y per unit, labor 0.01 into the respective hours. They have arrived at the figures here. Overhead cost is also being arrived. So this is the breakup for this 240 and 210 rupees, how they have arrived under traditional costing system. Now guys, in this question you need not work out anything, right? Everything has been worked out and given to you. Final, in the previous sum, remember, we had to work out everything. We arrived at the total cost per unit, cost and profit per unit, using traditional costing approach, part 1, part 2, ABC. In this question, everything they have done. They are just asking you to comment on the impact of pricing of the two products. Now, this is where management accounting is slightly different from cost accounting. Now, in management accounting, you also need to look at whatever is given in the question and comment on the impact, right? So don't think it is theory, it is practical application which you need to write as expert comments, right? So if this is happening, what will be the impact it will have on the pricing is what is being asked in the question. Now you tell me, if you mug up, you will not be able to crack all these things. It needs to come up conceptually. Now what I will do is, I will give you 2 minutes time. Please don't look at the solution, just look at the question, read, digest the facts. What could be the possible impact? I want you guys to think and keep. We will discuss and we will do the solution, right? So 2 minutes right now. I'll pause the video. Online folks, pause the video now, right? And read the question fully. Think what you can write. Anyways, we will be doing it. Don't worry about it. Think about the possible impact and then we will get started. Now guys, now understand. I will tell you how this practically has an impact. I will just give you an example. Let us say there are two products, A and B. Okay. Now, every unit of a product needs to be valued properly. Correct? Now, if you are following ABC, activity based costing, example I'm telling you, if you are following activity based costing, let us say 1 unit of product A, the correct value is 100 rupees. 1 unit of product B, the correct value is 120 rupees. Just an example. Now, what happens under traditional costing system, right? Because I have a different way of apportioning the overheads. Prime cost components are same whether you follow ABC or overheads, because this chapter ABC deals only with your indirect cost overheads. Now, in this case, if I am following traditional costing system, example I'm telling you, let us say every unit is valued at 110 rupees. That is, by mistake, I am valuing every unit by 10 rupees more. And let us say product B. So product B, let us say, for example, randomly, I am valuing this product at 105 rupees. That is undervaluing I'm doing. Clear with this, guys? So now, if you look at it, every unit of product A should have been valued at 100 rupees, but it is being valued at 110 rupees. Or in other words, here by mistake, what am I doing? I am overvaluing the product. Whereas every unit of B should have been valued at 120 rupees, it is being valued only at 105 rupees. It has been undervalued. Are you clear with this? Now you might think, sir, what is the big deal, sir? One product is overvalued, another product is undervalued. Overall for the company, it will get offset. No, it will get offset. No, correct? Or maybe, sir, here the difference is 10 rupees more. Here it is 15 rupees less. Net of only 5 rupees impact. No, not like this. It doesn't work that way. I will tell you what happens. Logically think. Now, this product, what is the correct value? 100 rupees only. I am valuing it at, if I am using traditional costing system, I am by mistake, every unit I am costing it at how much? 110 rupees. Now, when I am fixing the selling price, let us say on the cost, I will I add a profit, arrive at the selling price. Now, instead of keeping the cost as 100, I keep the cost as 110. So the base itself is more. So which means for product A, I will fix a higher selling price, correct? Because more cost, on that more cost only I add profit, fix a more selling price. Now what will happen in the market? All my competitors would have correctly valued at 100, but I am valuing it at 110. I fix my selling price more. Will any customer come and buy it from me? You guys tell me. Will any customer come and buy it from me? No. Hence, product A is gone. I will not be able to generate any profit from product A. Are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? Gone. That's about it. I will lose out on my market. All these things you will read in strategic management, right? The market part of it. Logical, no? This is logical, no? If I alone fix a selling price more, because what? I'm not giving more value. Because the quality is not extra good. The only reason is because I have costed my product wrongly. Are you all clear with this? Sir, no problem, sir. I have product B, no? Now just see what happens in product B. Product B, every unit should have been valued at 120. I value it only at 105, which means on this 105, I add a profit and fix my selling price. Product B's selling price will be less. Correct? Now, while the market is fixing a selling price of slightly more, I alone am giving a discount, or maybe I alone am valuing a selling price which is less. Correct? Now more people will come and buy from me. Absolutely yes. But what will happen? Though I have a volume advantage, every unit if I'm selling, the selling price will not be able to recover the cost itself. Though the volume is more, the selling price is a wrong selling price that cannot even recover this 120. Let us say fixed selling price is 115 rupees. I thought my cost was 105. I added a profit of 10 rupees and I fixed my selling price of 115. But strictly speaking, my correct cost itself was how much? It itself was 120 rupees. The selling price cannot recover its own correct cost. What happens? Though I have a volume advantage, I end up in a loss always. So this product also will actually generate only losses. What happens? In the next few months, the company needs to shut down permanently. That's all. This is the reason why many startups fail. This is the reason why very startups fail, because they don't arrive at the correct selling price. They don't know that, look, this is the impact that ABC can have. Are you clear with this? Prime cost components are easy to value because readily available on a per unit level, but it is the indirect cost that causes the trouble. Look, because of the wrong selling price fixation. Why selling price fixation is wrong? Because the cost of the product has been costed wrong. Because of this, my entire company goes for a toss. Are you clear with this? This is the reason that many companies fail. Look, this is what you people, right, as qualified cost accountants tomorrow should go and do in the back end of the company. Are you all clear with this? This is the impact that it has. Here I have a volume advantage, but every time I sell a unit, I'm incurring a loss. More the units if you sell, now it will actually result in more losses. Here I cannot sell anything because no one will come and buy it from me. Both are an unreasonable situation for me. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you guys able to understand this? Right. Now, obviously, between the two methods, which is more accurate? ABC is more accurate, because for every single activity I trace out the cost driver, and based on the cost driver I properly and meaningfully apportion the cost based on what has been consumed by the respective products. Agreeing with me on this, right? Whereas if I use a traditional costing system, you use one base quantity and apportion the cost across all the cost. You just apportion using that base quantity. In our case, it is labor hours. So clearly that is wrong. Now look at this. How do we explain this? Now look at this. From the above computation, it is evident that the company uses traditional costing method. Product X is overcosted. Correct? Product X is overcosted. The correct value as per ABC is 219.75. But under traditional system, I valued at how much? 240 rupees. Whereas what happens to the other product Y is undercosted, right? Why? Because every unit should have been valued at how much, guys? 230.25, but here under traditional costing I valued only at 210 rupees, so I am under costing the product. Both are not ideal. This is mainly because of the use of single or a blanket rate of labor for absorbing overheads the products. Now look at this. How did they do? Now this question, in this question they have given clearly total labor hours is how much, guys? 5000 labor hours is required. Hello, correct? At the rate of 10. So that's the reason why I have 50,000 rupees the total labor cost. What is the total overheads? 100,000, 1 lakh, right? So what is going to be my absorption rate? Absorption rate is going to be total overheads divided by my total hours, correct? So 1 lakh rupees divided by 5,000, how much is it? 20 rupees per hour is my absorption rate. Now product X requires a total of 3000 labor hours. Product Y 2000 labor hours, we know, guys, correct? So now overall 3000 into 20 only, no, sorry, 20 was the absorption rate, correct? So 3000 into 20, how much was that? 60,000. All these rupees are in thousands, so 60,000 will be the share of product X. Similarly 2000 into your 20 rupees, how much was that? 40,000 is Y share of overheads. Guys, are you all clear with this? This is how they have apportioned. Here 0.02 and all, you forget it. That's not the case. Clear with this? This also they have written in thousands, right? Ideally, why should you write this in 1000? But anyways, this is absorbed at the rate of 20. This is also absorbed at the rate of 20 per hour. Are you all clear with this? This is how these products have got its value. Are you all clear with this? Now, product X requires more labor hours and overheads are absorbed on the basis of volume. Volume in this case is going to be your labor hours only, without considering the activities, and the cost of product X is more as compared to ABC system. Now look at this. Why, sir, in this case product X gets more share of overheads? Simple, because it uses more labor hours, correct, under traditional costing system. But is it the correct way of doing? No, because here we have taken an assumption that the entire cost is driven only by labor hours. But in reality, what happens? There are multiple activities inside this 1 lakh rupee of total overheads, right? Each of the activity are driven by different cost drivers. So based on the cost driver consumption only, the cost needs to be properly apportioned. Guys, are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? Whereas if you have done a traditional costing system, you just give more share of overheads to that product which consumes more labor. That is not correct. Guys, are you all able to understand this? This is the reason why under traditional costing system, product A or product X got a more share of overheads than product Y. So here, ideally speaking, product Y is a low volume product, but it is complicated, requires more specialized skill and activities. That is the reason under ABC, product product Y is getting a more share of total cost because it consumes more resources. Are you all clear with this? This is what has been explained below. Product X, though it requires more labor hours and overheads are absorbed on the basis of volume only. Volume in this case is labor hours, without considering the activities, and the cost of product X is more as compared to ABC system. On the other side, since product Y is a low volume complex product requiring special skills and activities, costs are more in ABC system than in traditional costing system. Are you all clear with this? ABC is a meaningful way of apportioning your indirect cost. So it can be said that since ABC recognizes the use of multiple overhead rate is nothing but cost driver rates, right, based on cost drivers, and hence the distortion of cost can be avoided and the pricing of products can be done in a more rational way, thereby reflecting the true profitability of the products and also the overall profitability of the organization. That's about it. I think this is a theory area which is ideally should be coming in the concept book, but by mistake I think they have included it here. Now guys, this is all you need to write. You can write it in your own words. Whatever I have taught you and whatever we saw here, you can put it in your own language. Product X is getting a more share of overheads under traditional costing system because it consumes more labor hours. But however, strictly speaking, product Y though it consumes less labor hours, it requires some specialized skills. It is complicated, requires more specialized skills and activities. Hence, under ABC, it got a more share of overhead costs, which is more rational and correct. This is what overall you need to write. You can just put it in your own language and you can use your own words. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all able to understand? But the big picture, I told you, this is what happens if you are doing. And we saw now this undercosting, overcosting, that is called as cost distortion. What is it called as? Cost distortion. Distort means what? Disrupt, right? There is a huge difference that can result in a negative impact on the company. This is called as cost distortion. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this, guys? Is everyone able to understand? Hello? Guys are able to follow this, right? So that's about this particular question. Everything was given. You just had to analyze and give your expert comments. That's all they had asked for. So shall we just go and update our library of adjustments? Hello? Let's go and update our library of adjustments. Write down. Write down. TCS versus ABC hyphen. TCS versus ABC hyphen. Only comment on cost distortion. Cost distortion. DISTORTION. Only comment on cost distortion within bracket under slash overcosting. Within bracket under slash overcosting. Within bracket under slash overcosting. Are we done here? Shall we move on to the next one, guys? Hello, please answer. Yes, shall we go? Yes. Now let's go to question number 5. It's a small theory question. You are the cost controller of ABC Company Limited. You're watching for the introduction of activity-based costing in the company, and in a meeting with other executives of the company, you said why a single plant-wide allocation rate is not always accurate. Single plant-wise allocation rate is nothing but blanket overhead rate, right? You are required to give your view in support of the above statement. Basically, what you need to say, why blanket overhead rate is not correct and why ABC is better. Simple, logically, few points you write. As a cost controller of the company, the following points are to be noted in favor of implementation of ABC in the company. Number 1, using a single plant-wide allocation rate is not always accurate because it is based only on one allocation base and uses the same allocation base to allocate overheads to all the products. You tell me, are all the costs driven by one base quantity? No, it needs to be broken up into multiple activities. Every activity has its own factor that drives the cost. Agreeing with me on this, right? That is the first point. Number 2, the allocation base selected might not accurately reflect the way the products actually use a company's resources. That is, there might not be a direct cause and effect relationship with the overhead cost. Correct? No, just the previous question we saw. Just because one product is consuming more labor hours doesn't mean that it would have consumed more resources that actually resulted in more overheads. Absolutely not. Every activity has its own cost driver. I told you, activity means having an activity means consumption of resources. Consumption of resources lead to incurrence of cost. So basically, if you are incurring overheads, it is because of the activity based costing. Are you clear with this? It is not because of one base quantity. The next one, in contrast, ABC identifies multiple activities, each with its own allocation base. Allocation base is nothing but cost driver, right? To more accurately reflect the way products actually use a company's resources. This is a more accurate way of doing. Thus, ABC costs are closer to the true cost of making the products. One should feel more comfortable making decisions under activity based cost data. Are you clear with this? Some 4-5 points in your own language, you can put it there and close it. That's all it is. That's all it is. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Right? Isn't it logical? Should you mug up anything, you can put it in your own language. That's all. Just go and update your library of adjustments. That's about it. Write down TCS versus ABC. TCS versus ABC hyphen advantages of ABC over TCS. Advantages of ABC over TCS within bracket theory bracket close. This is a theory question. Within bracket theory. Now, shall we move on to the next question? Guys, go on. Yes. Right. Let's go to question number 6. Your cost controller is not happy about the existing system of charging overheads to its products A and B. You've been newly appointed as a management accountant of the company and you are asked to implement ABC costing for allocation of overheads to the products. You have identified the following activities, the budgeted cost and the activity consumption cost drivers as follows. Now, activity wise cost is given. So the total overheads is 20 lakh rupees. Out of that, engineering cost 1 lakh 25, setup cost 3 lakh, machine operation 15 lakh, packing is 75,000, right? And what is the cost driver name given? Engineering cost, engineering hours, setup cost, number of setups, machine operation, machine hours, packing, number of packing orders. They have given the cost driver name also. You've also gathered the following operating data pertaining to each of its products. What have they given? First, engineering hours. Product A totally requires 5,000 hours engineering hours. B requires 7,500 hours. Total cost driver quantity is going to be how much? 12,500 engineering hours. Similarly, setup 200, 100, total is 300. Machine hours 50,000, 1 lakh, 1 lakh 50,000. Number of packing orders 5,000, 10,000, total is 15,000. You are now required to provide with necessary calculations and relevant information in the form of a report to the cost controller about the allocation of overheads to the products. So basically what we need to do, step 1, calculate the cost driver rate. Step 2, allocation or apportionment of overheads to the products, and that's about it. Product wise arrive at the cost per unit. Now guys, I will give you a minute time. Please read the question carefully. If possible, arrive at the cost driver rate, apportionment and all. Do some rough calculations and keep. We will discuss and do this question. 2 minutes. 2 minutes time. You can just pause the video now, read the question fully, and then we will continue. Fine guys, so now let's get started. Before that, guys, there is a missing data in this question. In the institute study material itself, they have missed it. Please write down here. Note. Product A, so the total units produced were 5,000 units. And product B, the total units produced were 20,000 units. Please just include these two data. Product A, the units was 5,000 units. Product B, the total units were 20,000 units. Please add these two data. It's a given data missed out in institute study material itself, right? So now shall we get started? Let's do this. This is question number 6, huh? Okay, question number 6. Come on, you guys are going to do it. Tell me, first one, what is the first step? Come on. So step 1, calculation of cost driver rate. Calculation of cost driver rate. Write down guys, write down. Under that, template. Come on, template. You guys tell me template. Yes. Activity cost pool. What is cost pool? The amount. That's all. Cost pool. Then cost driver name. Then cost driver quantity. Then cost driver rate. Very good. Very good. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is equal to what by what? 2 by 4. Done? Shall we get started? Come on guys, come on, be active. Come on, participate. Tell me, first, what is the first activity? Engineering activity. Come on, write it fully. Engineering activity. What is the cost pool? Rupees 1,25,000. What's the cost driver name? It's going to be engineering hours. engineering hours. So now what's the cost driver quantity in total? That's also given in the question. How much is that? 12,500 hours. Correct? So what's the cost driver rate? 1,25,000 divided by 12,500. It's rupees 10 per monkey or donkey? Per engineering hour. So 10 per engineering hour. Next one. Second activity. What is it? Setup activity. What is the total cost pool? 3 lakh rupees. What is the cost driver name? Number of setups. What is the cost driver quantity, guys? 300 setups. So now what's going to be my cost driver rate? 3 lakh divided by 300. It's going to be rupees 1000 per setup. Written down? Already done now. Do it in the class. Okay. Next one. Machine operation. Machine operation. Tell me, guys, what's the cost pool? Rupees 15 lakhs. Guys are doing it along with me? Yes. Next. Next. What is the cost driver name? Everybody tell and write. Yes. Machine hours. Totally how many machine hours? 1,50,000 machine hours. So, which means what is the cost driver rate? So, 15 lakh divided by 1,50,000 rupees 10 per machine hour. Are you all clear with this, guys? Any problem here? No. Next one. Packing activity. What is the cost pool? Rupees 75,000. What's the cost driver name? Number of packing orders. So now, what is the total cost driver quantity? Given in the question, 15,000 packing orders. So, what is going to be my cost driver rate? 75,000 divided by 15,000. How much is it? Rupees 5 per packing order. Clear with this? This is a very, very structured way of doing this chapter. In the institute study material, one question they have done it differently, another question they have just done it differently. No, a very structured way, guaranteed you will get a full-fledged marks for this. Look, you are clearly telling the examiner, look, this is the activity. For this activity, this is the cost. This is driven by what cost driver? How much is the total resources consumed for this cost driver quantity, and now you arrive at the cost driver rate. Perfect way of presentation. Clear with this? They cannot reduce even a single mark here. Next one, write down step 2. What is step 2, guys? Yes, apportionment of overheads to products. Yes, to products. Now template, come on. Yes, activity, yes, product A, product B, broad columns. Under that CDQ amount, product A, and you have product B. I'm doing a freehand drawing, but classroom it's okay. Exam, please make sure it's at least a little neat. Yeah, come on, guys, tell me first. Yes, engineering activity. Yes, CDQ 5,000 and 50,000. No. For product B, it is 7,500. First, we will fill the activities and CDQ. Then we can pick from the previous step the cost driver quantity. Next one, setup activity. How much? 200, 100. Perfect. Then machine hours. How much? 50,000, 1 lakh. Okay. Then packing orders. 5,000, 10,000. That's all. Now go up. Engineering. It's going to be how much? 10 rupees per hour. So 10 into 5,000 is equal to 7,500 is equal to, but you don't need a calculator. 10 adding and all, don't use the calculator. Okay, so 50,000 and 75,000. Yes, Then next setup, 1000 rupees per setup. So it's 200 and 100. So how much is it? So 200,000, that is 2 lakh. 100,000, that is 1 lakh. That's all. Simple. Next, machine operation, 10 rupees per machine hour. Add one zero here. 50,000 into 10 is 5 lakh. This is going to be how much? 1 lakh into 1 lakh into 10. So it's 10 or 100? 10 only, no? Yes. 1 lakh into 10, that's going to be 10 lakh. 10 lakh rupees. Next, packing orders. It's going to be 5 rupees per packing order. So 5,000 and 10,000. So 5 into 5,000 is 25,000 and 5 into 10,000 is 3,000. Now add up, guys. Always leave a line gap before you add, because in case you miss something, you can come back and insert it. Right? Always have these habits. It will help you in the long run. Total overheads. How much is it? How much you get? 7 lakh 75,000. No? Okay. So 7 lakh 75,000. Product A. And here how much you get? 12 lakh 25,000. Perfect, guys. Done. Now divided by units. Units. How much for A? How much for B? How much? 5,000 units and 20,000 units. It's going to be overhead cost per unit. Divide the two. 775,000 by 5,000. How much you get? So you get rupees 155 per unit. And here 12,25,000 by 20,000. How much you get? Rupees 61.25. That's about it. Simple and a very, very organic way of doing. Have this manner of presentation. Nowhere they will deduct marks. Clear with this, guys? Clear with this, guys? Any problem? Right? Now, that is, if you want, you can also do this. Under product, you can have CDQ, amount, and also per unit. If you do that, product wise, you will also get per unit value. I mean, activity wise, you will also get per unit value. If you want, you can also do that. Right? Not required. This is also sufficient. Clear with this, guys? Are you all able to understand? Are you all able to understand this? That's about this particular question. This is what they had asked. You are now required to provide with necessary calculation, relevant information in the form of a report to the cost controller or the allocation of overhead cost to the products. This is all it is. Fine. Shall we just go up and update our library of adjustments? Guys, shall we do it? Yes, please go and update your library of adjustments. Write down ABC hyphen cost allocation using ABC. ABC hyphen cost allocation using ABC. Done, guys. Shall we move on to the next question? Hello? Yes. Shall we move on to the next question? Okay. Okay. Now, please go to question number 13. We'll come back to the in-between questions, more of theoretical in nature. We'll come back to these questions. Please go to question number 13. Very, very difficult question. You will see that. Okay, it's your study material question. Extremely tough. Will you be able to do it? We will check. Now, guys, if you see this kind of question in exam, it's an insult for you. Look what they have asked. Question number 13. Cost relating to setup is 35%, material handling 15%, inspection 50%, total production overheads is 100. What they are saying, overall production overheads is 100. Out of this, 35% of the total cost is setup activity related cost. 15% of the total cost is material handling cost. 50% of the total cost is inspection cost. The following total activity volumes are associated with each product line for the year as a whole. Product A, Okay, number of setup 75 setups for A, 115 setup for B, 480 setup for C. Total number of setups is 670. Material movement 12, 21, 87, A, B, and C respectively. Total is 120. Number of inspections 150, 180, 670. Total is 1000. Required, identify the cost drivers for each of the cost mentioned above. They are not even asking you to calculate cost driver rate. They are asking you to mention cost driver name, right? Activity, cost driver name. That's all. Guys, this kind of question, I don't know, they should not be asking. So then why did you keep it, sir? It's there in your study material. I need to keep all the questions now. Setup activity. What is the cost driver name? Number of setup. Material handling. Use this. Whatever is given. Movement of material. Inspection. Number of inspection. Question over. That's all. That's all. Clear? Fine. Now, at least they could have jumbled this. That also they didn't do. So, directly it is just picking up. This is not at all a quality question. Whatever. Just go and update your library of adjustment. Write down. Write down, guys. Question number 13. Update your library of adjustments. Write down. ABC hyphen. ABC hyphen. Identifying CD name. Identifying CD name. Cost driver name. Identifying CD name. That's all. This question is not even worth our time. That's all it is. Okay. Are we done here? Come on to the next one, guys. Okay. Question number 14. Costs relating to, okay, the total overheads is given 1 lakh. Okay. Total, I think it's a continuation of the previous question. Okay, guys. Okay. Cost relating to overheads is 1 lakh. Cost relating to setup 50%. Cost relating to inspection 50%. Okay, no. It's a separate question only. Guys. 1 second. Total overheads is how much? 1 lakh rupee. Setup cost is 50%. Means what? How much is going to be my setup activity cost pool? 50,000 rupees. Right? So this is going to be 50,000 rupees. It's going to be my cost pool. Correct? How about your inspection cost? 50% of total. That's once again going to be another 50,000 rupees. Perfect. Total number of setups is how much? 100. Total number of inspection is how much? 50. Calculate the cost driver rate. Can you calculate the cost driver rate? Nothing great. What is there? Total setup cost pool divided by cost driver quantity. 50,000 divided by 100. How much is that? Remove 2 zeros. It's going to be 500 rupees. That's all, no? This is going to be 500 rupees. Here it's going to be 50,000 divided by 50. How much is that? 1000 rupees per setup. That's all, no? Sorry, per inspection. Guys, are you all clear with this? Right? So first step 1, arrive at the cost pool. Right? And then step 2, cost driver rate. That's all. That is nothing but cost pool divided by cost driver quantity. You will arrive at the cost driver rate. Nothing great in this sum. Only one thing was, directly they had not given the cost pool. Instead, total overhead cost was given. They had mentioned this as a percentage of the total cost. With this, you had to construct the cost pool. That's all. That also is not a very great thing. Direct question, guys. Direct question. Go and update your library of adjustment. That's all it is. Beyond that, no, not much of time that we need to spend here. We've done some superior questions. Go write down ABC hyphen construction of cost pool semicolon CD rate. Construction of cost pool semicolon CD rate. Semicolon CD rate. Construction of cost pool semicolon CD rate. Are we done here? Shall we move on to the next one? No? Yes, let's move on to the next one. Go to the next question. Question number 15. Look, practical case study. ABC and Associates provides consulting and tax preparation services to its clients. It charges a fee of rupee 100 per as a fee per hour of each service. The firm's revenue and cost for the month of 2022, March 2022, are shown in the following income statement. Tax preparation 1,30,000, tax consulting 2,70,000, total revenue is 4 lakh rupees. From that, expenses, secretarial support, supplies, computer costs, etc., and the profit they have given 4 lakh minus all these expenses, I think comes out to profit is what they have mentioned. This is the expense total. Huh? Okay, excellent. This is what they have given. 80,000, 72,000, 40,000. Yes, this is 1 lakh 92,000. Then maybe you should change the terminologies. You can write total expense. Please write total expense. Quite a few mistakes in our study material itself. So these questions were lifted directly from the study material. Please make these corrections. Right? This is total of expense. Okay. In that case, your profit will be 4 lakh minus 1 lakh 92,000. Right? So what is that? 2 lakh 8,000. Whatever it is. Fine. Next one. The firm uses ABC and the following are the cost drivers. Now, secretarial support is driven by what? Number of clients. Okay. For tax preparation, you have 72 clients. Tax consulting, you have 48 clients. Next, supplies is driven by number of transactions with clients. You have 200 transactions for tax preparation, 300 transactions for tax consulting. Computer costs are driven by computer hours. Tax preparation 1000, tax consulting 600. Now, required, complete the income statement using ABC and the firm's 3 cost drivers. Fine. Recompute the income statement using direct labor hours as the only allocation base, and 1300 hours are required for tax preparation, 2700 hours are required for tax consulting. Okay. How might the firm's decisions be altered if it were to allocate all the overheads using direct labor hours? And finally, under what circumstances would the about based allocation and activity based allocation using the 3 cost drivers result in similar profits? These are the 4 part of the question, right? 3 and 4 we'll do it later. First 2, 3 and 4 we'll do it later. First part, using ABC, we need to allocate the costs and properly report the profit. This is what they had asked for in the first part of the question. Once again, I will give you a minute time. Pause the video, read the question fully, digest the facts, and then we will get started, do the full-fledged solution. So 1 minute time. Now guys, first under ABC, let's do this. So come on, take your notes, write down question number. Guys, please answer question number 15. So, first, let's do part A of the question. Under that, step 1. What is step 1? Come on, everybody. Calculation of cost driver rate. Please write out. Calculation of cost driver rate. Template. Come on, everybody. Activity. Cost pool. Cost driver name. Cost driver quantity. Cost driver rate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is equal to 2 by 4. That's all. Come on, everyone. Tell me first, what are the activities? Guys, come on. Yes. Secretarial support, then supplies, then computer cost, then that's all. Right? Next, cost pool. What is a cost pool? 80,000 rupees, rupees 72,000, and rupees 40,000. If you add up, you will get how much? 1,92,000. Correct, guys? Yes. Next one. Cost driver name. Come on, tell me. Secretarial support. Number of clients. Okay. Supplies. Transactions. Computer cost. computer hours. What is the cost driver quantity? So 72 plus 48. How much is that? So everyone answer, please. Everybody answer and write. 120 clients. Then transactions 200 plus 300. 500 transactions. Then computer hours 1000 plus 600. 1600. Right? Next one. Cost driver rate. Come on, guys. So tell me how much is it? 80,000 divided by 120. How much is that? Come on, everybody. Rupees 666.6666 per client. Correct? Next one. 72,000 divided by 500 transactions per transaction. 144 per transaction. Next one. 40,000 rupees divided by computer hours 1600. How much? Rupees 25 per computer hour. Are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this, guys? So now what do we do now? Number 2. Step number 2. Yes. Step number 2. Apportionment or allocation of overheads. Apportionment of overheads to the products or services. Template, activity, two products. In this case, it's a service thing. So, tax preparation, tax consulting. Broader column. Under that, TDQ amount, TDQ amount. Now, list of the activities. What are the activities we have? Everybody do it. Secretarial support, then supplies, then computer costs. Correct, guys? Come on, write on the CDQs first. How much? How much? Secretarial supplies, number of clients 72, 48. Supplies, how many transactions? 200, 300. Then computer costs, how many computer hours? 1000 and 600. Correct, guys? Now go on to the first step. So it's going to be 80,000 by 120. So how much is that? 666.666. Retain the decimals in your calculator. 666.6666666. Fully you keep the decimals in your calculator. Into 72 is equal to how much you get? 47,999.999. Round it off to 48,000. Similarly, 48 is equal to 32,000. You get 31,999.9999. 32,000 round figure, guys. Correct. Next one. So supplies, what is the cost per transaction? 144. 144 into 200 is equal to 28,800. 300 is equal to 43,200. Any problem here? No. Similarly, computer cost is going to be 25 rupees per computer hour. 25 into 1000 is equal to 25,000. 600 is equal to 15,000. Now what do we do? Just add up the tax prep and tax consulting. What is going to be my total expenses? How much is it? 1 lakh 1,800, right? So 1 lakh 1,800. How much? 90,200. Correct, guys? Any issues here? Are you all able to understand? If you add up the two, it should come out to exactly 1,92,000, right? Obviously, we are apportioning this line item of costs between the two products in a very rational and a proper manner. Any issues here? No. That's about it. Now, what do we do, guys? What do we do? So now we should not stop here. They have asked for the profitability. No, complete the income statement using ABC. Come on, write down step number 3. Step 3. Write down income statement under ABC. income statement under ABC. So particulars and 3 columns: tax preparation, consulting, and total. Tax preparation, tax consulting, and total. Now, first one, revenue. How much the revenue, guys, given in the question? 1,30,000, 2,70,000. How much is the total add up? Rupees 4 lakh. Done. Less expenses within bracket under ABC. How much did we get? Just now we got 1,01,800 and 90,200. Correct? Write down 101,800, 90,200. Add up the two. How much do you get as a total cost? 1,92,000. Guys, any problem here? You guys are all understanding? Any issues? Right. Total up, arrive at the profit. How much is the profit? How much is it? So this is going to be 28,200, right? Here it's going to be how much? 179,800. Okay. And finally here it's going to be how much? 2,08,000. The total profit will not change, but the internal composition, product-wise profitability will definitely change because of this particular activity-based costing. Are you all clear with this? Guys, are you all understanding? Any problem here? Guys are able to follow this, right? And that's about the first part of this particular question. Shall we move on to the next one? Next, what have they given? Recompute the income statement using direct labor hours as the only allocation base. This is what they have asked for. In this case, they are saying 1,300 hours for tax prep and 2,700 hours for tax consulting. Now, how do you do it? Totally, how many hours are there? 1,300 plus 2,700. Totally, how many hours, guys? Hello, totally, how many hours? 1,300 plus 2,700. எங்கேந்திரா இதெல்லாம் கிடைக்குது உனக்கு? 1,300 plus 2,700. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கால்குலேட்டர் யூஸ் பண்ணது தப்பு. சரி யூஸ் பண்ணேன். அதில் எங்கேந்திரா இந்த அமௌண்ட் வந்தது? 15,000 எங்கேயோ போயிடுச்சு. Add up the two, how much you get? You get 4,000 hours. Guys, correct? What is the total overage? This is under traditional costing. 1,92,000 divided by 4,000. How much you get per hour? 48 rupees you get per hour. Guys, correct? 48 into 1,300 is equal to, you will get the 6, how much? 62,400. That will be the tax preparations share. Then 2,700 is equal to, you get tax consulting share. How much? 129,600. Clear with this, and that's about it. So total revenue minus expenses gives you your profit. That's all it is. Guys, clear with this? Let's quickly do this. Write down part B. Part B hyphen TCS, traditional costing system. Within bracket we are using labor hours, right? Write down here. First, step 1. Calculation of absorption rate. Calculation of absorption rate. Write down first. So, absorption rate is equal to total overheads divided by total labor hours. Correct, guys? So, how is the total overheads? Hello? Please, everybody answer. 1,92,000 divided by, what is the total labor hours? Is given in the question, right? So it's not directly given. It is 1,300 hours plus 2,700 hours, which is 4,000. So it's going to be how much? 1,92,000 divided by 4,000 is going to be rupees 48 per labor hour. Guys, clear with this? Any issues here? Any issues here? Now, directly let's go and do step 2, the profit statement. Step 2, income statement. Income statement under TCS, traditional costing system. Particulars. What is the first one? Tax prep. Hello? Tax preparation. Then tax consulting. Then total. First, write down revenue. How much? How much? Hello? 1,30,000. Consulting is going to be 2,70,000. Total is going to be 4 lakh rupees. Less expenses. Now, here it's going to be for tax preparation calculation. Rupees 48 per hour. How many labor hours have I spent? Come on, for tax preparation, how many labor hours? How much, pa? 1,300 hours. Here, similarly, it's going to be rupees 48 into how many hours I've spent here? 2,700 hours. How much and how much? 48 into 1,300. 1,300 is equal to 62,400. And here 2,700 is equal to 1,129,600. If you add up the two, obviously you should get what? 1,92,000. The total cost being apportioned properly, right? So now what you arrive as a profit? Everybody, 67,600 here, then 140,400 here, and then here 208,000. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Any problem here? Any problem here? No. Now, guys, if you look at it, tax preparation and tax consulting under ABC, which is more profitable? Which is more, obviously your tax consulting is more profitable, but look at this. Under tax preparation, what is the amount of profit? Hello? 28,200. Under ABC, for tax preparation, the profit was 28,200. Correct, guys? But now, under traditional costing system, it is reporting how much profit? 67,600. But actually, the correct profit is only 28,200. Guys, clear with this? Similarly, for tax consulting, here the profit is how much? 179,800. But here the profit is only 140,400. Guys, are you clear with this? There is an imbalance. One reports slightly a lesser profit, one slightly reports a more profit. Reason for this is because of the wrong methodology of apportioning your overheads. Clear with this? Now, what have they asked? How might the firm's decision be altered if it were to allocate all the overheads using direct labor, traditional costing method? Look at this. Under labor-based overheads allocation, tax preparation appears to be more profitable than it does under ABC. Correct? Under ABC, tax preparation was reporting a profit of only 28,600. Now it is reporting how much? 67,600. So the company might think, oh my god. So now this is also a very, very important line, contributing so much of profit. But ideally speaking, it contributes only 28,200. Guys, are you all understanding this? Right? So look at this. Tax preparation appears to be more profitable than it does under ABC and might lead to the firm to concentrate more heavily on tax preparation. While it is only contributing very less to my profit, why should I give it more focus? Are you clear with this? But now it seems to be contributing huge amount of profit. Are you all clear with this? Next one, what have they mentioned? What is the next one, guys? Under what circumstances would the about based allocation and activity based allocation, about based is traditional costing and ABC using the three cost drivers, result in similar profit results? When will Both the scenarios give me a similar profit result. This is what they have asked. Now, look what they have mentioned here. ABC and the TCS traditional costing system generally yield comparable product line profits when the overhead is small portion of cost. What they have mentioned, when overheads amount is significantly lesser, total overheads is lesser, even whatever you apportion might not have a significant amount of impact on your overall profitability. Correct? Let us say the overall cost is driven by prime cost components. Prime cost is not affected by TCS and ABC because we don't apportion prime cost here. We only apportion overheads. Right? They are saying, look, your ABC and TCS generally yield comparable product line profits when the overhead is small portion of the cost, or when the cost drivers are highly correlated with direct labor hours. In case suppose the overhead amount is big and all my cost drivers are predominantly linked to my direct labor hours, in that case coincidentally ABC and my traditional costing system will yield in a same allocation of your costs. Guys, agreeing with me? Here we have different methods of, or different cost driver quantities we have, guys. Correct? Suppose all the cost drivers are linked to direct labor hours, in that case whether you do it under ABC or you do it under traditional costing, more or less the answer will be the same. Guys, are you all clear with this? This is what they have given. In this case, the direct labors were distributed 32.5 percentage to preparation and 67.5 percentage to consulting. If the firm's three cost drivers were also each distributed 32.5 to preparation and 67.5 to consulting, then both will be identical. What have they mentioned as 32 point this is mentioned as 32.5 and 67.5. I don't know what they have done. Maybe some calculation, if we do, we will get it. I think this they have mentioned. 62,400 by 192,000. Is that what they have mentioned? Yes. Look at this. The total overheads is how much? 1,92,000. Out of that, product tax preparations share is how much? 62,400. Express this as a percentage of total. 62,400 divided by 1,92,000. How much you get? So 32.5 percentage of the total overheads is attributable to tax preparation. The remaining whatever it is, 66.5, 67.5 is it? Remaining 67.5 is attributable to tax consulting. This is under traditional system. Suppose if under ABC also, if I'm getting the same proportions, obviously the profit will be the same under TCS and ABC. This is what they are saying. It is not a great thing. Are you clear with this? They have just mentioned it like that. Fine, guys. Are you all clear with this? Now, once again, there is nothing great in this sum. This entire chapter revolves around whatever we have learned in the initial session itself. There is nothing new as such we are learning right now. It is all one and the same. But here you should know that these are the ways in which you should approach the theoretical part, that is the comment section. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Shall we just go and update a library of adjustments? Hello? This is question number 15, huh? Shall we just go and update it? Right now. Right down. ABC, what did I generally do? TCS versus ABC or ABC versus TCS? TCS versus ABC hyphen TCS versus ABC hyphen income statement under TCS and ABC semicolon semicolon comments semicolon comments. Done, guys, right? So with this I am concluding this session. Please revise till whatever we've covered till now, and I will see you all in the next one. Thank you all so much. Bye. Hey folks, welcome you all to a new session. This is CA Ganesh Bharadwaj. So now let's continue our discussion in this chapter, activity based costing. So now guys, in this chapter, more or less, we have covered all the concepts, right? Most of the questions will be similar in nature, but will be for different figures in different industries. That's about it. So don't think entire management accounting is like this, right? For every single chapter, it has its own complexities and challenges. This chapter is more computation driven, so more or less an easier chapter. So fine, wherever it's easy, let's enjoy it. That's simple. And all these sums there in our institute study material, so it's our duty to do it. That's the reason why we are actually doing every single sum here. Now shall we get started, guys? Yes, don't think entire management accounting is like this. For example, the next chapter and all, so marginal costing, will be seeing a lot of concepts. For every concept we'll be doing different variety of sums, right? This chapter's nature is such, right? And every attempt, for sure, at least 7 or 8 more question will come, right? So now let's get started here. Question number 17. ABC company manufactures 4 products A, B, C, and D using the same manufacturing process. The following data are available relating to a production period. So 4 products are there. For each of the 4 products, they have given the volume. What is going to be the material cost per unit is given. Direct labor per unit, that is how many labor hours are required to produce every unit of the product, is given. Machine time required per unit is also given. Then labor cost per unit is also given. The total production overheads are as under: machine related cost, setup cost, ordering cost, material handling cost, spare part administration cost. They have given, I think, about 5 activities are given. Total overheads is going to be 59,879. It is broken up into 5 different activities. Right, next. The company absorbs factory overheads to the products by machine hour rate method, and the hourly rate per machine hour is 4.8 rupees. This is under traditional costing. They are using a blanket overhead rate. Absorption rate is 4.8 rupees per machine hour. Clear with this, guys? The overhead cost of the products are as under: product A, B, C, D. So overhead cost per unit of each of the products is also given, right, under a traditional method. The production overheads activities for the periods reveals. So product wise, they have given the cost driver consumption, number of setups product wise, number of material orders product wise, number of times materials handled product wise, and number of spare parts product wise is given. Prepare a statement of overheads for all the products by using activity based costing and compare the results with traditional costing. This is all they have asked. Once again, this is a question under ABC versus traditional costing method, traditional costing system. I will give you 30 seconds time. Quickly read the question. We will do the entire solution together. But guys, now I want you guys to slowly pick up the pace, right? Let's do it together. When we are doing it, we will do it together. But I want you guys to answer and write, tell and write. In the classroom itself, you complete your preparation with respect to this chapter, right? 30 seconds, quickly read the question. Done? Shall we start? Shall we start doing the question? Guys? Yes. Come on. Let's get started. This is question number 17. Please take down question number 17. Let's do this, guys. Question number 17. Right.
First one. What is step 1, guys? Everybody, step 1. Come on. Please answer. Calculation of, very good, cost driver rate. This is similar to absorption rate in traditional costing. Yes, template. Come on, everyone, give me the template. Very good. Activity, cost pool, cost driver name, cost driver quantity, cost driver rate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is equal to 2 by 4. Come on, be loud. Come on, guys. Answer with confidence. Now, first one, you guys tell me how many activities are there? Everybody, how many activities are there? Everyone answer. How many activities? 5 activities. Now, machine related cost. What is going to be my cost driver? What is the cost driver? So for machine related cost, the cost driver is what? Machine hours. Correct? Setup cost. Setup cost here, number of setups. Correct? Number of setup. Okay, fine. Ordering cost, number of materials ordered, guys. Correct? Number of materials ordered. Okay, number of orders. Next, material handling cost, number of times materials handled, it's given, no? Next, spare parts administration cost, number of spare parts. So basically for every single activity we have identified what is going to be the cost driver, guys. Correct? Now here itself, can we just total the cost driver quantity? Can we just total and arrive at the cost driver quantity here itself? Right? So how much is it going to be? Number of setups, 1 plus 6 plus 2 plus 8. How much is it? 70. Number of materials ordered, 14 plus 4 plus 1 plus 4. How much is that? 23. Right? Guys, correct? Yes, 1 second. One second, guys. 1 second. This is number of materials ordered, no? Okay, 1 second. I think there is a mistake here. 1 second, guys. There's a mistake here. Just 1 second. This is number of materials ordered, right? This is for material ordering. Okay, I think this 4 you can just strike off, please. This 4 you just strike off. Looks like this is a printing error in the study material itself, right? Please strike this off. So 1 plus 4 plus 1 plus 4 comes out to 10. Okay, please change this, guys. This comes out to 10. Next, number of times materials handled. So 2 plus 10 plus 3 plus 12. How much does it come out to? 27. Okay. And then number of spare parts. How much does it come out to? 2 plus 5 plus 1 plus 4. How much is it? 12. Clear with this, guys? Right? This is the total cost driver quantity. Let's keep this with us. Let's keep this with us. Of course, apart from that, we should also calculate the machine hours. We can calculate that. First one, guys. Activities. Come on. Mention it. Come on, start writing this. So, activities. First, list out the activities. First one is machine related costs. Okay, machine related. Then the next one is setup cost. Then the next one is ordering cost. Next one, material handling cost. Next one, spare parts administration cost. Spare parts administration cost. Okay. What is the cost pool? It's given in the question. Figures. Everybody answer, please. 37,749. Then 4250. Then 1920. Then 7560. Then 8400. Cost driver name. Come on. Tell me the cost driver name. Machine related cost is going to be machine hours. Then setup cost, number of setup. Ordering cost, number of materials order, so number of orders. Material handling costs, number of times correct materials handled, so we'll put number of times. Then spare parts, number of spares. Perfect. Next one. Now we will come down and calculate the machine hours. That alone I think is not available directly. We need to calculate the machine hours. Correct, guys? Shall we calculate the machine hours? Right, come down, put a star and write down machine hours. Now, how will you calculate the machine hours? Go up. Now, they have clearly given machine hours per unit and they have also given the units. So, the total machine hours will be 500 into 1/4 means what? 0.25. So, 500 into 0.25 plus 5000 into 0.25 plus 600 into 1 plus 7000 into 1.5. Guys, correct? Guys, are you all clear with this? So, please write this down here. Please write this down here. So, it is going to be machine hour calculation 500 into 0.25 plus 5000 into 0.25 plus 600 into 1 plus 7000 into 1.5. So 500 into 0.25 is going to be 125. 5000 into 0.25 is going to be 1250. 600 into 1 is 600 and 7000 into 1.5 is 10,500. 10,500. Right? So how much does it come out to? 125 plus 1250 plus 600 plus 10,500 comes out to 12,475. 12,475 machine hours is the total machine hours. Are you all clear with this? Guys, any problem here? No. Shall we just go and update it? So go up, update. So 12,475 machine hours. Clear with this? Done? Done, everyone? Yes, next one. What is the total number of setups? How much? 17. Very good. So it's all mentioned here. We have calculated 17. Number of orders. Number of orders. Material orders is going to be 10. 10. Number of times materials handled. 27 is going to be 27. Then spare parts, 8,400 is the total cost pool. So what is the cost driver quantity? 12. Clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Done? Shall we just now go and arrive at the cost driver rate? Come on, guys. First one, cost driver rate. How much is it? 37,749 divided by 12,475. Come on, guys, do it. So is it stopping at 3.0259 exactly? It goes on. So we should read in the decimals the calculator. But anyways, 37,749 divided by 12,475 comes out to 3.025971 something. It goes on. So write down here rupees 3.0259. You write it here per machine hour. But when we are calculating the amount attributable to every single product, we need to retain the decimals and entirely we should do it. Next one, setup cost. 4250 divided by 17. How much does it come out to? Guys, everybody, 250 per what? Per setup. Next one, 1920 divided by 10. Rupees 192 per order. Next one, 7560 divided by 27. 280 time per 280 per material handling time. So per time we will put it. Next one, 8,400 by 12. How much is it? 700 per spare. Clear with this, guys? So first we calculated the cost driver rate. So now what do we do? Just go and do it. Step 2. What is step 2? Apportionment of overheads to the products. Come on. Template, guys. activity, then A, B, C, D, 4 products under respective product, C, D, Q and amount. That's all. Simple. A, B, C and D. Under that, CDQ amount, CDQ amount, CDQ amount, CDQ and amount. Shall we get started? Yes. First one. What is the first activity? Come on. Write up all the activity names. Machine related. Then set up a. Okay. Set up. Then ordering. Then material handling. Spare parts. Okay. Fine. CDQ. Let's fill up the CDQ. Machine related, it's going to be machine hours. Guys, correct? Right? So product wise machine hours. Here itself we have it readily. 125, 1250, 600, 10,500. Just now we calculated, no? Machine hours calculation. Product wise we have the breakup. So fill it up here. Come on, come on, come on. Make it fast. 125, 1250, 600 and 10,500. Next one, setup, number of setup, all the other things you can get it in this dabba. In this dabba, you will get it product wise breakup. Come on guys, tell me how much. First, number of setups, how much is it? Yes, come on. 1, 6, 2 and 8. Ordering 1, 4, 1 and 4. For product A, it was printed as 14. I asked you to remove that 4. It was only 1. Then material handling. Number of times 2, 10, 3 and 12. Very good. Next one. Spare parts 2, 5, 1 and 4. That's about it. Clear with this? Guys, there is a way in which you do it. So first to fill this up, and then you can multiply step 1 cost driver rate with the respective CDQ. Come on. So first, what is the cost driver rate? Here I asked you to retain the decimals. 37,749 divided by 12,475 is equal to, you get something 2.02581162 something. It goes on into 125 is equal to, how much you get? 378.22 something you get. Yes, you can round it off as 378. This is not a problem. So write down here 378. Then 1250 is equal to 3782.26. Okay, put it as 3782. Then 600 is equal to 1815.48 something. Okay, you can put it off as 1815. Then 10,500 is equal to 31772. Okay, 31772. 1 second. So now if you add up everything, you should get this figure. So if not, we'll put this as the balancing figure. You said 31772, is it? Then I think it should come 31774 if I'm not wrong. Just put this as the balancing figure now, because if you add up everything, it should come to this figure. How much does it come out to? 31774. Put it as 31774. Sir, how's a 31774? Basically, if I add up everything, I should be getting how much? 37,749. So you can take a calculator. 37,749 minus these three figures. 378 minus 3782 minus 1815. How much you get? 31774. This has to be the balancing figure. Guys, logical, no? If you add up, the entire cost would be apportioned between the 4 products. Are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? Any problem here? Any issues here? You guys are able to follow this? Next one, setup. How much is the cost driver rate? 250. So 250 into. Come on. 1 is equal to 250. 6 is equal to 1500. 2 is equal to 500. 8 is equal to 2000. That's all. Next one. Ordering. 192 per order. Take your calculator. 192 into. So 192 into 1 is 192. 4 is equal to 768. Once again, 1 is 192. 4 is equal to 768. Correct? Any problem here? No. Next, material handling. How much is it? 280. No. 280. No. 280 into 2 is equal to 560. 10 is equal to 2800. 3 is equal to 840. And 12 is equal to 3360. Okay. Next, spare parts. It is 700 rupees per spare part. 700 into 2 is equal to 1400. 5 is equal to 3500. Then this is 1 now. 700. 4 is equal to 2800. Clear with this, guys? Now total up, arrive at the total. A, B, C and D. A, B, C and D. How much is it, guys? 2780 for A, va? 2780. Okay. 12,350 for B. Very good. C. Come on, everybody do the calculations. 4047. Okay. And D. 40,702. Okay. Fine. This is for A, B, C, D. Guys, correct? This is the total overheads. Now, how much is the total units? Total units. Come on. Tell me. It's given in the question. How much is the total units? A, B, C, D. Come on. Tell me, guys. 500. 5,000. 600. 7,000. Okay. Right. So what is going to be my overhead cost per unit of A, B, C, D? Come on. Do the calculation. Tell me. It's going to be how much? 5.56 for A. Okay. For B. 12,350 by 5,000. How much is it? Rupees 2.47. Okay. For C. 4047 by 600. 6 point. Rupees 6.75. We'll round off 74575. Then 40702 divided by 7,000. 5.8145. Okay, round it off to 5.81. Correct? Done. Are you all clear with this? Within bracket, you write down ABC. This is overhead cost per unit under ABC. Now, they have asked us to compare this with traditional costing method. Under traditional costing method, they themselves have arrived at the overhead cost per unit. Write down here. Write down here. Overhead cost per unit within bracket TCS. In exam, write it fully. Traditional costing system, or you can write it traditional method. How much? How much? How much? How much? How much, guys? 1.20. 1.20. 4.8. 7.2. Right? Fine. Now arrive at the difference. Now arrive at the difference. So subtract the two. 5.56 minus 1.2. How much is it? 4.36. Guys, be quick with the calculations. Next, 4.27 minus 1.2. How much is it? 1.27. Next, 4. Sorry. What is this? 6.75 minus 4.8. How much is it? 1.94. Oh, this is 95. No, we have rounded this off. Okay, 1.95. And here 5.81 minus 7.20. How much is it? Bracket 1.39. Guys, clear with this? This is all it is. So some products are overcosted, some products are undercosted. We learned the impact, how it is actually impacting the company, and all these things we saw earlier. Here they have just asked for the difference. Clear with this, guys? That's about it. 7 marks in your pocket. That's all. Clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Any problem here? It is just computation driven, and they are expecting you to do all these kind of steps to arrive at the answer. Shall we just go and update our library of adjustments? Hello? Yes? Write down. Write down. TCS versus ABC. TCS versus ABC. Hyphen. Cost allocation using ABC. Cost allocation using ABC. Semicolon. Comparison with TCS. Comparison with TCS. That's all. Shall we go on to the next one? Let's go to question number 18. Shall we get started? Guys, shall we? Yes? Okay. Fine. Now, C Limited manufactures 4 products, right? W, X, Y, and Z. Output and cost data for the year are as given below. So they have just given all the output and cost data. Now, 4 products. Output is given in units, right? Material cost per unit is given. Labor cost per unit is given. Machine time per unit required is given in hours. Now, for each of the 4 products, what is the total number of setups required? They have totaled. Total purchase orders required, totaled. Material, number of material handling, totaled. Clear? Next, particulars, activities. Setup activity is 9,000. Purchase ordering cost is given. Handling cost given. Other factory overhead is given. Total overheads is 1,52,400. Presently, the overheads are charged to the products on the basis of machine hours. Prepare the cost statements under traditional and ABC. So in this case, they have asked us to do both under traditional system as well as under ABC system. This is what they have asked us to do in this particular question. Guys, this is very much similar to the previous question. Guys, correct? In fact, in the previous question, they themselves had computed under the traditional system, but in this question, we need to compute both under traditional system as well as under ABC, right? Shall we quickly do it, guys? Shall we wrap it up very quickly? Shall we do it? Yes? Let's get started. Question number 18. Come on, do it. Question number 18. We should master this chapter, one of the easiest chapter here in management accounting. Now, shall we get started? Shall we get started? Okay. So first, write down part A, traditional costing system. Traditional costing system. So now, first write down step 1, calculation of absorption rate within bracket machine hour. Machine hour. So we are using the base quantity as machine hours because it was given in the question. Guys, shall we begin? Shall we begin? Yes. Now, first we need to calculate the total machine hours, right? Write down total machine hours. Total machine hours. Can anyone tell me how to calculate the total machine hours? Hello? Yes. per unit of a respective product, how much machine hours is required is given. How many units produced is also given. So the total machine hours will be 3000 into 0.5 plus 500 into 0.5 plus 300 into 2 plus 1000 into 4. Agreeing with me, guys? For every unit of W, I need 0.5 machine hours. Totally, I am producing 3000 machine hours. So W overall consumes 3000 into 0.5, 1500 machine hours. Like that, product wise, you multiply, arrive at the total machine hours and total it up. Guys, clear with this? Come on, write down. Steps should be neatly written down. Come on, guys, let's do this. 3000 into 0.5 plus 500 into 0.5 plus 300 into 2 plus 1000 into 4. 3000 into 0.5 is how much, guys? 1500. 500 into 0.5 is 250. 300 into 2 is 600. 1000 into 4 is 4000. Total, how much does it come out to? How much does it come out to? 6350 machine hours. Clear with this? Now, remember why we are doing this. Smart way, we can use this. We need this product wise base quantity also in ABC, and the total also we need anyways. If you do it like this, one smart way, you can actually arrive at the cost driver quantity for your ABC as well. Product wise, you will arrive at these figures. That's why I'm writing this down as well, right? Else we could have skipped this step directly. We could have only arrived at the total figure. This is the reason why we're doing this. Now, come on, write down here. So what is going to be my absorption rate? It's going to be my total overheads divided by total machine hours. So what is my total overheads? 1,52,400, guys, correct? So it's given in the question, rupees 152,400 is going to be my total overheads divided by 6350 machine hours. So how much is that going to be, guys? 152,400 by 6350 gives you exactly you will get 24. So 24 rupees per machine hour is going to be your absorption rate. Are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this, guys? Any problem here? Any problem here? No. Fine, guys, right? So now we can directly arrive at the overhead cost per unit of ABCD or WXYZ. How? Product wise per unit, how much machine hours is consumed, it's given. Multiply that with 24. So here, write down step 2. Okay, I'll go to the, I can write it here. Okay, step 2, apportionment of overheads to the products. Write down particulars and 4 columns: W, X, Y, and Z. Now, how will you arrive at it? Write down here overhead cost per unit. Now, W per unit consumes how many machine hours? Hello? How many machine hours? Guys, how much is it? 0.5. X 0.5. Z2 and Y2 and Z4. Respective hours multiply with 24. You will arrive at the overhead cost per unit. So for W, it's going to be 2 hours. 0.5 hours. So you can write down 0.5 into 24. X is going to be once again 0.5 into 24. Y is going to be 2 into 24. And Z is going to be 4 into 24. Correct, guys? How much is it? So 24 into 0.5, 0.5, 2 and 4. So it's going to be rupees 12. Rupees 12. Here it's going to be rupees 48. And here it's going to be rupees 96. And that's about it. And that's about it. Guys, clear with this? Any issues here? Guys are clear with this? Yep. Okay. Fine. Now, to this anyways, you can add up your material, labor and other costs. Guys, correct? This is overhead cost alone. So to this you can add. So material cost is given per unit. Labor cost is also given per unit. Correct? So just add the other two. Just continue the statement. Continue the statement. Write down material cost per unit. How much the material cost per unit given? No, 50, 70, 160 and 180. Perfect. Then what is the labor cost per unit? 50, 60, 100 and 75. It's all given in the question. Correct, guys? Total it up, arrive at the total cost per unit. How much? Figures. It's going to be rupees 112, 142. Add up, 308. Good. And please do the calculations, do your own calculations. 300 and perfect. 351. It's 96 plus 180 plus 75. Yes, 351. Guys, any problem here? That's all. Very, very simple. Organic way of doing. That's about it. Clear? Shall we move on to the next one? Shall we go to ABC? Right on. Part A or B or 1, 2? Part B. Okay. Part B. ABC. Activity based costing. Guys, come on, make it fast. I want your participation. Do it along with the participation. When participate and do it along this chapter, finish it in the classroom itself. Guaranteed 10% weightage they have asked. Right? So now, what is this going to be? First of all, write down. This is going to be first thing. Step 1. Step 1, everybody. Calculation of cost driver rate. Perfect, guys. Calculation of cost driver rate. Now let's get started. So, template, activity, cost pool, cost driver name, cost driver quantity, cost driver rate. Yes. Now, so this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is equal to 2 by 4. Activities. Yes. Setup costs, then purchase ordering, then handling costs. Just use the language given in the question. Next, other factory overheads. Perfect. Now, what is the cost pool? Rupees 9,000. Yes, then rupees 10,400. Very good. Rupees 6,000. Then rupees 1,27,000. Add it up and you get a total of rupees 152,400. It's not required, but anyways. Next, cost driver name. Setup cost is driven by number of setup. Very good. Purchase ordering cost, number of purchase orders or orders. Okay. Handling cost, number of material handlings. Fine. The next one, other factory overheads. What do we do? Other factory overheads on the basis of what? On the basis of what? Any guess? So other factory overheads, அதுதான் கேக்குறேன்டா. Other factory overheads on the basis of what? Machine hours? Anything else? Machine hours. Okay, you were saying machine hours. Any other basis? What, Abdul? Phone கூட sharing அடா. on any other basis. Okay. Now, some people take an assumption that we want to do it based on units. Okay, but the most appropriate way of apportioning is machine hours only, because this is a machine intensive company. They have given, no, I mean, it is per unit and all, they have given machine time. So no other basis is actually correct. So you can only take machine hours. Some people take it on the basis of output as well, but my suggestion, please take it as machine hours. That is what institute has also taken. So write down here, if possible, take a red ink and write down machine hours. Machine hours. Machine hours. Now guys, now today you will not get this doubt. When you are revising, you will get it. That's why I am mentioning it like this. Okay, next one. Cost driver quantity. Fine guys, come on, tell me, what is the total number of setups? 18. Purchase ordering, 13. Then material handling, 30. And total machine hours, we've already done it in step 1 here. What is that? 6350. Am I right? So put it up here. 6350. Cost driver rate, 9,000 divided by 18. How much you get? Rupees 500 per setup. Next one. 10,400 divided by 13. Rupees 800 per order. Next one. Material handling, 6,000 by 30. 200 per material handled. Next. 1,27,000 divided by 6350. How much is that? Rupees 20 per machine hour. Clear with this, guys? Clear with this? Very, very straightforward way of doing. Next one. Write down step number 2. Step 2. What is step 2? Apportionment of overheads to the products. Write down here. Activity is WXYZ. W, X, Y, and Z. Okay, under that, CDQ amount, CDQ amount, CDQ amount, and CDQ amount. Right, guys? Shall we start? Okay. So now, what are the different, what are the different activities? Setup, then purchase ordering, then handling, no, then one second, handling, and other factory overheads. Okay, guys. First, setup. Tell me the CDQ. Hi. Product wise, 10, 1, 2, and 5. Purchase ordering, 6, 1, 1, 5. Handling, 12, 1, 2, and 15. And other factory overheads, it's going to be machine hours, which we have on the top. 1,500, 250, 600, 4,000. 1,500, 250, 250, then 600, 4,000. Right? So now Come on guys, let's do this. First set up 500 rupees, 500 into 10 is equal to 1 is equal to 2 is equal to 5 is equal to how much? How much is it? 5,000, huh? 5,000, 500, 1,000, 2,500. Perfect. Next, purchase ordering. 800 into 6 is equal to 4,800, 800, 800, 4,000, huh? Right. Next one. Handling. 200 into 12 is equal to 2,400. So this is 200, right? So yes, 1 is equal to 200, 2 is equal to 400, 15 is equal to 3,000. Next, machine hours. 20, sorry, other factory overheads. 20 into 1500 is equal to 30,000. 250 is equal to 5,000. 600 is equal to 12,000. And 4,000 is equal to 80,000, huh? 80,000. Total it up, guys. How much is it? 5,000 plus 4,800 plus 2,400 plus 30,000. 42,200 for product X. How much is it? 500 plus 800 plus 200 plus 5,000. 6,500. Then here it's 1,000 plus 800 plus 400 plus 12,000. 14,200. And here it's 2,500 plus 4,000 plus 3,000 plus 80,000. It's going to be 89,500. Guys, correct? Have you all apportioned it? Right? So this is going to be my total overheads. Now, divided with the units, respective units. How many units are there? 3,000. Guys, come on. Please be loud. 500 units, then 300 units, then 1,000 units. So now, what is going to be the overhead cost per unit? So 42,200 by 3,000 gives you how much? Hello? How much? 14.066666. Okay, so 14.07. Then 6,500 by 500. How much is it? 13, huh? Okay, so rupees 13. Then this is going to be 14,200 by 300. 47.33333. Okay, then 89,500 by 1,000. 89.5. Piece 89.50. Done, guys. Are we done here? So now we got the overhead cost per unit of W, X, Y, and Z. So now let's go and calculate the cost per unit of cost per unit under ABC method. Write down step 3. Step 3. Total cost per unit under ABC. Shall we, guys? Shall we get started? Yes. Now particulars and 4 columns. W, X, Y, and Z. Guys, I'm doing a freehand drawing. At least you do a little bit neater. If not at the scale, at least you do it a little bit neat. Yes. First one. Material cost. How much is material cost per unit of W, X, Y, Z? Come on, everybody. 50, 70, 160, and 180. Perfect. Next, labor cost. How much is that? 50, 60, 100, and 75. Then overhead costs within bracket ABC. How much is it? Yes, just now we calculated 14.07, 13, 47.33, and 89.50. Right? Total it up. what is going to be my total cost per unit? 114.07, then 143, then come on, do it. You've done it. Okay, it's going to be 160 plus 100 plus 47.33. How much is it? 307.33, and 180 plus 75 plus 89.5. How much is it? 344.5. 344.5. Guys, clear with this? Clear with this? And that's about this question. That's about this question. We have arrived at the total cost per unit under ABC. Earlier, we arrived at the total cost per unit under traditional costing also, right? And this is what the sum had asked us to do. Clear with this, guys? They had asked us to do prepare cost statements under traditional and ABC. So we have done it. They have not asked us to compare. Had they asked us to compare, we would have compared and arrived at the difference that they have not asked in this question. Shall we just go and update our library of adjustments? Guys, clear with this, right? This is all the chapter is about, right? Let's go and update your library of adjustments. Write down. Write down. Write down TCS versus ABC hyphen cost allocation using TCS and ABC. So we had to do under both cost allocation under TCS and ABC semicolon cost per unit. We also had to compute both. I mean, cost per unit also we had to compute under both the methodologies, both the systems. Right, guys? Are we done here? Yes? Now, shall we go on to the next question? Yes? Okay. Now, let's go to this question number 19. Quickly, let's wrap this sum as well. Question number 19. Trust me, guys, there are a lot of interesting concepts in this entire subject, because I'm again and again repeating this. Don't think that it will be this monotonous. In fact, once we do the later chapters, you will feel that, okay, this chapter we were lucky. First concept introduction and then series of sums, it is all similar. But here I'm doing it because it is there in your study material. Can I give it as homework? You do everything. Then there's no point. So that's why I'm doing every single sum. Though it is kind of similar in nature, we are doing it. But don't worry. This is one chapter where classroom discussion, in the classroom itself, the preparation will also get over. The remaining chapters, if you see, it will have its own complexities, right? So we will be doing concept, few sums, then next concept, few more sums, then next concept, few more sums. Here the strategy itself is different because such is the nature of this chapter, right? One of the easiest chapters in this particular subject, right? Now, shall we quickly get started with the next one, guys? Yes. Question number 19. Some limited manufactures 4 products, namely A, B, C, and D, using the same plant and process. The following information relates to the production period. So A, B, C, D, they have given outputs for the respective products is given. Direct material cost per unit, direct labor cost per unit, machine hours per unit is also given. The 4 products are similar and are usually produced in production runs of 24 units and sold in batches of 12 units. Wait, what are they saying? Now, when they are producing, at a time they will produce how many units? 24 units, right? One production run, or in other words, one batch of production will have 24 units. How many production runs will be there? For example, product A, totally how many units of product you are manufacturing? 720 units, but at a time I will produce 24 units in a production run. So how many runs are required? 720 divided by 24. How much is it? 30. So product A will be produced in 30 runs, 30 production batches. Are you clear with this? Similarly, B, C, D, and all these things we can arrive. Are you all clear with this? Clear? but when they are sold, they will be sold in units of 12. 12 units together they will be sold. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? So which means how many batches, sales batches are there, respective products divided by 12, you will arrive at the sales batches. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Next, using machine hour rate, currently the company absorbs the production overheads. The total overheads incurred by the company are given as below. What is the total overheads? 1,10,592. But ideally speaking, it is split into 5 different activities. 5 activities. Machine operation and maintenance 63,000. Setup cost 20,000. Stores receiving 15,000. Inspection 10,000. Material handling and dispatch 2,592. Breakup is given. During the period, the following cost drivers are to be used. They themselves have identified the activities and given the cost driver name. Setup cost, number of production runs. Just now we saw how to calculate. Store receiving, number of requisitions raised. Inspection, number of production runs once again. So same cost driver for 2 different activities. Could be clear with this. Material handling, dispatch, orders executed. Next, it is also determined that the machine operation and maintenance cost should be apportioned between setup cost, stores receiving cost, and inspection activity in the ratio of 4:3:2. Now what they are saying, this is there, no, machine operation and maintenance cost. They are saying don't consider this as a separate activity. Clear with this? What they are saying, how much is this? 63,000. Apportion it between setup, stores receiving, and inspection. Setup, stores receiving, and inspection in the ratio of 4:3:2. They are saying this cost you distribute it to the next 3 activities in the ratio of 4:3:2. At the end of the day, this will not be treated as a separate activity. Only these 4 will be activities. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all able to understand? But the figures will now change. Why? This cost 63,000 should be apportioned between these 3 guys in the ratio of 4:3:2. So now my cost pool will change, but overall this figure will not change. This is the total overheads. Are you all clear with this? This is a unique adjustment in this question. Are you all clear with this? Next one. The number of requisition raised on store is 50 for each products, and the number of orders executed is 192, each order being for a batch of 12 of a product. Clear with this, guys? So what they are saying, number of stores requisition. So number of stores requisition is there, no? For this 15,000, I need the number of stores requisition. They have given the number of stores requisition is 50 requisitions per order, and number of orders executed for this material handling, number of orders executed, they have given number of orders executed is going to be 192, right? Each order being for a batch of 12 of a product. Clear with this, guys? This is what they have given. Are you all clear with this? Next, required. Number 1, calculate the total costs for each of the products if all the overhead costs are absorbed on machine hour rate basis, right? So calculate the total cost of the product if all the overheads are absorbed on the basis of machine hour rate, basically traditional costing. Next, calculate the total cost of each product using activity based costing, and comment briefly on the differences disclosed between the overhead traced by the present system and those under activity based costing. Now guys, I will give you 1 minute time, right? Please read the question in detail and we will get started with this particular solution, right? 1 minute time, online folks. Pause the video now, read the question fully, and then continue watching the lecture. We will discuss and do this entire question fully. 1 minute 60 seconds time. Now guys, let's get started. Please take down question number 19, right? Come on guys, let's do this. Let's do it. Question number 19. Yes, shall we get started? Yes. Come on guys, buckle up. No matter what, let's do it. Have that sincerity. Hard work never fails. Have this in your mind. Come on, shall we get started? Yes. So now, first write down part A. What is this part A? Traditional costing system. Traditional costing system. Write down under that. First step. What is the first step, guys? Step 1, calculation of absorption rate. That's right. Calculation of absorption rate. Now, within bracket, what is the basis? Hello? They have given at present the company absorbs on the basis of, yes, it absorbs on the basis of machine hour rate. It's given in the question. Guys, correct? Let's do this. Write down within bracket machine hour rate. Okay, machine hour rate. Now, write down, guys. The first thing we need to calculate the machine hours. Write down here. Machine hours. Now, what's the machine hours? How would you calculate? Respective units multiplied with the machine hours per unit, you will arrive at the total machine hours. Correct, guys? Shall we start? Let's do it quickly. Machine hours. First one, 720 into 4 plus, come on others, tell me, tell and write, 600 into 3 plus 480 into 2 plus 504 into 1. So tell me, guys, 720 into 4, 2880 plus 600 into 3 is 1800 plus 480 into 2 is going to be 960 plus 504 into 1 is 504. Sum of this 2880 plus 1800 plus 960 plus 504 is going to be how much? 6144. So 6144 machine hours. Correct, guys? So now the absorption rate is going to be formula total overheads divided by total machine hours. Right? So how much is that? Total overheads. How much is it? 1 lakh 10,592 divided by what's going to be the total machine hours? 6144 machine hours. So how much is that? 110592 divided by 6144. It's going to be rupees 18 per machine hour. Correct, guys? Are we done here? Are we done here? Right? Now let's go and do the step 2. We'll directly calculate the cost per unit, right, under that material labor. Overheads alone, there will be a calculation. Write down step 2. Calculation of cost per unit of the products. Write down particulars and ABCD. A, B, C, and D. First one, guys. Direct material. What is the direct material cost per unit? Given directly 42, 45, 40, and 48. Right? Next one. Direct labor. How much is it? 10, 9, 7, and 8. Next one. Overhead cost per unit. Now, for every machine hour, I should charge the product with 18 rupees. A requires 4 machine hours, B requires 3 machine hours, C requires 2, and D requires 1. Respective machine hour, multiply it with 18 rupees. So here, for A, it's going to be rupees 18 into how much machine hours? How much machine hours? 4. Yes, 4. For B, it's going to be rupees 18 into how many machine hours? 3. For C, it's going to be 18 into 2. D is going to be 18 into 1. How much is it? So it's going to be 72 here. It's going to be 54. it's going to be 36, and it's going to be 18. Total it up. Total cost per unit. What's the total cost per unit under the traditional costing system? Come on. 124. How much is this? 108. Then it's going to be 83. Okay. Then it's going to be 74 per unit. Clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Any issues here? Any issues? Any problem? Guys, clear with this? Right. Now, let's move on to the next one. Let's move on to the next one. With this, the cost per unit we have calculated under the traditional costing system. Now, let's move on to the next one. Part B. What is part B? Part B. ABC. Now, under ABC, first, step 1. Step 1. Calculation of cost driver rate. Write down calculation of cost driver rate. Shall we get started? Yes. Now, template, activity, cost pool, cost driver name, cost driver quantity, and cost driver rate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is equal to 2 by 4. Shall we get started? Yes. Now, what are the activities? What are the activities? The first one will not come. The first one will not come. So, the first one is not an activity because we need to apportion it between the other three. Guys, so we will also prepare a working note for this. Write down setup cost. Very good. Setup activity. Then stores receiving. Then inspection. Then material handling and dispatch. Now, wait. We can, I think, also write the cost driver name. That can also be written. Setup. Cost driver name. It's given in the question. Number of production runs. Then stores receiving. Number of requisitions raised. Inspection. Once again, number of production runs. Then material handling. Orders executed. Number of orders. Okay. Now, guys, this cost pool, we now need to arrive at the cost pool, which means we first need to have a working note for this, guys. Correct? So, here on the top, write down cost pool. Under that, write down working note number 1. Come down and write working note number 1. Take the heading. Write using a red ink, you write down construction of cost pool. Construction of cost pool. We need to construct the cost pool. Clear with this, guys? Construction of cost pool. Shall we get started? Shall we get started? Now, under that, write down particulars and 4 columns. Setup, stores receiving, inspection, and material handling. Done? Done? Written down? Guys, done? Next one. Now, under that, now first line item, write down existing costs. Existing cost. At present, how much is the setup cost, stores cost, inspection cost, material handling? How much? Yes, 20,000, 15,000, 10,000, 2,592. Next, write down machine operation and maintenance costs. Within bracket, write down apportioned. Within bracket, write down apportioned. It is apportioned in what ratio? That too, it is given only to setup, stores and inspection. So material handling will not get any share. It is apportioned in what ratio? 4:3:2. Guys, correct? How much is the value that I'm going to apportion? 63,000. So 4 plus 3 plus 2 is how much? 4 plus 3 plus 2 is how much? 9. 63,000 divided by 9 is equal to, you get 7,000 into 4 is equal to 28,000. 3 is equal to 21,000. 2 is equal to 14,000. And here material handling will not get a share. Right? Ayyappan, what happened? Yes? Okay. Have you written? Write it. Guys, come on. Write it down. Done. So now you can total it up. You will get the activity cost pool. How much is the activity cost pool? Setup is going to be 48,000. Stores will have 36,000. Inspection will have 24,000. And material handling will have 2592. Are you clear with this, guys? So here you have an additional step called as construction of cost pool. It is not directly given. You have to compute it. Are you all able to understand this, guys? Are you all able to understand any issues here, any problem here? You guys are able to understand this? Just go up and update the figures. 48,000, 36,000, 24,000 and 2,592. Are you all clear with this? Guys, clear with this? Right? Next one. Now, we need to arrive at the cost driver quantities. Now, cost driver quantity. First one. Setup is driven by number of production runs. Is the number of production runs given in the question? Is the number of production runs directly given in the question? No. So we need to compute the number of production runs. Guys, correct? So here, one small thing you write down. This is working note number 2. Just put a reference, come down. Working note number 2. Number of production runs. Number of production runs we need to compute. Guys, it's not directly given in the question. All these steps we need to mention clearly. Fine. Shall we do it? Guys, shall we do it? Okay. Now, how will you compute the number of production runs? Simple. The production happens in lots of 24 units. Guys, product wise, I have the output divided by 24 each. You will arrive at the number of production runs required for respective products. Sum total of these 4, you will get the total production runs. Are you all clear with this? So write down here particulars and 4 columns. Write down particulars and 4 columns. What are the 4 columns? Products A, B, C, D. A, B, C and D. First, write down output. How much is the output, guys? 720 units, 600 units, 480 units, and 504 units. Right? Now, write down. In one production run, how many units are there? Hello? In one production run, how many units are there? 24 units. So, write down here. Units per run. How much is it? 24. Right? So I'll call this as first number 1. I'll call this as number 2. Then write down number 3. Number of production runs is going to be 1 divided by 2. How much is it? So totally I am producing 720 units of A, right? Per run I have 24 units. So how many runs are required? 720 by 24. How much is that? 30. Similarly, B, 600 by 24, 25. Then 480 by 24, 20. Then 504 by 24, 21. So now what you do, put a bracket here, sum total of this 30 plus 25 plus 20 plus 21. How much is it? Totally production runs. How many production runs, guys? 96 production runs. 96 production runs is the total production runs. Clear with this, guys? Are you all understanding this? Product wise we also have the total production runs. Clear with this? In this sum, every single thing we have to calculate. Just go and update it above. Just go and update it above. It is going to be 96, sorry, cost driver quantity, correct, 96 production runs. Clear with this? I think for inspection also it is the same, 96 only, guys, correct? You can give the same working note reference, working note number to the same reference you give it. Are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this, guys? Is there a problem here? No. Next one. What is the next one, guys? Number of requisitions. Now, number of requisitions, has it been given in the question? Yes, it's given. Look at this. They have clearly mentioned number of requisitions raised in store is 50 for each product. How many products are there? 4. 50 into 4, it is going to be 200. Directly, you can write this down here. So here, you can just go and write down here within bracket 50 into 4. How much does it come out to? 200. Are you clear with this, guys? You just give the breakup here itself, 50 into 4. We need not come down and write a working note for this. It's a straightforward calculation. Any problem here, guys? Are you all clear with this? Yes. The next one, material handling. For material handling, it's driven by what, guys? Number of orders, correct? Number of orders executed. Now, number of orders, is it given in the question? Yes, they have given the number of orders. How much is it? 192, right? But still, we will come up with a working note. Why? Product wise, you need a breakup. Only then you can apportion it to the products, guys. Correct? Are you clear with this? Basically, this is nothing but they have given, no, while selling, they are going to sell it in batches of 12. Guys, correct? This is what they are saying. Each order being for batch of 12. So now, how will you do it? Simple. So respective output divided by 12, you will arrive at the product wise number of orders. Guys, correct? Clear with this? And once you get that, add up, it will match with 192. So what we will do here, write down working note number 3 and just come down and write. Working note number 3. What is this working note number 3? Calculation of number of orders executed. Number of orders executed. Similar template. Particulars 4 columns. Particulars 4 columns, A, B, C and D. Number 1, output. Output, guys, how many units? 720 units, 600 units, 480 units and 504 units. Okay. Number 2, write down units per order. Units per order. In one order, how many units are there? Hello? How many units? Yes, how many units are there? We saw, no? In a batch of 12 units of a product. So 12 units are there respectively. So number 3, number of orders or batches, whatever it is, within bracket 1 divided by 2. How much? It's going to be 720 by 12. How much is it, guys? 60, not units, 60 orders. Right? Similarly, 600 by 12, 50 orders. Then 480 by 12. How much? 40 orders. 504 by 12. 42 orders. Correct? Right? and sum total of these four, 60 plus 50 plus 40 plus 42, how much you get? How much you get? 192 orders. So overall it will definitely match, and the product wise breakup is 60, 50, 40 and 42. Are you all clear with this, guys? We need this to apportion the overheads to the products. Are you all clear with this? So now let's go and update this here. Done. This one is written down. Shall we just go? Yes. So just go and update it here. It's going to be 192, and that's all. Now arrive at the cost driver rate, guys. Come on, let's arrive at the cost driver rate. So 48,000 divided by 96. How much is it? Going to be 500 rupees, 500 per production run. Next, 36,000 divided by 200. How much is it? Rupees 180 per requisition raised. Perfect. Then 24,000 by 96. Rupees 250 per production run. Then 2592 divided by 192, how much is it? Exactly 13.5 per order executed. Are you clear with this, guys? Now let's go and charge the overheads to the products. Shall we do it? Shall we do it? Let's quickly do this, guys. Quickly do this. This is step 2. See, for step 1 itself we had 3 working notes. Now write down step 2. What is that? Apportionment of overheads to the products. This is just computation driven. With simple understanding you can do it. Write down particulars and how many columns? 4 broad columns, A, B, C, D. Under that, CDQ amount and CDQ amount. A, B, C, and D. CDQ amount, CDQ amount, CDQ amount, CDQ amount. Shall we get started? Guys, shall we get started? Yes. Now, what are the 4 activities? Write it down. Setup, then stores receiving, then inspection, then material handling. Okay. Right. Now, CDQs. First, setup. Setup is driven by production runs. So product wise we have the production run with us. Refer working note number 2, 30, 25, 20, 21. Write down here 30, 25, 20 and 21. 20 and 21. I think even for inspection it is the same, no? 30, 25, 20, 21. Next, stores receiving activity. Number of requisition raised. So now here we saw per product it was 50. So everywhere go and write down 50. It was 50, 50, 50 and 50. Next, material handling. It is driven by orders executed. Just now we did 60, 50, 40 and 42. Write down 60, 50, 40 and 42. Any problem here? Guys, any problem here? A very comprehensive and a very neat way of doing. They cannot touch even a single mark from here. Now just go and start. First, setup activity. Per setup, what is going to be per run? What is going to be the cost? 500. So 500 into 30 is equal to 25 is equal to 20 is equal to 21 is equal to how much? First one, this is going to be 15,000. 25 is equal to 12,500. 20 is equal to 10,000 and 21 is equal to 10,500. Very good. Next one, stores receiving activity. What is the cost driver rate? 180. So 180 into 50 is equal to, so 9,000 for all the products. 9,000, 9,000, 9,000 and 9,000. Next, inspection cost. How much is it? So per run it's going to be 250. So 250 into 30 is equal to 7,500. 25 is equal to 6250. 20 is equal to 5,000 and 21 is equal to 5250. Any problem here, guys? Are you all able to do this? Next one, material handling. Go refer above. What is going to be the cost driver rate? 13.5 rupees per order. So go down. So it's going to be 13.5 into 60 is equal to 810. 50 is equal to 675. 40 is equal to 540. 42 is equal to 567. Are you all clear with this? Are you all able to understand any problem here? Now it's a matter of just totaling. Just total it up. Leave a line gap always and total. Total overheads. Product A. What is product A's total share of overheads? How much? 32,310. 32,310. Okay. Then for B, 28,425. Then C, it's going to be 24,540. And D, 10,500 plus 9,000 plus 5250 plus 567. How much is it? 25,317. Okay. Now output units product wise. How many units there? How much, guys? 720. Okay. 720, 600, 480 and 504 units. So how much is going to be my overhead cost per unit? 32,310 divided by 720. How much is it? 44.875. Here it's 28,425 divided by 600. How much is it? 47.375. Here it's 24,540 divided by 480. How much is it? 51.125. Here it is 25,317 divided by 504. How much is it? 50.23. Okay, 232 something, 232. Okay, this is the overhead cost per unit. Finally, now let's go and calculate the overall cost per unit of the respective product. This is step 3, calculation of cost per unit. This is under ABC. So quickly, guys, let's finish it off. Particulars and 4 columns, right? A, B, C, D. Now all the data is available on a per unit level, right? Hello? Yes. So material cost. How much is the material cost? 42, 45, 40, 48, right? Then labor cost. How much is the labor cost? 10, 9, 7, 8. Then how much is my overhead cost? Just now we calculated 44.875, 47.375, 51.125 and 50.232. So tell me, what is the total cost per unit? Total cost per unit? Yes, guys, total cost per unit 96.875. Then 45 plus 9 plus 47.375. How much is it? 101.375. Is everyone getting the answer? Guys, is everyone getting it? Next to C. 98.125. Good. Next one. D. 106.232. And that's about it. It was a comprehensive question once again, with the only difference that in this question you also had your calculation of cost driver quantities, you also had this construction of cost pool and all those other complications. But for that, this was very similar to the previous questions, few questions that we did. Clear with this, guys? Any problem here? Any problem here? This is one of the chapters which you can master in the classroom itself. Every single sum, once again we are doing it. Shall we just go and update a library of adjustments? Right on. Oh, they've asked for the difference, huh? Oh, right on, guys. Sorry, that's going to be your part C of the part C only, no? ABC only I did, yes. Oh, quickly write on part C. Part C. What have they asked? Okay, write down ABC versus TCS. Take the heading ABC versus TCS. Particulars and 4 columns. 4 columns A, B, C, and D. Done? Shall we get started? Yes. Write down. First, cost per unit within bracket TCS. How much is the cost per unit under TCS? Come on, go up and tell me the figures. Under traditional costing, how much was that? 124, 108, 83, 74. Next one, cost per unit under ABC. How much is that? 96.875, 101.375, 98.125, and 106.232. Right? Tell me how much is the difference. Just subtract. Now, yes, tell me how much is the difference. So 27.12. Correct? Next. How much is it? 6.625. Then difference. How much? 15.125. Then here 74 minus 106.232. How much is it? 32.232. Right? Now, logically think and tell me, what is the correct value? ABC value, correct? Ideally, product A should have been valued at how much? 96.875. But under TCS, they are valuing at how much? 124. So pull an arrow and write, they are overcosting or undercosting? Are they overcosting or undercosting? The correct value is only 96 point something. They are valuing it at 124. Write down overcosting. They are valuing it more. So in my opinion, in your study material, they have mentioned it bracket, within bracket, or positive. I would suggest, what does it indicate? If I'm following traditional costing, I'm deviating to the extent of 27.12. I'm valuing my product more. Similarly, product B, correct value is 101 point something, but I am valuing it at 108. Once again, the same issue, over costing. Clear with this, guys? Product C, correct value is 98 point something, but I am valuing it at only 83 rupees. Pull an arrow and write under costing. And similarly, product D, the correct value is 106 point something, but I'm valuing it at only 74. So it's once again under costed or under costing. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? And in this question, they had also asked for a comment. Now look at this. This is what they have mentioned as a comment. The total overheads which are spread over the 4 products have been apportioned on different bases, causing the product cost to differ substantially in respect of product A and product D. A change from the traditional machine hour rate to activity system may have an effect on price and profits to the extent that the pricing is based on cost plus approach. I told you guys, right? Now for these two products I'm overcosting, so my selling price will be more, but no one will come and buy it from me because my selling price is more. For these two products it is under costing. Many people will come, I will fix a selling price which is less than the market price. Many people will come and buy it from me, but what is the point? My selling price will not be able to recover my correct cost. Are you all clear with this? So in this case, double loss I will incur. I'll have to shut down my company. Are you all clear with this? This briefly they have mentioned it here. Always in comments write down, right? ABC uses different base quantities to apportion the respective costs, right, based on the cost drivers, whereas your traditional costing uses only one base quantity and it assumes that that is a single base quantity that drives the entire cost of overheads. Hence ABC is a more correct, meaningful way of apportioning your overheads. You write some 4 points in your own language and write it. That's about it. Clear with this, guys? Just go and update your library of adjustment. Write down TCS versus ABC hyphen TCS versus ABC hyphen cost allocation using cost allocation using TCS and ABC, TCS and ABC, semicolon. In this question there was one additional point. What was it? Write down semicolon construction of cost pool. In this question this was an additional adjustment. Construction of cost pool. Semicolon. Calculation of cost driver quantity, CDQ. Calculation of cost driver quantity, CDQ. In this question that was also an additional adjustment which was mentioned. Clear with this, guys? Clear with this? So with this, right, I'm concluding this session. Please revise all the questions that we have done till now, and I will see you all in the next one. Thank you all so much. Bye-bye. Hey folks, welcome you all to a new session. This is CA Ganesh Bharadwaj. Now, let's continue our discussion in this chapter, activity-based costing. So now, please take question number 21. This is very much similar to the previous sum which we did, question number 19, right? But for a small adjustment, anyways, let's quickly wrap this up. Information relating to the 4 products made and sold by a company is as follows for one period. So particulars A, B, C, and D. Output for the 4 products is given. Direct material cost per unit, the direct labor cost per unit, and the machine hours required per unit is also given. Now, the 4 products are similar and are usually produced in production runs of 20 units, which means in one production run, I manufactured 20 units. So how many production runs are required? Respective output divided by 20. Product wise, you will get what? The number of production runs. Add it up, you will get the total production runs. Next, sales is done in batches of 10 units, which means, so divide the respective output by 10, you'll get the number of batches which is being sold. The total of the production overhead for the period has been analyzed as follows. Now, machine department cost figure is given, setup cost, stores receiving cost, inspection or quality control, and material handling cost. The total overheads is going to be 26,000 rupees. Next, you have ascertained that the cost drivers to be used in an ABC exercise are listed below for the overhead costs shown. Setup cost is driven by production runs, stores receiving on the basis of requisitions, inspection activity once again to production runs, material handling and dispatch through orders executed. The number of requisitions raised on the stores were 20 for each product, which means totally it's going to be 20 to 480. The number of orders executed was 42, each order being for a batch of 10 of a product. So respective output divided by 10, product wise you will get the number of orders executed, so the total will be equal to 42. Calculate the production cost per unit using ABC. That's all they have asked for. Now, this is exactly same as question number 19 except for one difference. In that question number 19, this machine department cost, they asked us to apportion between, setup, stores and inspection in some ratio 4:3 to something 2.
But here they have not mentioned all that, which means this should be treated as a separate activity. In this question, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. You will be having 5 different activities, and for machine department it is driven. What is the cost driver? Since nothing is mentioned, machine department should be driven by machine hours. Clear with this? So which means the total machine hours you need to calculate for each of the products, total it up. This amount 10,430 is driven by the total machine hours. Clear with this, guys? So that is what additionally we need to do in this question. Here there is no construction of cost pool and all, so directly you need to do it. Shall we quickly do the sum and wrap it up? Yes, guys. So please go to your notebook. Come on, write down question number 21. Question number 21. Write down. Write down. Step 1. What is step 1? Everybody, come on, tell and write. Come on, calculation of cost driver rate. Please write down cost driver rate. Done? Now, come on, guys, template. Activity. Everybody, please answer. Activity. Cost pool. Cost driver name. Cost driver quantity. Cost driver rate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is equal to 2 by 4. Are we done here? Come on, list out the activities. What are the activities? First one, yes, machine department. Next, setup. Then, stores receiving. Then, inspection or quality control. Then, material handling and dispatch. Okay. What is the cost pool directly given? 10,430, 5,250, 3,600, 2,100 and then 4,620. Now what is the cost driver name? Machine department. Come on, everybody answer. Yes, it's going to be machine hours. Then setup. It's going to be number of production runs. It's going to be production runs. Then stores receiving. Requisition raised. Yes. Inspection. Once again production runs. Then materials handled. Orders executed. Number of orders. Clear with this, guys? Shall we get started? Hello? Let's get started. Now we need to calculate all these things. So first one, machine hours. Come down. Put up a working note number 1. Come down. Working note number 1. Calculation of machine hours. Come on, guys. Do it fast. You guys know how to do it? Hello? Yes. How will you do it? Respective units into machine hour per unit. That's all it is. That's all it is. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Calculation. Hello? Yes, come on. Calculation. 120 into 4 plus, come on, 100 into 3. Tell and write, guys, please. Yes, Ayyappan, do it. Plus 80 into 2 plus 120 into 3. What happened, pa? You guys are getting it? So product wise, how much is it? 120 to 4 is 12 4s are 48. 480 plus 300 for B plus 160 for C and how much is this? 360 for D. Add up how much you get. 480 plus 300 plus 160 plus 360. 1300 machine hours. 1300 machine hours is going to be the total. Are you all clear with this? Guys, any problem here? No. That's about it. So go up and update it. It's going to be 1300. That's all. Next one. Number of production runs. Write on. Working note number 2. Come down. Working note number 2. Calculation of what? production runs. If you do it like this, absolutely not even a single mark they can reduce. Neatly every single figure you are explaining to the examiner how you have got. Write down particulars and 4 columns. A, B, C and D. First one, output. How much? 120 units, 100 units, 80 units and 120 units, right? Next, write down units per production run. In one production run, how many units are manufactured? Everybody, how many units are manufactured? Given in the question, 20 units are manufactured, correct? So 20, 20, 20, 20, right? This is 1, this is 2, put this as 3. What is the third one? The third one is going to be, so number of production runs 1 divided by 2. So 120 by 20, how much is that? 6, 5, 4, 6. Add up how much you get. 21 production runs. Guys, correct? 21 production runs in total. Any problem here? Guys, any problem here? So you get the total and you get the product wise breakup. This product wise breakup is required for apportionment of your overheads to the products. So go up and update 21 here, and even for inspection it's going to be 21. Within bracket, the same working note number 2 is the reference. Are you clear with this? Literally every single figure we are telling the examiner how we have got. Next one, guys. Next one. Stores receiving. That's based on requisitions. How many requisitions have been raised? Hello? The requisitions raised was 20 for each product. So which means come down here itself, right? 20 into how many products? 4 products. How much is it in total? Everybody, 80. And finally, material handling. Material handling. How much is material handling? It's driven by what? Number of orders executed. So what is the total number of orders executed? 42, right? Each order being for a batch of 10 units of the product. So once again, we'll come up with a working note. Though we have the total product wise breakup we need. So how many orders per product? Simple. For example, product A, totally how many units have we sold? 120 units. But one order will have 10 units, which means how many orders were there? 120 divided by 10. It's going to be 12. Here it's going to be 10. Here it's going to be 8. And here it's going to be 12. Anyways, we'll just drop a working note here. It's going to be working note number 3, isn't it? Yes. So working note number 3. Come down and write. Working note number 3. What is this working note? Green ink. Calculation of number of orders executed. Right, guys? Write down particulars and 4 columns A, B, C and D. Write down. First one, output. What is the output? Yes, 120, 100, 80 and 120. Next, write down units per order. How many units per order? 10, 10, 10 and 10. This is point number 1. This is point number 2. Point number 3, number of orders. That's going to be 1 divided by 2. Going to be how much? Just remove 1 0. 12. 100 by 10 is 10. 80 by 10 is 8. 120 by 10 is going to be 12. Now add this up. How much you get? 20, 42, 42 orders. Clear with this, guys? Now, this 42 figure was given in the question itself. Then why did we have this working note? Product wise breakup, we need it, guys. Correct? For apportioning the overheads to the products. Just go up and write down. It's going to be 42. Now, come on, guys. Write on the cost driver rates. Quick. How much? 10,430 divided by 1,300. Is it a round figure? 8.023076. You read in the decimals in the calculator, put an M plus there.
right? So it's going to be rupees 8.02. While writing, you just write per machine hour. Next one, 5250 divided by 21. How much is it? Rupees 250 per monkey or donkey? Per production run. Next one, 3600 divided by 80. How much is it? Rupees 45 per requisition. Next, 2100 by 21. Don't use calculator. 100 per production run. I know that. I saw it. Okay. Next, 4620 divided by 42. How much is it? Rupees 110 per order. Done, guys. Done. Done. That's about it. Now just go and do your step number 2. What is the step number 2? Apportionment of overheads to the products. Write down. Step 2. Apportionment of overheads to products. Yes. Yes. Activity. So you have A, B, C, and D. Under that, CDQ amount, CDQ amount, CDQ amount, CDQ amount. Shall we get started? Guys, what are the activities? Yes, come on, answer. Quick. Be on your toes. Come on, guys. The first one is machine department. Then the second one, setup cost. Then the third one, stores receiving. Then inspection or quality control. Then material handling and dispatch. Okay. Come on, guys. Tell me the CDQs here. First, machine department. Machine hours. CDQ. How much? 480, 300, 160, 360. Come on. Write down here. It's a very organic and a neat way of doing. Write down. What is it? 480, 300. 480, 300, 160 and 360. Yeah. Okay. Next, setup. Number of setups. Production runs. Sorry, number of production runs. 6546. This is updated here. 6546. Here also 6546. For inspection, that is also driven by number of production runs. Clear with this. Play it smart. Next one, stores. So what is the stores figure? Stores is driven by a number of requisitions. They have given 20 per product. So just go and update it here. 20, 20, 20, 20. Next one, material handling. It's driven by number of orders executed. 12, 10, 8 and 12. 12, 10, 8 and 12. Clear with this. Any problem here? Hello? Shall we do this? Shall we do this now? Well, let's do this now. First one, machining department. How much is the cost driver rate? Come on, guys. MRC or 10,430 divided by 1300. You get the entire decimals. 8.023 something. Yes. So into 480 is equal to how much you get? 3,851 now. Okay. Put it down here. 3,851. 300 is equal to 2406.9 something. So 2407. 160 is equal to 1283.6, 1284. Then 360 is equal to 2888.3. Actually, it should be the balancing figure. I think if you put 2888, it will match. Is it matching? What is the total activity cost pool? 14,000. 10,430. No, if you add up, it should come 10,430. Is it coming? 4 plus 8 is 12. 12 plus 7 is 19 plus 120. So yes, it's ending with 0. Obviously, it will match. Any problem here, guys?
Now, let's move on to the next one, shall we? Setup. How much is the setup cost? 250 rupees per run. 250 into 6 is equal to 1500. 5 is equal to, come on everybody, do it together. 1250. 4 is equal to 1000. 6 is equal to 1500. Clear with this? And online folks, I hope you guys are doing it along with me. Assume I'm standing in front of you, answer it to the screen, right? And do this in your notebook. Take your pen and put it on a piece of paper. That's when you will get the best learning experience. Next one, stores. Stores is driven by number of requisitions. So 45 per requisition. So 45, right? Yeah. So 45 into 45 into 20, that's going to be 900 for everywhere. 900. Are we done here? Next one. Inspection. How much is it? 100 per run. So 100 into 6546. 600, 500, 400 and 600. Correct? Directly into 100. Next one. Material handling. How much is it? 110 per order. 110 into 12 is equal to 1320. 10 is equal to 1100. 8 is equal to 880. 12 is equal to 1320. Correct, guys? Yes. Now just total it up. Sorry, 8171 now. So total overheads is equal to, yes guys, come on, tell me. 8171 now. Okay, 8171 for A. How much? 6157 for B. Okay, I'm picking the figures from you. 4464 for C. Then for D, 7208. Correct? Any problem here? Is it correct, guys? Okay. Now take your units. How many units respectively? Yes, how many units? 120, 100, 80 and 120 again. Right? So what is the overhead cost per unit? Figures. Come on. How much you get? 15.59. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Something was an issue here. 68.09. Then here, don't use calculator. 61.57. Insult. Right? Then 4464 divided by 80. How much? 55.8. Then 7208 by 120. How much is that? 60.06666. So we'll put 60.07. Okay. Are we done here? Now we just need to calculate the cost per unit. So put it up as step 3. Step 3. Calculation of cost per unit. Particulars in 3 columns. A, B, C and D. First, material cost. Guys, how much is the material cost per unit? 40, 50, 30, 60. It's given in the question. Next, labor cost. How much is that? Everybody, come on. 28, 21, 14, 21. Then overhead cost per unit, just now we calculated 68.09, 61.57. Then 55.8, 60.07. Now total it up, how much you get? Total it up, guys. Tell me how much is it coming out to? 136.09. Then
132.57, then how much 99.80, then 141.07. This is the cost per unit for each of the 4 products. As simple as that. And that's about this question, right? A full-fledged question, guys. A full-fledged question. They can test you. This can come up in your exam. Just go and update your library of adjustment. I hope you guys have finished it. Yes, shall we just go and update your library of adjustments? Right now. Right on. This question number 21 now. Okay. Write down question number 21. Give all the cross referencing. Write down. ABC hyphen cost allocation using ABC. ABC hyphen cost allocation using ABC semicolon calculation of cost driver quantity. 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 So the previous sum we did, no, question number 19, that had ABC as well as traditional, correct? Mark that sum as important in your this itself, a library of adjustment itself. Mark that sum as important, a must visit the day before your exam. That is a masterpiece. That sum has all possible complications. Traditional, ABC, calculation of cost driver quantities, construction of cost pool, everything is there in that question. Mark that sum as important. Maybe you can do the marking in your library of adjustment. Definitely do it in your textbook also. You can do it. Notebook also you can do it. Whatever it is, a must visit. Right? One look at the library of adjustment. Now you will know out of these, this question is important. Definitely you should not miss this. Even the day before your exam, you should not miss this. A comprehensive question, right? The previous question, question number 19. If you finish that question, this question need not be done only the day before your exam. I'm telling you. Clear with this, guys, right? So with this, we have completed this particular question as well. Now I think we have covered. We are ready to cover a few more questions, some theory related question, and of course certain other questions as well. No problem. Let's do this. Now please go to question number 16. 16. Please go to question number 16. Guys, there is a reason why I'm doing this in a particular sequence. So I have just retained the sequence of questions as per your institute study material, but in the classroom we will be doing it in a very logical sequence. So now till now, if you notice, whatever sums we did were similar in nature. Now slightly another model of questions we will be doing. Shall we get started? Yes. Question number 16. Now I'll first read this question, give you some time to process, and then we will discuss and get started. Now guys, full focus, full focus. This chapter in the classroom itself, you finish it. And I hope you guys are doing these questions independently after the session gets over. Yes. So problem number 16. A manufacturing company has 3 accounts clerk responsible for processing the purchase invoices of supplier. Each clerk is paid a salary of rupees 1,50,000 per annum and is capable of processing 5,000 purchase invoices per year. Every clerk salary is how much? 1,50,000 per annum, and every clerk can process how many invoices? 5,000 purchase invoices. In addition to the salary, the company spends rupees 45,000 rupees per year for printing of forms, postage, etc., assuming that 15,000 purchase orders are processed. Okay. During this year, 12,500 purchase invoices were processed. Actually, you are required to A. Calculate the activity rate for the purchase order activity. Break the activity rate into fixed and variable components. Activity rate means what? Cost driver rate, absorption rate. Clear with this? In ABC we call it as cost driver rate. Clear with this? They are asking you to bifurcate into fixed component, variable component. For each of these two components, they are asking us to calculate what the cost driver rate. Next,
what is the total activity availability and break it into activity usage and unused activity. Number 3, calculate the total cost of resources supplied and break this into activity usage and unused activity. Now guys, first read this question, process the data. Now try to attempt something, only then if I tell you what it is you will be able to appreciate. If I directly tell you what it is, there is no point. Try to read the question, understand what the question says, give it some time. I will give you 2 minutes time. Try to read. They have given something, fixed variable and all, and break it into activity usage, the unused activity. Attempt something, attempt something. I have not done this yet, but logical only, it's not concept related, logical. Try to attempt it and then we will discuss and solve. Online folks, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Just take this 2 minutes from now, pause the video, read the question, try to attempt it. Don't look at the solution. We will discuss in detail and do the solution 2 minutes from now. Now guys, now let's get started. First of all, wait, what have they mentioned here? Now recall the discussion which we did in overheads chapter. Now always absorption rate refers to predetermined rate, correct? What do you mean by predetermined rate? Using the budgeted data you calculate, that is budgeted overheads divided by budgeted base quantity. So all the concepts and logics which we studied in overheads are definitely applicable in ABC. The only change here is root. That is, there we use departments, here we use activity. That's all. Here also we use predetermined rate only. Everything is same. Guys, once you arrive at the predetermined rate, multiply it with the actual base quantity consumed for charging the overheads to products. Everything is same. Now, you look at this, what happened? Now, they have some 3 clerks responsible for processing the purchase invoice. Now, these clerks are paid a salary of how much? 1,50,000 rupees per annum. It is capable of, then they are capable of processing how much? So, they are capable of processing 5,000 purchase invoice per year. That is, one guy can process how many invoices? 5,000. Over and above that, some variable cost, that is for printing, postage, etc. They incur 45,000 per annum, assuming 15,000 purchase invoices are processed. Now, wait guys. Now, this is question number 16. Huh? Okay, question number 16. Now, clearly understand. Here, I have 2 different types of cost. Correct? I have 2 different types of cost. One is my fixed cost. The other one is my variable cost. The fixed cost refers to the salary component which I am talking about here. Guys, correct? This 1,50,000 is a salary component, right? Whether they process 5,000 invoice or they process 4,000 or they process 6,000, I need to pay this amount for sure. Guys, correct? Whereas this amount of 45,000 is ideally variable in nature. How do we know? Yes, printing of forms, postage, etc. Only if you have an order processing, then this cost is incurred. Guys, are you clear with this? So now the fixed component is how much? 1,50,000 per annum. This is per clerk. Like that, how many clerks am I having? 3 clerks. So here the fixed cost itself is going to be how much? Rupees 1,50,000 into 3. Agreeing with me, guys? Guys, agreeing with me? Whereas how much is the variable cost? It is going to be 45,000 rupees as a whole. So this amount is going to be rupees 45,000. Agreeing with me on this? Guys, is everyone able to follow this? Which means how much is the total fixed cost? 1,50,000 into 3 is going to be, everybody, 4,50,000 is going to be my fixed cost. Whereas my variable cost is going to be how much? Rupees 45,000. Are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? First, how much is fixed, how much is variable, we have calculated. Guys, are you all able to understand this? Are you all able to understand this? Yes. So now, suppose they are asking me for the total absorption rate. Total absorption rate. Now I will say simple budgeted overheads divided by budgeted base quantity. Here the base quantity is one order processed, the order processing. So I will say, sir, what is the budgeted total cost? 4,50,000 plus 45,000 divided by what is the total number of purchase invoice that I'm going to process in a year? 5,000 per person.
Like that, there are 3 persons that I'm going to have, so it's going to be 15,000. Guys, correct? For the fixed cost. For the variable cost also they have said 15,000 only, so I can say sum total of these two divided by 15,000. So per invoice processed, how much is the absorption rate I can arrive? That is called as activity cost driver rate. Are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? That is the total activity cost driver rate, right? If you want to break it into fixed and variable, simple. This divided by 15,000, you get the fixed costs absorption rate called as cost driver rate. This divided by 15,000, you'll get the variable costs cost driver rate. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Any problem here? This is what they have asked for in the first part of the question. Arrive at the activity rate. Activity rate means what? Cost driver rate for the purchase order activity, and break the activity rate into fixed and variable components. Are you all clear with this? Shall we do this right now? Shall we do this right now? Write down A. Part A. Calculation of cost driver rate. Let's use the same language in the question, guys. They've called this as activity rate. No, let's use the same language. Activity rate. Write down activity rate. The total activity rate is equal to what? Total overheads, that is 4,50,000 plus fixed plus variable 45,000 divided by total invoices ordered or total invoice processed 15,000. Guys, correct? How much does it come out to? 4,50,000 plus 45, it's going to be 4,95,000 divided by 15,000. How much you get? The rupees 33 per invoice. Correct? Guys, are you all clear with this? This is the total absorption rate or the total activity rate or the total cost driver rate. Clear with this? Now, if you want me to calculate fixed activity rate is equal to, so this alone you take rupees 4,50,000 divided by 15,000 invoices. How much is that? How much is that? Rupees 30 per invoice. Guys, are you all clear with this? Rupees 30 per invoice. Guys, are you all clear with this? Are you all understanding this? If you want me to calculate the variable activity rate is nothing but cost driver rate. It's going to be how much? Rupees 45,000 divided by 15,000 or invoices. How much is that? 45 by 15. How much is it, guys? 3 rupees per invoice. Are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this, guys? Basically, this 33 is made up of 30 rupees of fixed, 3 rupees of variable. This is what we are arriving. This breakup is what we have arrived. Are you all clear with this? Or in other words, for every unit that I'm actually processing, I should charge it with an absorption rate of how much? 33 rupees. First part they had asked for the breakup, that alone we have given. Every unit I need to charge it with how much? 33 rupees. Are you all clear with this? So my budgeted total cost came out to 4,95,000, right? And every time I actually process an invoice, I will charge it with an absorption rate of 33 rupees. Are you all understanding this? Are you all understanding this? Any problem here? No. Now what have they asked? What is the total activity availability, and break this into activity usage and unused activity. Now guys, if you look at it overall in this period, I have the capacity of processing how many invoices? 15,000 invoices I could have processed, but I have actually processed only how much? 12,500, which means 2,500 invoices I didn't process. Guys, agreeing with me on this? Are you all understanding this? So which means here the activity usage was only 12,500, unused activity was 2,500. Are you all clear with this? Guys, are you all clear with this? So I planned to process 15,000 invoice, but what happened? I actually processed only
12,500 invoices. The actual was different from my budgeted. Clear with this? The difference between the two is called as unused capacity. Are you all clear with this? Unused activity or unused capacity. Clear with this, guys? Nothing great beyond this. Are you all able to understand? Just write down here. Part B. What is it called as? So write down part B. Part B. Activity usage and unused activity. Activity usage and unused activity. Write down. Here we will write an equation. Activity availability is equal to activity usage plus unused activity. Here, what was the activity availability? I could have processed how many invoices? Hello? 15,000 invoices. Guys, correct? I could have processed how many invoices? 15,000. But I have actually processed how much? 12,500 invoices only. Guys, correct? Which means how much is the unused capacity? How much is it? 2,500. Guys, are you all understanding? Nothing great here. Look, you have the capacity of processing 15,000. You've processed only 12,500, which means 2,500 is unused capacity. How did you get this 2,500? Put a pencil circle, write down balance figure. That's how we got this, no? Out of 15,000, I have processed 12,500, which means 2,500 is my unused capacity. Guys, are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? Are you guys clear with this? Yes? Now. Logically think and tell me. I budgeted, total budgeted overheads was how much? It was 4,50,000 plus 45. Correct? That was my budgeted overheads, no? Guys, correct? How much is it? 4,50,000 plus 45,000. How much is it? 4,90,000, or in other words, I will say 33,000 into 33 per unit into 15,000 gives me the budget level. Guys, correct? Guys, correct? So here 15,000 I plan to process into 33. I will get my budgeted my overheads. Correct? 4,95,000. But out of this, what would have been the overheads which I would have actually absorbed? Only for 12,500 I would have charged it with 33 rupees. Guys, agreeing with me? Because remember, when you are charging into the overheads, the charging of overheads is what? Predetermined rate into actual base quantity consumed, I told you. Guys, correct? Only for every invoice processed, I will be charging it at 33 rupees. So how much would have been 12,500 into 33? How much is it? 4,12,500 only I would have absorbed. Guys, correct? Which means for these 2,500 units, I would not have absorbed anything. Guys, correct? So on these 2,500, 33 rupees is going to be the entire cost of unused activity. How much is it? 2500 into 33. How much is that? 82,500 rupees is going to be the cost of unused activity. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Or in other words, with respect to the capacity which I am not using, right, whatever is the cost attributable to that is called as the cost of unused capacity. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Any problem here? Any issues here? This is similar to under or over absorption, but it is not same as under or over absorption, because in under or over absorption we compare your absorbed with actuals. Here we are comparing absorbed with budget, right? Here we are talking about the capacity level. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all able to understand this? Any issues here? Shall we just go and do this part, this part C? Shall we just do this, guys? Write down part C. Part C, write down cost of activity usage and unused activity.
activity usage and unused activity. Now write down, guys, write down here, write a formula here. This is as per your study material. Cost of resources supplied is equal to cost of activity used plus cost of unused activity. Unused activity. Now, first of all, what is the overall cost, guys? What is the overall cost? It is 4,50,000 plus 45,000. Correct? So, what is the total cost of resources supplied? It is going to be 4 lakh. How much is it? 95,000. Guys, correct? One second. One second. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. One second. This is your budget level. One second. Here we are actually consuming only how much? I'm so sorry. Here we are actually consuming only how much, guys? Here, how many invoices were actually processed? I'm so sorry. Here there was a mistake. Look at this. Here, actually, how many purchase invoices were processed? 12,500 invoices were only processed, which means for this 12,500 invoice processing, what would have been the total cost? It would have been, this fixed cost remains fixed, 1,50,000 into 3, that is going to be 4,50,000 plus variable cost would have only been 3 rupees. Guys, correct? Variable cost is only 3, so 3 into 12,500, how much is it? 3 into 12,500, how much is it? 37,500. Or in other words, one second, what would have been the total cost of resource supplied? So here it is going to be the fixed cost, that is going to be your 4,50,000. That's your fixed cost, plus variable cost will be for this 12,500 units or 12,500 invoices actually processed. Every invoice will be processed at a variable cost of 3 rupees only. Guys, correct? Are you all clear with this? I'm so sorry, I stand corrected. Here we are not taking the budgeted cost, we are taking only the actual cost. So here what we are doing is only under or over absorption. I stand corrected here. So basically, guys, what will be the actual cost of processing 12,500 invoices? It will be fixed cost will not change. Hello? Fixed cost will not change. Variable cost will be for what? Only for this 12,500 invoice process, I will be incurring 3 rupees. Guys, agreeing with me? So this will be my total actual cost incurred. Guys, correct? Whereas, how much will be my absorbed cost? My absorbed cost will be, right? So for every single invoice processed, I will be charging it with 33 rupees. Agreeing with me, guys? Guys, are you all clear with this? Here, the cost of the activity used is going to be for 12,500 invoiced process. Every invoice I will be charging with 33 rupees. Guys, correct? Because that's absorption rate. Here I'm not talking about variable or fixed. I will charge every unit or every invoice process with 33 rupees. Agreeing with me, guys? Right? Are you all clear with this? Plus the cost of unused capacity, that is going to be my balance figure, or in other words, that is going to be 33 into 2,500. Guys, are not 33 into 2,500, you can call it as the balancing figure itself. One second. So now look at this here. What is this figure going to be? One second, guys, you just follow the calculation here. What is this going to be? 4,50,000 plus 12,500 into 3. 12,500 into 3 is going to be how much? 37,500. So 4,50,000 plus 37,500, how much is it? 4,87,500. Guys, correct? Is equal to 33 into 12,500. How much is it? 4,12,500 plus you'll keep this cost of unused activity as such. We will arrive it as a balancing figure. Cost of unused activity. So what is now going to be the cost of unused activity? 4,87,500 minus 4,12,500. Correct? How much is it, guys? 75,000 rupees. So here I will say, so the cost of unused activity is going to be 4,87,500 minus rupees 4,12,500. It is going to be how much? Rupees 75,000. Are you all clear with this? Or in other words, this is nothing but actual cost. This is nothing but the absorbed cost. This is nothing but under or over absorption. Are you clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? Here, the actual cost will be what? Simple, guys. Simple, guys. Actual cost will be what? Fixed cost plus variable cost. Variable cost is how much? 3 rupees for every invoice actually processed. Is correct? What will be the absorbed overheads? For every actual invoice processed, I will be charging it with 33 rupees. Guys, correct? So here the unabsorbed portion is going to be actual minus absorbed. Guys, are you all clear with this? So here actually I have incurred 4,87,500, but I have absorbed only 4,12,500. In this case, it is a clear case of under absorption. Are you all clear with this? There we call it as under absorption. Here we are calling, in this chapter we are calling it as cost of unused activity or unused capacity. Are you all clear with this? A little bit of confusion in the presentation was there at the study material. That's the reason for this. I'm so sorry. Here, this is all it is. This is as good as your under or over absorption. Are you all able to understand this? Guys, this is actual. This is absorbed. The balancing figure is under or over absorption. That is called as cost of unused capacity. Are you all able to understand this? Actual is what? Fixed plus variable. Variable is 3 rupees for every invoice actually processed. Whereas absorbed is going to be for every invoice actually processed, I will charge it with 33 rupees of absorption rate. Whatever is the difference is called as your cost of unused activity. That is nothing but your under or over absorption. Clear with this? Any problem here? Guys, are you all able to understand? This is actually an extension of what we studied in overheads chapter. That is what they have given here also. Any problem here, guys? Any problem here? But they are expecting you to present it like this. That's why I have not deviated. But very strictly speaking, they could have ideally followed what we did there. That would have been a better way of presentation. But anyways, if you look at the solutions for the previous sums that we did also, in the institute study material, especially for paper 12 management accounting, they have skipped many steps and they have gone, right? I don't know why. As I told you, this is a new subject in your syllabus 2022. In the year 2022, they introduced this syllabus, and they started testing. The first attempt for which this subject got tested separately was June 2023, right? So this was fairly a new subject, and somewhere, I don't know, I feel that maybe the study material was prepared in a hurry or something like that. Few mistakes were there in the study material. Even the classroom itself I rectified, and also while solving the sums, they have skipped certain steps and all these things in the classroom. If you notice, we have been doing all the steps in detail. The detailing is somewhere I feel is lacking. And similarly here also, these equations somewhere I feel maybe could have been much better, but whatever it is, it's my duty to tell you what is there in the study material. If there is a better manner of presentation, I've been telling you that as well. Clear with this, guys? Are you all able to follow this? Any problem here? Any issues here? Right? With this, we have completed this question. Just go and update your library of adjustments. Write down. Write down. Write down, guys. Write down. Calculation of activity rate, that is nothing but cost driver rate. Activity rate within bracket fixed and variable, within bracket fixed and variable, bracket close, semicolon, cost of activity usage and unused activity. Activity usage and unused activity. Activity usage and unused activity within bracket similar to UA slash OA. What is UA OA? Under absorption slash over absorption. This is the reason why I said
please do overheads and then come to this chapter. If you don't do overheads and all, you can definitely not attend this chapter. This chapter will go overhead only, it will not go inside your head, right? That is the reason why I gave that as a preliminary discussion to enter into this chapter. Are we done here? Are we done here? There's one similar question, I think question number 20 if I'm not wrong. Right, number 20, right? Okay, I think there's another question, number 20. The same question, just with the different figures, or even the figures are same? Same figures are, nope. Figures are different. Anyways, we will just quickly do the sum and wrap it off. Question number 20, right? Okay, let's do the sum. Yeah, it's the same. Look at this. Kalyani Manufacturing Company has 3 salaried accounts payable clerk responsible for processing purchase invoices. Each clerk is paid a salary of 30,000 and is capable of processing 5,000 invoices per year, working efficiently. In addition to the salary, Kalyani spends 9,000 rupees per year for forms, postage, and so on, assuming 15,000 invoices are processed. During the year, only 12,500 invoices were processed. Calculate the activity rate, break it into fixed variable, compute the total activity availability, break it into usage and unused, calculate the total cost of resources supplied, break into activity usage and unused activity. Now, similar thing, guys, here itself I will do and show it to you, but you guys know what to do. Simple. Overall, how much is the, so you have a total cost. Out of this, you have fixed cost, variable cost, correct? How much is the fixed cost? 30,000 into 3, no? 3 clerks, right? 3 clerks. 30,000 into 3 is how much? 90,000. How much is the variable component, guys? How much is the variable component? 9,000 rupees per form, per year, guys, correct? 9,000 is going to be your variable component. Overall, the total cost is going to be 90 plus 9. It is going to be 99,000. And in a year, I am planning to process how many invoices? 15,000 invoices, correct? So 99,000 divided by 15,000, I think you get 6.6 per invoice. That is going to be your absorption rate, correct? Hello? Hello? Guys, correct? But actually, how many invoices am I processing? 12,500. So to process 12,500, what will be the actual cost I will be incurring? I will be incurring 90,000 fixed cost, no savings there. Plus, for variable component, so how much is it going to be? What is the variable cost per invoice? 9,000 divided by 15,000. Guys, correct? What is the variable cost? 9,000 is the variable cost for 15,000 invoices. 9,000 divided by 15,000 per invoice, how much you get? 0.6 is the cost per invoice. So 0.6 into, actually I'm only processing 12,500. So 0.6 into 12,500, how much will you get? How much, pa? 7,500, correct? Guys, correct? So 7,500. So the actual cost incurred will only be 97,500. Guys, agreeing with me? Hello? Guys, the variable cost per invoice is going to be 9,000 divided by 15,000, correct? Guys, are you all understanding? Yes, it's going to be 9,000 divided by 15,000. So per invoice, it's going to be 0.6. So actually, I'm processing only 12,500. 12,500 into 0.6 is going to be 7,500 plus fixed cost, anyways, 90,000. So this is going to be my total cost that I will be incurring. Hello? Yes, but what will be the cost I will be absorbing? So the absorption rate is 6.6 per invoice. Hello? And how many invoices actually am I processing? 12,500. 6.6 into 12,500. How much is it going to be? 82,500 rupees. So which means the difference between the two, 97,500 minus 82,500, 15,000 rupees is going to be the cost of unused activity. Look at this, 15,000 rupees is the cost of unused activity. Guys, it is exactly the same as previous sum. First, what you need to do, the total cost bifurcated into fixed and variable, divided by 15,000, divided by 15,000, you will get the fixed cost absorption rate, variable cost absorption rate. Here they call it as activity rate. That's all. Clear with this? 6.6. This is broken up into 6 and 0.6. Guys, correct? Exactly what we did in the previous sum. Then activity availability is equal to usage plus unused. So 15,000 is the total available. Out of the 12,500, I'm processing 2,500. I'm unused. It's unused. Guys, clear with this? Then finally, you need to calculate the cost of unused activity. How will you do? First, what is the actual cost? fixed plus variable. Fixed will be 90,000, variable will be 0.6 per invoice, so 0.6 into 12,500, guys, correct? So 90,000 plus 0.6 into 12,500, this is the actual cost incurred, right? How much the absorbed amount? Absorbed amount is going to be 6.6 into whatever is this 12,500. 6.6 into 12,500, whatever you get as the balancing figure is going to be 15,000. That is a cost of unused activity. This way you can present and leave it there. Are you all clear with this, guys? Hello, you guys are able to follow this? Guys, you guys are able to follow this? Simply this way you can do it and leave it there. Are you all able to understand? Any issues here? Any problem? Exactly the same as previous sum. Figures alone they have changed. Just go and update your library of adjustments. Write down same as question number 16. That's all. Nothing more. Figure alone they have changed. Same as question number 16. Done, guys? Hello? Okay. Now, please go to question number 11. Please go to question number 11. This is a practical theory question. Now, now guys, I'll give you a small background. Now, in activity-based costing, what do we do? In my factory, in my company, we list out what are all the activities available. And for every activity, we collect the cost pool, arrive at the cost driver name, arrive at the cost driver quantity, arrive at the cost driver rate, and meaningfully charge it to my products. This is the activity we do. Now, one of the advantages of using an activity-based costing is that while we list out the activities, we can find out which are all the activities which are genuinely value-added activities and which are all the non-value-added activities. Sir, what do you mean by value-added activity? Value-added activity is any activity that actually adds value to my product or to my customer. Clear with this, guys? For example, machine processing activity. Without this, obviously I can't process my product. Guys, clear with this? Certain other non-value added activity. Example, housekeeping. Housekeeping no doubt is required, but it does not add direct value to my product. Agreeing with me? So why do we need this, sir? Accordingly, the company can exercise a different level of control. In a value added activity, the company will exercise more level of control. Guys, correct? Only if they exercise more level of control. If there is some lapse also, it will directly impact my product. Whereas non-value added activities, even if there is some lapse, it will not directly impact my output, my product or my customers. Are you clear with this? Certain non-value added activities can be completely removed. Certain non-value added activities cannot be removed. For example, housekeeping services, I told you, like brooming and all these things. It's a basic thing that's required to run my factory, but it is something one day if that guy takes leave, it will not impact my production. Guys, correct? But without that also, it will not be good. Are you clear? It's a non-value added activity. It is not necessary that all non-value added activities should be completely avoided. Certain non-value added activities are required also. Are you all able to understand this? Guys, any problem here? Now, on this note, shall we get started? Do this question, right? What do you mean by value added activity? An activity which adds direct value to my product or to my customer. Tangibly, I can see some value addition. Logically think and answer. No need to mug up. First, now read the question fully, properly. State whether each of the following independent activity is value added, non-value added. Number one, polishing of furniture. Right? Now, polishing of furniture. The moment you say this, don't say immediately value added. If I am a furniture dealer, it is value added. Read the question fully. Used by a systems engineer in a software firm. That is, I am a software company. A systems engineer is sitting in a chair. That chair they are polishing. Now you tell me, for a software company, is this activity value added, non-value added? Tell me, guys. Tell me, guys. Is it value added, non-value added? Clearly, it is a non-value added. If I am a furniture shop dealer, then in that case, Yes, it's a value added because my product itself is furniture. If I'm doing some improvement to my product, obviously it is a value added activity. Clear with this? This guy is sitting on a chair. That chair, whether I'm polishing or not polishing, the work will anyways be done. Guys, correct? Here it's a non-value added activity. Are you all clear with this? Here itself you can write non-value added. Next, read the question fully. Maintenance by a software company of receivables management software for a banking company. In a banking company, my customers are there. Receivables management software they are updating. Value added, non-value added. Value added, non-value added. Huh? See, this they are doing it no for their customers. Maintenance by a software company of receivables management software for a banking company. Sorry, my client, I am a software company. Let's say TCS. I have ICICI as my client, right? For the client, I am generating, I am actually maintaining the receivables management software. So I am TCS. My client is ICICI Bank. ICICI Bank's receivable management software, I am going and maintaining it. So it is obviously to the client only I'm doing this. Guys, clear with the value added, non-value added? It's obviously a value added activity. Next, painting of pencils manufactured by a pencil factory. In a pencil, they are painting it. For example, Apsara pencil. Apsara pencil is there, no? Right? This Apsara pencil, black color is there. Correct? This black color, without painting, if they give, you can only see the wood. Obviously, with painting only they need to do. It adds a value addition. This is a value added product. Now, by the way, guys, a passing reference, a very interesting thing. How many of you have used Natraj pencil? You've seen Natraj pencil? It's a genius strategy they followed. No, but this was accidental. If you notice in Natraj pencils, it will be red and black. If you notice, on the top they will have one black color. Right? Till this it will be black color. Beyond this, the pen color will be there. Now, what happened? Generally, when we sharp the pencil as students or as children, now somehow we have this thing that inside this black color, what is there? That is lead only. So till that you can sharp actually, but we have a psychology that if the pencil reduces down to this till this black color, which means somehow we have a psychology that the pencil is over, we throw it and buy a new pencil. Actually seeing you can sharp further also. Now what happened? Because of this psychology, these guys Natraj pencils, they have said over so many years, they have sold crores and crores of rupees worth of extra pencils because of this psychology. Actually seeing they could have used fully, but students don't use it fully because they feel that it's over, right? That's nothing they did, only the painting, extra paint they did. Because of this, they have generated revenue worth crores of rupees, right? This was accidental. They didn't intend to do this, but they realized the psychology by customer feedback and all that. Now what happened? Certain other pencil companies, now they've also started doing the same, right? Nothing, it's the same product, one paint made so much of a difference that generated them so much crores of revenue more, right? This is what happens. And even I told you in our joint and buy products, I told you the story of Tiger Biscuit. Genius. This is where costing can help in your real life. Another thing I will tell you, this is a real life scenario. How many of you know Maruti Suzuki? All of us know. What they did, Maruti Suzuki, once again guys, this is for management accounting. This is actually within the scope of management accounting. What they did, in an assembly line of a factory, the workers will be working. What they will do is, let us say for example, the car has one a mirror. Okay, there is a plastic, there is a mirror that needs to be fitted. Example I'm telling you, some tools will be there and painting needs to be done, mirror backside painting. Example, this is the activity. What they will do now, there will be one production line that will look like this. Okay, and what they will do is, this is how really it will be. Now let us say, for me to manufacture or complete this mirror manufacturing, let us say
one worker will be standing here, right? Now the raw materials and other things will come. It will be like a belt, right? It will be moving slowly. Now he should start his activity, and by the time the product reaches here, he should complete it. Are you clear with this? Are you clear with this? That is, there will be some raw materials here. Now this guy will start the production as in just fitting activity. He should fit it, and by the time this product reaches here, there will be another man. He will do the second job. For example, there will be one plastic, one mirror. This guy needs to fit it, right, with screws and all that. And by the time it reaches here, he should place it there. Clear with this? Now what happens? This guy, the next thing he will do, maybe painting. Then till the product reaches this level, he should finish the painting. Then from this, another guy will take over. He will do the fitting. Example I'm telling you. Now what happened? They will do all these things. They will calculate. Maybe this should take a maximum of 1 minute. This guy can take a maximum of 2 minutes. This guy can take a maximum of 1.5 minutes. Example I'm telling you. They calculate the standard hours allowed. This is the time allowed for this particular activity, time allowed for this particular activity. Like that, they arrive at the time allowed. Now what happened? There was one, they call this as a motion study, right? Motion means movement. They did this. Somehow they analyzed. Now what happened? There was a toolbox. Okay. Now each of these worker had to come to the toolbox, take a tool, go back and do the working, right? Maybe for once in 10 units, they had to walk and go back, walk and go back. This was how it was happening. You know what they did? Because of this, maybe per activity, it was taking extra 1 minute. Example I'm telling you. Now what happened? They wanted to save this moment. You know what they did? This is a real life scenario. For all the workers, they gave them a jacket. In that jacket, if they open, all the tools will be there here itself. So instead of walking, they just took this and they had to work on this. And instead of going back and coming, they can put everything in their jacket itself. So it's easy for them to operate as well. You will not believe, over a span of few years, this small change actually brought about some 15,000-16,000 crores of savings for the company. In terms of cost, I'm saying amount that saved is equal to increase in profit. They saved an amount of over 15,000 crores or something like that. A very interesting case scenario. One small thing, how did they know? This was a non-value added activity. They avoided this non-value added activity. For this, sir, how can they save, sir? Simple. Every minute is saved. Correct? Every minute saved, you need not pay them the wage amount for that minute. How many units they are going to produce? This is 1 minute per worker. So example I'm telling you, I don't know what exactly was the minute and all these things. So many workers are working on so many factories, on so many outlets, so many units. Just imagine the level of savings the company would have made. This they knew only by activity based costing. For every activity they list out, and they try to figure out whether it's a value added, non-value added. If it is a non-value added, they try to avoid that particular activity. Some crores of money the company could save because of a simple thing. Get them a jacket and that's about it. Clear with this, guys? This is a real life scenario which happened. That's exactly what we are studying here. Guys, are you all able to understand this? Are you all able to understand this? This was something that really happened. Anyways, next one. Customers computer keyboard cleaning by a computer repair center. I am a computer repair center. So for me, my duty is to maintain customers computers. Out of this, I'm doing customer computer keyboard cleaning activity. Value added, non-value added. Directly I'm adding value to my customer. It's a value added activity for me. Suppose I am not a computer repair center, I am into business of manufacturing pencils. Now if I am spending my time on cleaning my keyboard, that is not a value added. My keyboard I am cleaning. My customer is a pencil buyer. He is not bothered whether I am cleaning my keyboard while doing the work or not. Clear with this, guys? Next, providing brake adjustments in car received for service by a car service center. So car service center, brake adjustment received. Obviously this is one of their works that they need to do. It is a value added activity. Are you all clear with this, guys? Are you all clear with this? So that's about it. It is all mentioned here. That's about it. Shall we just go and update our library of adjustments? We'll just go and update our library of adjustments. So please, guys, just go and update your library of adjustments. Write down practical theory hyphen
classification of activities into value added and non-value added. Classification of activities into value added and non-value added. Into value added and non-value added. Into value added and non-value added. Okay. Now there are certain other theory questions. Let's quickly wrap it up. Guys, all these questions, don't mug up anything. Please don't mug up anything. Just read the question. Now we have seen the background of this chapter. We have seen how important ABC is as compared to your traditional costing and all. Keeping this knowledge, right? Write some practical theory, and that's about it. You need not mug this up. Clear with this? Shall we get started? Okay, let's go to question number 10. Shall we, guys? Hello? Shall we? Okay, fine. Question number 10. State with a brief reason whether you would recommend an activity based system of costing in each of the following independent situation. Now guys, 1 minute before we do this, let me tell you one thing. First, ABC no doubt is a very good and a rational way of apportioning your indirect cost of product, but remember, it comes with a huge amount of cost. ABC is not that easy. It requires some expertise, and it comes with a huge amount of cost. You need to collect all the cost, classify it into activity based cost pool, arrive at the cost drivers, arrive at the cost driver rate, and all these things. It's a big activity. Following the process of ABC itself actually incurs, you will be incurring some cost just to follow the process of activity based costing. Have this in your mind, number one. Number two, having said that, generally ABC is useful when I deal in multiple products. If I'm dealing only in one product, what is the point of using ABC? Anyways, whether you use ABC or traditional system, entire cost will get into that product only. No, guys, are you all clear with this? So if I'm dealing only in one product, I need not use ABC. No, why should I incur all this cost? Why do we use ABC? Should not result in wrong product costing. Whether you follow ABC or traditional costing, if I have only in one product, all the indirect costs will go to that product only. Then why should I use ABC for, following all these complicated techniques, incur more cost, and then say, okay, this is the amount you need to charge the product. Only to one product, entire cost is going. Guys, are you all clear with this? So I need not take the pain if I'm following one product. Are you all clear with this? Number two, when it does not make sense to use ABC. Sir, I'm dealing in multiple products, but more or less all the products are similar in nature, and all of them, all the products requires only one cost drivers that significantly drives my cost, indirect cost. In that case, most of my overheads are driven by one single cost driver. In that case, it doesn't make sense for me to use activity based costing, no, because if most of my indirect costs are driven by one cost driver, then why should I use activity based cost driver rates and calculate? Fine, one cost driver itself is okay. Use traditional costing system. Here it's more cheap and it's more logical also. Are you clear with this? So only when I'm dealing in different varieties of products that consume the cost drivers which are different in nature, in that case alone, it definitely makes sense to use ABC. Keeping this in mind, shall we just get started with this particular scenario? Shall we get started, guys? Yes. Number one, company D. Okay, state with brief reason whether you would recommend an ABC system of costing in each of the following independent situations. Number one, company D produces one product. The overhead cost mainly consists of depreciation. Now you tell me, guys, will you use ABC here? Sir, only one product, sir. Whether you use ABC or traditional costing, entire amount of overheads will enter into this product's cost only. Look at this. ABC is not applicable. One product situation for allocation of overheads, ABC is not required. ABC for cost reduction is not beneficial since most of the overhead is depreciation. Here I can't do cost reduction also. Why? Depreciation is the cost. What can you reduce here? So using ABC, you will need to classify it into value added, non-value added. What can you do here? Everything is depreciation. Are you clear with this, guys? So the first part of the question you will say, of course, we will not use ABC. In the book itself, we can do it. Are you all clear with this? Next one. Company BC produces 5 different processes using different production facilities. Now you tell me guys, in this case, 5 process, all the 5 of them, they consume cost in a different pattern. How do we know? 5 different production facilities. Does ABC, should I follow ABC or not? It makes sense here. Why? Different cost consumption patterns are there, right? In this case, it makes more sense for me to use ABC here. Look at this. It's a multi-product situation. Production facilities are different. ABC is required for allocation of overheads. ABC is necessary for pricing. The cost drivers are likely to be different, and the cost reduction may also be possible through ABC. So always write these two things. Cost driver, one point you write. Cost reduction possibility also you write. Now guys, if the cost drivers are different, then only it makes sense to use ABC. Guys, correct? And when the cost drivers are different, obviously you will have multiple activities. Then you can classify them into value added, non-value added. Then only there is a possibility of cost reduction. Guys, agreeing with me on this? Are you all able to understand? Any problem here? Guys, are you all understanding? Logically think, write it in your own language. That's all. Please don't mug up anything. We don't have anything to mug up here. Clear with this? Next one. A consultancy firm consisting of lawyers, accountants, and computer engineers provides management consultancy services. Now, in this case, tell me, guys, should we use ABC or not? Should we use ABC? It's a service sector, no doubt. Here, I deal in 3 completely different nature of services, and each of my product line consumes cost in a different patterns. So obviously there is a possibility of having different cost drivers, and obviously the possibility of cost reduction is also there. Right? That's about it. Clear with this, guys? Variety of services, hence ABC is required for cost allocation. Next one. The company Siemens produces 2 different products, two different labor intensive products. They are dealing in 2 products, but both the products are labor intensive. The contribution per unit in both the products is very high. The break even point is very low. All the work is carried on efficiently to meet the target costs. Now, in this case, what will you do? Now, I deal in 2 products, no doubt, but both the products are labor intensive. Means what? Most of both the products requires a lot of labor hours. So, which means both of them are labor intensive, or in other words, example, agarbatti manufacturing, cottage industry, right? They do this baskets and all these things. Now here it is all labor. Cracker industry, fireworks, Sivagasi, cracker industry. Here this is all labor intensive work, if you've seen, guys. Correct? Now in this case, even though I'm dealing in 2 products, it is all driven by a common cost driver. In that case, does it make sense to use your activity based costing system? Look at this, different products but labor intensive, hence overhead allocation based on readily traceable direct labor cost will be accurate. Here only one cost driver for all the products, hence ABC is not required in this case. Here it makes sense to follow even your traditional costing system, keeping your labor hours or direct labor cost as the base quantity to apportion your cost. Does it make sense, guys? Does it make sense? Guys, are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? So basically what you will do, generally if I'm dealing in one product or multiple product driven by a common cost driver, in these cases it doesn't make sense to use ABC. In all other cases, generally it's preferable to use ABC. So when will we use ABC? If each of the products, right, use their own cost drivers, and of course there is a scope for your cost reduction. Clear with this, guys? These 2 points definitely you should write in case ABC is useful. Are you all able to understand? Right? Any problem here? Any issues here? Right? So just go and update your library of adjustments. Write down question number 10. Write down practical theory hyphen recommendation of ABC in independent situation. Recommendation of ABC in independent situations. Please write down recommendation of ABC in independent situations. Are we done here? So now guys, let's move on to question number 12. Now this question is also something relating to practical theory, But let me tell you one thing. Here they have asked you, they have given some activities and they have asked you to classify it as unit level activity or batch level activity or product level activity or facility level activity. Now, for you to know under which category you need to classify, first you should know what each of these terminologies stands for. And guess what? This part was there, this theory component was there in your earlier version of study material. In the latest version of study material, I don't know why, they have completely avoided, they've removed this page itself. I don't know why. I will tell you here, this is your study material by the way. Here, in steps in ABC, they have mentioned this, and ideally in this place, right, they had mentioned all these things. The next page fully discussed about this concept only. It's called as cost hierarchy in manufacturing activities. It was completely omitted now. They've directly gone to the next concept called cost object. Now, however, let us not take the chance, but this question is very much there in your latest version of study material only, right? So please don't go and check this in your study material. I mean, I want you to go and check this if you want. This question will be there in the study material. This concept has been removed in the latest version of the study material, but this concept is actually there in your earlier version of study material. To put it short, the concept explanation was there in the earlier version, but the question is there in the new version. Let us not take the chance. Simple, I will tell you what it is. Clear with this, guys? Now, basically, guys, all the activities that you have inside your factory manufacturing area, that can either be a unit level activity or a batch level activity or a product level activity or a facility level activity. Maybe you can just take this down as some practical theory. You can write it down as notes here. Take the heading. Take the heading. Cost hierarchy. HIERARCHY. Cost hierarchy dimension of manufacturing activities. Now, branch it into 4 parts. One is unit level. Next one is batch level. Then you have product level. It's called as product sustaining activities. SUSTAINING, sustaining activities. And then you have facility, FACILITY, facility sustaining activity. Unit level, pull an arrow. Example, I will explain everything, just write down inspection. Batch level, example of an activity. Sorry guys, there was a power cut. Now coming back. Now batch level, take an example. Setup activity. Then product sustaining, write down. Example, equipment maintenance activity. This is just an example. I will explain what it is and all. Equipment maintenance activity. Facility sustaining. Write down. Write down. staff training activity. Now guys, what does this mean? What does this mean? Now, for your manufacturing itself, you might have some activities, correct? Certain activities, right, are readily done on a per unit level. That is the activity will, I mean, the cost driver basically will increase if I produce more. For example, inspection is done directly on the product. You know, in this plastic mugs and all, QC pass and all, sticker is done. Every unit they actually inspect, guys, correct? So on a unit level, this activity is being done, correct? Certain activities are not done on a unit level, they are done on a batch level. Clear with this? Example, setup activities, right? For one batch I will set up. At times purchase activity also is done on a batch level. For one batch I will order one lot of, I mean, raw materials. Clear with this? Certain activities are done on a batch level, guys, correct? Certain activities are neither done on a unit or a batch level, they are done in order to sustain my product. For example, equipment maintenance. Now equipments, that is my plants, machineries, I need to maintain it. Only if I maintain it, I will be able to have these machines ready for my production, and only then I can produce my product. So this is done, certain activities are done to sustain my product. They don't move on a per unit level, they don't move on a batch level, but they are definitely incurred. These activities are required to sustain my product. Are you clear with this? And certain activities are facility sustaining activity. Facilities means what? The entire plant, the entire branch, for me to keep this running, not my products. On a branch level, on a plant level itself, I have certain activities. For example, staff training activities. Staff and all, I will have to train them, right, in order to make sure that the factory is running, right, my plant is running as a whole. Clear with this, guys? Suppose they are asking for this classification, you need to classify the activity either as a unit level or a branch level or a product sustaining level, that is a product level activity, or a facility level activity. Are you clear with this? This was ideally there in your earlier version of the study material, which I think by mistake they have removed. In my opinion, I think they have removed it by mistake. Don't say it is out of syllabus and all, they have removed it by mistake only. So now what it is and all, this question is there in your latest version as well, what it is. Shall we do this, guys? Shall we get started? Hello? Yes? Now first, ABC Limited uses activity-based costing and accumulates the overhead cost in the following cost pools. They have given, you are required to find out for each cost pool whether the cost pool would be unit level, batch level, product level, or facility level. Logically think and answer. That's all. First, human resources. HR, guys. Human resources. Now guys, tell me, human resources, under which category will it come? Guys, human resources under which category? Logically think and answer. It will be unit level or branch level, I mean batch level, or product level or facility level. Tell me, guys. It has to be facility level. Agreeing with me on this? For this entire facility, entire branch, I need to train my human resources. Guys, clear with this? Any problem here? Next one, parts management, equipment management. Is it on a unit level? Definitely not. Is it on a batch level? For every batch I will replace parts? No. It is on a product level. Why? Sir, only if I replace the parts and all these things, spare parts, and properly I maintain my machines, I'll be able to have this product with me. So this will come under product level. Agreeing with me, guys? Hello? Guys, clear with this? Next, purchasing activity. Now, purchasing activity can either be on a unit level or it can be on a batch level. Strictly speaking, at times I can say, sir, for every unit I'm producing, based on that only purchase will be made, or overall for a batch. Okay, here generally we use batch level, not unit level, because unit level consumption happens, but unit level I will not purchase. I will purchase for one batch and keep. I will not say, now I'm going to produce one thing, then I will go and buy. No, I will buy and keep. Are you clear with this? So unit level consumption happens, but batch level generally purchasing happens. Are you clear with this? These two are different. So purchasing activity is a batch level activity. Next one, quality control. Unit level. Quality control. Quality control is inspection. I told you, for every unit manufactured, it has to be unit level only. Equipment setup. equipment setup, batch level, no? For every batch, every time I start a batch, I will have to set up and I will have to manufacture, guys, correct? This has to be batch level, but I think here by mistake they have given, what is this, equipment setup. This is not unit level, this has to be batch level only. This is the correct answer. Clear with this, guys? It is a correction that you need to make. Please correct it. Clear with this? Next one, training of employees for my entire factory facility level. Very good. Assembly department. In assembly department, what do I do? It is human intensive. For every unit that I manufacture, I will have some labor hours, assembly labor hours I will be having. This is clearly on a unit level only. Clear with this, guys? Next one, receiving department. Receiving department. Hello? Receiving department. What is receiving department? Now, guys, basically from my stores I transfer some goods to my factory shop. We saw this in the, the basic concepts level, right, of P8, paper 8, basic concepts level, which I asked you guys to watch as an introduction to management accounting as well. Now here, now how will the stores issue the products, the raw material, to my factory shop? Every time I produce one unit, they will give, or for one batch they will give once. Yes, how will they do it? Batch wise only, guys, correct? So here this factory shop will receive from the stores, guys, correct? Or if I am having multiple processes, right, I will receive in batches only. Process 2 will receive from process 1 after one batch is over, guys, correct? So here this activity is also on a batch level only. Are you all clear with this? Are you all clear with this? This entire concept got omitted from your study material. I think by mistake they have omitted. There are quite a few issues in the study material for this subject itself, but whatever it is, don't worry, then and there I will handhold you. Clear with this, guys? Are you all able to understand? Logically you can think and you can answer. Clear with this, guys? Right, that's about it. See, receiving department, batch level. Are you all able to understand, guys? Any problem here? Any problem here? You guys are able to understand? So human resource, facility level, parts management, plant level, product level, purchasing is batch level, quality control is unit level, equipment setup once again batch level, training facility level, assembly I told you labor intensive, for every unit I will incur unit level, receiving department, it is going to be your batch level activity. Clear with this, guys? So how many things were there? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So maybe one mark they might give, or half a mark, I'm not sure, but whatever it is in exam, if they ask, you must be able to handle it. Clear with this, guys? Just go and update your library of adjustments. Question number 12, write down. Question number 12, identification of cost hierarchy of manufacturing activity. Identification of cost hierarchy of manufacturing activity. Cost hierarchy of manufacturing activity, within bracket, write down unit level slash batch level slash unit level slash batch level slash product level slash facility level. Unit, batch, product, facility. Unit, batch, product and facility. Done, guys? And that's about this question. I think we have very few more questions left. So how many other questions do we have left? 7 8 9. Then that's all, huh? We only have 3 more questions left. There's only 7 8 9 left. Everything else we have done. Okay, out of the 20 questions, 21 questions, only 3 more questions are left. I think all the 3 are theory only, practical theory. I think question number 7 8 and 9, if I'm not wrong, right? So 7, this is a theory. 8, this is also theory, and 9, this is also theory, right? All the practicalities we have done, and of course after that, in the past exam questions with the regular batch students, then when that we will discuss. With that, this chapter is over, we will move to the next one, right? So in the next 1 or 2 sessions, we will be wrapping up this entire chapter, and then we'll move on to the next one. Clear with this, guys? On that note, I'm signing off in this video. please revise till whatever we have covered till now. Please do all the sums independently once again, and I will see you all in the next one. Thank you all so much. Bye. Hey folks, welcome you all to a new session. This is CA Ganesh Bharatwaj. So now let's continue our discussion in this chapter, activity based costing. So I think we have 3 more questions, all theoretical questions in this particular chapter. So now let's quickly do these 3 questions and then we'll wrap up this chapter. So first, please take question number 7. Question number 7. Now let me read out the question for you. Large service organizations such as insurance, banks, and hospitals used to be noted for their lack of standard costing systems and their relatively unsophisticated budgeting and control systems compared with large manufacturing organizations. But this is changing, and many large service organizations are now revising their use of management accounting techniques. Requirements. Number A, explain which features of large scale service organizations encourage the application of activity based approaches to the analysis of cost information. So now what they are asking, in case of a large scale service sector organization, how will your activity based costing be helpful for them? Which features of this large scale service organization encourage the application of activity based costing? This is the first part of the question. Now what you need to do, very simple. Now we will quickly go through the solution. Now it is practical. We all know what is activity based costing, very practical. So now once you have covered this, if in exam they are asking you, write some 4-5 points which you actually know. In your own language you can write. Please do not mug up anything. Shall we quickly do this? Yes. Now look at this. Large scale service organizations have a number of features that have been identified as being necessary to derive significant benefits from introduction of ABC. If I introduce ABC in large scale service sector organization, they have given no, like insurance, banks, hospitals and all. In this case, how will they benefit from ABC? Number 1, they operate in highly competitive market. Now when they are operating in highly competitive market, now if you're using activity based costing, activity wise you can list out what is the cost driver and all. If at all you want to reduce the cost, go ahead and hit the cost driver. If you want to reduce the cost, so try to reduce the cost driver, accordingly that activity cost pool will reduce. Guys, clear with this. And moreover, one more advantage we have, when you're listing out the activities, you can classify it into value added, non-value added activities. You can try to mitigate all these things there. Next, number 2, they incur a large proportion of indirect cost that cannot be directly assigned to a specific cost object. Now in case of a service sector, right, first of all, finding out what the cost object is itself is not a direct thing. If I'm a pen manufacturer, I can say one pen is my cost object, correct? If I'm a service sector, for example, we have studied this in paper 8, right? For those who are directly doing group 2, it's okay. Now if I'm running a hotel, right, for me one cost object is a room day, correct? Right there the cost object is not direct itself. Now in this case a large proportion of indirect cost cannot be directly assigned to a specific cost object. So activity wise you need to list it out, and each activity is only driven by separate different cost objects. Next one, product and customers differ significantly in terms of consuming overhead resources. This is what I told you right now. Every single product and every single customer will consume different overhead resources. That is nothing but your cost driver quantity. They market many different products and services. Furthermore, many of the constraints imposed on manufacturing organizations, such as also having to meet financial accounting, stock valuation requirement, or reluctance to change or scrap existing requirements, do not apply. In case of a service sector organization, you tell me, do you have a stock valuation issue? You are a service sector organization. Where is the question of stock? Right? I'm running a hospital. What is the question of stock? Or I'm running a hotel. I can't stock my hotel rooms. Guys, clear with this. These issues are not there. right? Reluctance to change or scrap existing system. All these things are not there here. So directly you can use this activity based costing. Many service organizations have only recently implemented cost systems for the first time. This has occurred at the same time as and when the weakness of the existing systems and the benefits of ABC were widely publicized. These conditions have provided a strong incentive for introducing ABC. I told you, activity based costing system was a recently introduced phenomenon. When I say recently, it's not like previous year or not, nothing like that. So costing came very long back, quite some time back. It was recently post this industrialization and all that, maybe around 1980s, 1990s, which is fairly recent. If you're looking at a history as a whole, it came in fairly recent. So that was when the service sector also boomed in. So directly they went ahead and adopted these modern techniques instead of resorting to traditional techniques. So now whatever is the 4 points mentioned here, you can put your own language. In case you find some other point as a proper point, you can also include that. Nothing to worry. Clear with this, guys? Please don't mug up. It's all normal thing only. You need to understand the concept of activity based costing. In that context, write any relevant point, they will give you marks. Clear with this, guys? Next one. Explain which features of service organization may create problems for application of activity based costing. So now they are asking the exact opposite of the first part of the question. Now, which features of service organization will create problem for applying the activity based costing? Now look at this. Now whatever you wrote as an advantage, predominantly you try to make it as a disadvantage and make sure that they are twisting some words. That's all. Look at this. The following may create problems for application of ABC. Number 1, facility sustaining cost. We saw in the previous session, facilities level sustaining cost, that is to sustain my facility, overall running my plant, right? For that certain cost, for example, property rents represent a significant proportion of the total cost and may be only avoidable if the organization ceases the business. It may be impossible to establish an appropriate cost driver. Now, this is definitely one challenge. In case I'm running a hotel, significantly, hotels, the predominant thing for them is the property cost, rent. Generally these hotels are located in good properties and all that, right? Now for them, predominant cost is this hotel rent. Now this hotel rent can never be avoided, no? So it is driven by what? It is not driven by literally anything. So it is not driven by rooms, it is not driven by occupancy. You need to pay the landlord this amount whether you are running a good business or not. Are you clear with this, right? That is what they are saying in this case. Whether you use activity based costing or not, this cost anyways cannot be avoided. Are you clear with this? This is one limitation. Look how they are shifting the perspective. If you want me to mention the advantages, I have some points. If you want me to mention disadvantages, for that also I have points. Are you clear with this, guys? Next one. It is often difficult to define the products where they are of intangible in nature. Cost objects can therefore be difficult to specify. Now this is what I was telling you. If I'm a manufacturer, I know that one unit is one pen, or maybe I am manufacturing computers, one unit is one computer. Here I am not selling anything as such. I am in a service sector, right? So for me to identify the product itself is one challenge, and then only I need to mention the cost driver and all these things. That could be a challenge. I'm telling you, ABC is not a very easy thing to follow, because you need to list out the activities, you need to find out the cost drivers and all. But once you follow, it has its own advantages, but it is not direct. But on top of it, we're talking about service sector where the cost object is a little bit difficult to define. Are you all clear with this, guys? Next one. Many service organizations have not previously had a costing system, and much of information required to set up an ABC system will be non-existent. Therefore ABC is likely to be expensive. Just now in the previous the advantages are here we saw, no? Look at this. Here we saw this. Many service organizations have only recently implemented the cost systems for the very first time. Correct? So generally in service industries, they don't focus more on costing. I'll tell you the reason. Costing system, elaborate. Because in case of a manufacturing sector, raw material gets converted into FG, in between there is WIP, stock valuation is there. So they generally, manufacturing entities have a detailed costing procedure. Service industries generally don't have a detailed costing procedure. However, However, what they are saying, since they do not have this existing costing procedures, because of this, many data required for the purpose of ABC might be missing. This might be difficult for you to implement your ABC. Are you all clear with this? Because in the question in exam, it's very easy. They will give you, list out the activity, they themselves will give you the cost driver, they themselves will give you the cost driver quantity. It's easy for you to do. But how do you arrive at it? What are the activities? We need to go find out. And what is the cost driver for every activity in a company in real life? It is a big challenge to find all these things generally itself. Now in a service sector, they don't have an existing costing system. In that case, whatever data is required for ABC is very difficult to get. Are you all clear with this? This is what they have mentioned here. Guys, with this, in your own language, you just write some 2-3 points in case this comes in, and that's about it. Clear with this, guys? Any problem here? No. Next one. What is the next one? Explain the uses of activity based costing information in service industry. Okay, so I think this is more or less similar to the first one. Okay, this is a normal thing only. It leads to more accurate product cost and a basis for pricing decisions when cost plus pricing models are adopted. You guys understood this? Simple. It leads to more accurate product costing. Correct? So every unit, or every unit, as in here a service cost unit, is properly given its share of cost. Just now we have been doing all the some traditional costing versus ABC. So more rationally the cost gets apportioned to every product, right? Obviously this will lead to a correct pricing decision. Number 2, it results in more accurate product and customer profitability analysis statement that provide a more appropriate basis for decision making. Once again, it is more or less similar to the previous thing, only when you're valuing a product properly, obviously the customer wise profitability is also arrived properly. This helps you in proper decision making. If the profit that is derived from a particular customer is relatively low, you give lesser importance to them. If you are getting a loss, maybe you can avoid that particular customer. Guys, are you clear with this? Next one, ABC attaches cost to activities and identifies the cost driver that causes the cost. Thus ABC provides a better understanding of what causes the cost and highlights ways of performing activities more effectively by reducing the cost driver transaction. So activity wise, you list out the cost driver. If you want to reduce the cost, go and reduce the cost driver quantities. Obviously the overall cost will reduce. Normal points only. Literally guys, here I can't provide a value addition. Maximum what I can tell you is I can read line by line and give you the meaning of that. Beyond that there is nothing there, because we have covered everything. Are you all clear with this, guys? Beyond that there is nothing great which is there. And finally they have asked for some other thing. Many large service organizations were at one time state owned. State owned means what? Government owned, right? But have been privatized. Examples in some countries include electricity supply and telecommunications. By the way, do you guys know in Maharashtra, in Tamil Nadu, we have TNEB, right? Tamil Nadu Electricity Board. In Maharashtra and all, Reliance provides electricity. Do you know that? You have an option. Reliance provides. So basically, you have this. You have this privatization of even electricity, right? Really, it happens in India. They are often regulated. Similar systems of regulation of prices by an independent authority exist in many countries and are designed to act as surrogate for market competition in industries where it is difficult to ensure a genuinely competitive market. Fine. Explain which aspects of cost information and systems in service organizations would particularly interest a regulator, and why these features would be of interest. What they are asking, which aspects of cost information and systems in a service organization would particularly interest a regulator. A regulator means in this case a government. So which cost information would the government be interested, and why these features would be of interest is what they are asking. Look at this. The following aspects would be of most interest to the regulator. Regulator means whom? Generally a government. Number 1, the costing method used, that is marginal costing or traditional full cost or activity based costing, the technique used by them. This is of particular importance to verify whether or not reasonable prices are being set and that the organization is not taking advantage of its monopolist situation. For example, in Maharashtra, the biggest monopoly player is Reliance in power, I'm telling you. Right? Of course, there are other guys as well, but predominantly Reliance Power is there. Now, let us say government is regulating the price. They are saying, okay, fine, we are giving you full license, you run the show, but we are regulating the price. How are they regulating the price? They are saying for 1 unit of power, you can charge cost plus 10%. This is what the government says. Clear with this? Now, this cost, if Reliance uses ABC, the cost could be different. If they are using traditional costing system, the cost could be different. Guys, are you clear with this? Which means how you arrive at the cost, the government should be more, they will be more interested in how you arrive at the cost. Guys, are you clear with this? Why? Because based on this only, you fix the selling price. Are you all clear with this? So the following aspects would be of more interest to the regulator. The costing method used to arrive at the cost. This is of particular importance to verify whether or not reasonable prices are being set and that the organization is not taking advantage of the monopoly situation. Now are you all understanding this? Guys, are you all able to understand? You put it in your own language, but here I'm just making you understand what the point is. Are you all able to understand this? Next one. Costing information is also necessary to ascertain whether joint costs are fairly allocated so that cross subsidization from one services to another does not apply. Now, what they mean by this joint cost, ideally, this we have seen in paper 8 cost accounting, joint and by product. What do you mean by a joint product? Out of a common process, more than one product emerges, it is called as a joint product. In that case, I incur some common cost out of which two products have emerged out of it. In that case, this common cost should be properly apportioned between these two products. Agreeing with me on this, guys? Agreeing with me? We saw multiple methods, physical units method, NRV method, sales value methods and all, to apportion the common cost to the two products. Now they are saying now whether the joint costs have been properly apportioned to the two products, the government will be of more concern as to the manner of apportioning the joint cost to the two products. Why? Let us say one product is eligible for subsidy, another product is not eligible for subsidy. In that case, what they will do, these guys, they will give more share of cost to the product which is eligible for subsidy. Why? So that they can claim more subsidy. They will say, let us say for example 50% of the cost you incur, the government is ready to give you subsidy only for this product A. For product B, no subsidy. They will give more share of cost to product A so that 50% of that they can claim subsidy. Are you clear with this? So the government is more interested in knowing the manner of apportionment of joint costs. Are you clear with this, guys? Next one. Consistency in costing methods from period to period so that the changes in costing methods do not distort the pricing and profitability analysis. Now, I can't say 1 year I will follow traditional approach, traditional costing. Next year I will follow ABC. Then for next 2 years, once again I will go back to traditional. No. In case you are not consistently following, this will distort the pricing. No, every year the price will keep changing for the same product. You are not adding any value, the same product, but you will keep changing the prices. Are you all clear for this? Consistency is another thing which the government will be interested. In many situations, a regulator may be interested in the ROI. What does ROI stand for? Return on investment of different services in order to ensure that excessive returns are not being obtained. A regulator will therefore be interested in the methods and depreciation policy used to value the assets and how the cost of all assets that are common to several services, example corporate headquarters, are allocated. The methods used will influence the ROI of different services. Basically, they have just written some common points. These are generic in nature. If you notice all these points, maybe this point and all is not more specific to costing also, right? What I would suggest is one time you just read it, right, and you know the manner in which you need to approach a solution. In exam, if it comes, write it in your own language. Please don't try to mug up. That's why I've spent about 20 minutes here just for this question, even though it is theory. I cannot provide beyond this a great value addition because this is all it is. They have asked theoretically something. I have explained every single point. Just read it once. In exam, if they ask, just write whatever is a relevant point here. Clear with this, guys? So let's go and update our library of adjustment. That's about this particular question. Write down. Question number 7. Guys, come on. Please. Guys are awake? Yes? Okay, fine. Write on pure theory hyphen. Write on pure theory. It is not a practical theory also. It's a pure theory. Wherever it is practical theory, I've given you, no? Hello? I've given you a practical theory. Wherever it's a practical theory, I've given you a practical theory. This is a pure theory. Write down. See, the library of adjustment, the way you write it, one look at the library of adjustment, you will know what the question stands for. That's what I'm telling you. Trust me, guys, this has saved a lot of time for a lot of students. They have called me after 5 p.m. They've immediately out of the exam hall and they've thanked me. Sir, without this, we don't think we could have covered the entire subject in half a day. Right? If you're writing both the groups, you just have half a day. Right? In half a day, you can cover it. I'm not telling this to brag about myself. I'm just telling you this is the importance. You might not know it today. You will know it only the day before your exam. It is impossible to cover the entire subject. I'm making it possible, and trust me, this is time tested. Okay, write down pure theory hyphen ABC in service costing, ABC in service costing within bracket, uses slash challenges slash cost information required by regulator. Cost information required by regulator. That's a very general part. This regulator point, that's a very general part. Anyways, cost information required by regulator. They had asked for joint and byproduct and all. How will it come in case of a service costing? In case of a service sector, how will you have a joint product? Common process, two products emerging. You don't have a process only, no. For example, I'm running a cab. What process do I have? I just have to run a cab, that's all, no. Per passenger kilometer, I will charge them, or maybe per per trip, I will charge them. That's all. I can't have a common process, multiple products and all. But anyways, they have mentioned it here. Okay, that's all. Let's take it with a pinch of salt. Now, shall we move to the next one? Guys, quickly, let's cover all these things, and then we'll get done. Predominantly, the entire chapter is over. All these things, I'm doing it for the sake of completeness. It is there in your study material. I don't want to omit anything. Next one. Question number 8. Hamid and company makes laptop computers for use in dangerous environment. Basically, it could be like maybe dangerous environment. For example, in a furnace, right? In factory furnace. Now, you have a lot of machines, and along with the machine, maybe some computer is required, right, to operate that. Or in mining areas are very, very dangerous. Why are they dangerous? You know about mining areas? Mining areas are very dangerous because they use explosives. You guys know that? So they will dig a tunnel, put that explosive, they will have to blast it. Only then they can mine the ore, right? So all these things need to be done. At times people will go deep inside. If the entire mine, if it falls, then these guys will be buried and all. You need to follow huge level of protocol when it comes to mining sector. Companies like Vedanta and all are, the Sterlite in Tuticorin, right? It belongs to Vedanta only, right? So this company is like Vedanta, NLC, Neyveli Lignite Corporation, right? These guys are into mining business, so it's not that easy. Maybe in that case, in that environment, you need to use a laptop. Maybe it requires some special features and all that. Fine, whatever. The company's main customers are organizations like oil companies. Once again, oil ore, right? Oil rig is there. Military that require a laptop that can survive rough handling in transport to a site, can be made to the unique requirements. Okay, so now this Hamid and company, what are they doing? They make a laptop for some extreme situations. The company started as a basic laptop manufacturer, but its competitors grew much larger, and RL I think the name of the company, I think so, they have mentioned RL by mistake, had to find a niche market where its small size would not hinder its ability to compete. Okay, fine. So maybe they are saying that it's a very competitive market, so they want to identify one niche. Niche means what? One specific market, small segment, right? Where there's the company size will not affect its ability to compete. It is now considered one of the best quality producers in this sector. Hamid and Company had the same finance director for many years who preferred to develop its system organically. However, due to fallen profitability, a new CEO has been appointed who wishes to review Hamid's financial control system in order to get better information with which to tackle the profit issue. The CEO wants to begin by thinking about the pricing of laptops to ensure that selling expensive products at the wrong price is not compromising profit margin. The laptops are individually specified by customers for each order, and pricing has been based on production cost plus basis with a markup of 45%. So currently what this guy, the new CEO, wants is he wants to make sure that all these products are not wrongly priced. Look at this. Ensure that selling expensive products at the wrong price is not compromising the profit. He doesn't want it to compromise the profit. So what he's doing is he wants to make sure that this is not happening. The laptops are individually specified by customers for each order, and the pricing has been on cost, production cost plus 45% markup. This is how they are currently fixing the selling price. The company uses an absorption costing system based on labor hours in order to calculate the production cost per unit. Clear with this, guys? So what they are using a traditional costing system wherein they are using the entire overhead is absorbed using a single base quantity called as labor hours. The main control system used within the company is annual budget. It is set before the start of the financial year, and variances are monitored and acted on by line managers. The CEO has been reading about major companies that have stopped using budgets and wants to know how such a radical move works and why a company might take such a step. He has been worried by moves by competitors into Hamid's market with impressive new products. This has created unrest among staff at Hamid, with two experienced managers leaving the company. Now, required all this big data they have given. What is required? An evaluation of the current method of costing against ABC system. What you need is benefit of ABC over traditional costing system. Okay. Which market they are operating, some new director, then this new CEO came in, that guy went out, some new existing staff and all were they left the company. All these things they have said. So director, you could just ask, evaluate the current method of costing. What is the current method of costing? Absorption costing with labor hour, simple, against activity based costing. Fine, that's all. No, now simple. Now look at this. We all know in case of ABC, it is always beneficial than traditional costing system. Most important reason is it has a more meaningful way of apportioning the cost. That's all. No, right? Predominantly this is the most important thing, right? And the entire cost is broken out into multiple activities with cost pools and cost drivers and all these things. Clear with this, guys? Based on this, just few points we will write here, right, that is relevant to this particular scenario. Number one, the evaluations are based on the following points. The direct costs are identical for both costing methods. We know prime cost is same whether you follow traditional costing system or you follow ABC. Why? Prime cost is direct material, direct labor, direct expenses. These three will not change whether I'm following overheads traditional system or ABC, because our overheads traditional system and ABC deals only with indirect manufacturing cost. Agreeing with me, guys? Hello? Correct? No? Yes? You guys are aware of this? Yes? Basic concepts, right? Fine. Next, the direct labor is relatively a minor cost, but the existing method that allocates overhead costs on the basis of direct labor hours overstates their importance. They are saying direct labor cost is only a minor component, but the existing method that allocates the entire overheads on the basis of direct labor hours is overrating its importance. It is giving more importance to direct labor hours, while direct labor hours is actually not that important. The existing methods is based on the assumption that there is a cause and effect relationship between overheads and labor hours, or in other words, they are saying the entire overheads is driven by labor hours. This assumption appears to be unlikely based on the information given in the question. If this assumption is incorrect, then misleading results will be reported. Obviously, you are driving the entire cost using a single base quantity, which is not correct. Every single activity can have its own cost driver, and that's exactly what is mentioned here. ABC attempts to allocate overheads based on several different cost drivers rather than a single base used under the existing methods, and ABC seeks to assign the overhead cost based on cause and effect cost drivers. The accuracy of the reported ABC product cost depends on the extent to which the cause effect assumption is correct. Basically, you will have to justify everywhere. Okay, for example, setup cost is driven by number of setups, right? In that case, we all know it makes sense. Fine. In this case, okay, setup cost is driven actually by number of setups. If you have a machining cost, it is driven by machine hours, right? Inspection cost, the number of inspection. So you list out the activity, find out for that activity what is the cost pool, and which is driven by what is the cost driver and what is the cost driver quantity for the respective cost. So there is a cause and effect relationship, whereas that is not the case in the traditional system. You tell me this basically, guys, without reading this entire paragraph itself, this big question itself, you could have just written it. It is simple: benefits of ABC over your traditional costing system. That is all they have asked here. Guys, are you all able to follow this? Nothing great here once again, but I just read line by line so that you should not feel it is difficult. Guys, this is a normal thing. You can put it in your own language. If at all they ask in theory, maybe you can just attempt it, right? Shall we just go and update a library of adjustments here? Hello? Shall we just do it? Please write down. Please write down pure theory hyphen case study on benefits of ABC over TCS. On benefits of ABC over TCS. Now let's move on to the last question here, guys. It's question number 9. Suppose question number 9. Now let's quickly complete this as well. Now the basic idea, justifying the use of activity-based costing and activity-based budgeting are well publicized and the number of applications has increased. However, there are apparently still significant problems in changing from existing systems. Now guys, what happens? Now activity-based costing is now used in budgeting as well. Right? We have actually studied a concept called zero-based budgeting in paper 8 cost accounting. And for those who do not know about it, zero-based budgeting means, now generally in budgets, how they prepare, traditional way of preparing budgets. For the previous year, let us say sales is given, right? Some material cost, labor cost and all is given. Next year, they will say expected sale will be 10% more than the previous year sale. So previous year plus some incremental value, you will get the next year's budgeted sales. Similarly, costs and all. Okay, previous year it was so much. Next year it will be 10% more, 15% more. This is how generally they prepare. Whereas in a zero-based budgeting, you should not take a base and increment it. No. You start the budget from the scratch, right? And for example, material cost next year, I'm expecting it to be so much. Now, how? Why, sir? How did you arrive at this value? You need to clearly give a justification. Okay, I'm going to produce 10,000 units next year. Every unit requires 2 kgs of raw material. Every kg of raw material can be purchased at 10 rupees. Accordingly, this is going to be the cost. Similarly, my machine operation cost is going to be so much. How? You need to justify. Now, for the use of zero-based budgeting, obviously you need to have an activity-based costing system in place. Are you clear with this? Because only if you have an activity-based costing, you will know what are the activities, how much is the cost pool, how much the cost driver and all. Guys, correct? So yes sir, I'm going to have 50 setups next year. Per setup the cost is going to be 100. So 50 into 100, whatever it is, this is going to be the setup activity cost. Like this you can justify every single activity. Are you clear with this? So now the use of activity based budgeting has also increased. Are you clear with this, guys? But what happens? There are still significant problems in changing from existing system. The transition is not easy. Till now you are following a traditional way of budgeting. Suddenly if you ask me to use activity based budgeting, in that case it will be a little difficult. Are you clear with this? This is what they are mentioning. No doubt it is very effective, but the transition is not that easy. Now in this regard, requirements explain the characteristics of an organization such as its structure, product range or environment, may make the use of activity based techniques particularly useful. So which characteristics of an organization will make the use of activity based costing a little useful is what they have asked here. Guys, these are all some pure theory questions. Now quickly we will just walk through this. ABC is a costing method that identifies activities in organizations, assigns the cost of each activity to all the products and services according to the actual consumption. Therefore, this model assigns more indirect costs into direct costs compared to conventional costing. I told you, I started this chapter by saying all costs are both direct as well as indirect. I told you, it depends on the cost object from which perspective you are looking at it. That is what they have mentioned here. Now you are able to connect the dots, right? Now, ABC system is a very valuable tool of control. It offers a number of advantages to the management. What advantages? They are saying brings accuracy, reliability of costing data in determining the cost of the products. Agreeing? Next, it facilitates the cause and effect relationship. Cause and effect relationship means what? What causes the increase in cost? Which cause is the reason for the effect? Guys, that is nothing but cost driver and cost pool. Cost driver is the cause. Result effect is the cost pool. Are you clear with this? It brings a cause and effect relationship. It provides necessary cost information to the management to take decisions on any matter. It is much helpful in fixing the cost and selling price. It facilitates overhead cost allocation directly to the specific products. It enables the management to manage the activities rather than the cost. If you manage the activity, automatically the cost will be reduced. Guys, correct? Right, because every activity will be driven by its cost driver only, no? So if you reduce the cost driver, you can reduce the cost. That is what they have mentioned. It helps to remove all types of wastages, inefficiencies. It provides valuable information to the management, and cost driver rates will help in significant impact on the development of the new products. All these things they have given. These are some common points. Anything new here, guys? Anything new here? No. Now the reason why I'm doing this is, in case if at all they ask some theory question, you should know how to write it, because the problem is we know everything. Conceptually we have learned. If they are asking as a question and answer format, how to put it, for that alone I'm doing this right now. Clear with this? Beyond this there is no value addition here. Guys, are you all understanding? Now the next one, explain the problems that may cause an organization to decide to use or to abandon the use of activity based techniques. Explain the problems that may cause an organization to decide not to use or abandon activity based costing. Basically they are asking for the limitations here. Okay, so this will arise when the products manufactured by the manufacturing company are not standardized and labor hours are not are predominating. Further, a clear distinction between value added and non-value added activities are difficult to make. Now guys, suppose I'm a company that manufactures only one product. You tell me, does it make sense for me to use activity based costing? No, it is a very it is a very costly approach. Instead, anyways, all the indirect costs will go to only one product. Whether I use traditional costing or activity based costing doesn't make a difference. Clear with this? Number two, if I'm dealing in 2-3 products, all the products are standardized, and let us say all the products are predominantly driven by machine hours. Here also I have a common cost driver, so there is no point in once again using activity based costing here. Guys, correct? Right? And they have also mentioned one more point. A clear distinction between value added and non-value added activities is difficult to make. Right? In this case also there is no point in using activity based costing. 3 points they have mentioned. Number one, single product company. Number two, multiple product, but it is similar in nature, and the cost driver is very similar. For example, your labor hours or machine hour. In this case also it doesn't make sense to use ABC. And third one, where it is difficult to make a distinction between value added, non-value added activity. 3 points, and you're done with this part. Clear with this, guys? And finally they have asked some categorization of cost drivers to provide a hierarchical model. This we have seen already. Unit level activity, batch activity, product level and facility level activities. other analysis focus on value added, non-value added activity. Guys, this is, I mean, the previous session we have done it, no? In the previous session, I did this cost hierarchy dimensions. I explained what it is and all. So just a brief note on that, and that will do. Clear with this, guys. In fact, for this solution, all this was a question from the study material only. They have just mentioned for solution to this part, read the relevant portion of the study material, and this was missing actually. I showed you yesterday, no, it was missing in the study material itself. It was there in the older version, which I actually explained and put it neatly in a graphical format. You guys also noted it down. I dictated and all, no, I pulled an arrow and I gave you all the examples, and that's about it. Clear with this, guys? Are you all able to understand? So with this, even the theoretical aspects of this chapter is completely over, right? And in your concept decoder book, certain things I have retained it, right, just for the sake of completeness, but literally speaking, all the things here we have already completed. Clear with this, guys? Because as in a book, when I'm giving it as a book, it needs to be completely mentioned. That is the reason we are given an introduction, volume based overhead rate, all these things are mentioned in your study material. I have given activity based costing, what is the meaning of this. Look, I have just given all these things here. Traditional system, it uses departments, whereas activity based costing, it uses activities to apportion it to the products. All these things we have given. Steps involved in ABC, it was mentioned in the study material. I have also given it, but you just follow what we have done in the classroom. Super sufficient. Beyond that, nothing else can come. Clear with this? Meaning of terms used in active ABC. What do you mean by an activity? What is an activity cost pool? What is a cost driver? Practically we have seen all these things, right? And then what is a cost driver rate? All these things they have mentioned. Traditional costing versus ABC. Then see, guys, whatever is the difference in ABC, overheads related to activities are grouped into activity cost pool. There we do it as departmental overheads, correct? Here the costs are related to activities and hence more realistic. There it is related to the cost center, basically departments, not realistic. Activity wise cost driver rates are used. Here time or hours are assumed to be the only cost drivers, or maybe it could be machine hour rate or labor hour rate, any of the 6 base quantities. That's all. Activity wise recovery rates we use. Here we have overhead recovery rate, here we call it as absorption rate, here we call it as cost driver rates. Nice, correct? Costs are assigned to the cost object. Here costs are assigned to the cost units they have mentioned. Predominantly there is no difference between the two, because ultimately it enters into the product only, right? Essential activities can be simplified and unnecessary activity can be eliminated. Value added, non-value added activity, here I cannot do all that. I cannot say one department is required, one department is not required. This kind of the value added and non-value added activity classification itself cannot be done if you are following a traditional costing method. This is all it is. We have seen it all, and I've just put it here in a tabular manner. That's about it. So cost allocation, traditional costing, it is done based on any of the 6 base quantity. Activity based costing, it is done based on the activity wise cost driver. So here this was something that I've given additionally. So product cost statement under overhead, traditional absorption costing, material, labor, direct expenses there. So what we do direct with respect to factory overheads, department A, department B, like this we do. Here what we do under ABC is that instead of department, it is going to be activity 1, 2, 3, whatever is the cost. That is all it is, guys, right? And then core theory concepts, drawbacks of traditional costing system. Traditional versus ABC, once again they have just mentioned it here. That's about it. Merits of ABC. And see, I think we have done all these questions. In this question itself, it covers predominantly drawbacks of ABC and all these things. One quick look you give it, because in your study material it runs into multiple pages. I have just simplified this using some AI tool and all, so that I have made it all those things in your study material. We have just simplified and given this core theory concepts also. Clear with this, guys? Clear with this? Quickly one look you give it. Beyond this, if you want, I will also have to read it along with you line by line. There is no value addition. We focus on the concepts. We have done all the questions. We have also done the theory questions, right? Certain core theory concepts are also being simplified here. Beyond this, there is nothing. If there is some important thing that is complicated to understand, I cover it here. Beyond this, there is nothing great here, guys. Quickly, one time, you just give a look. In case they ask in your exam, you must be able to just handle it in your own language. That's about it. Clear with this, guys? right? So with this, we have completely covered this first chapter, right? First chapter for our discussion, which is called as activity based costing. So on that note, I'm signing off in this video. Please revise whatever we have covered till now, and I will see you all in the next one. Thank you all so much. Bye bye.